put it in the We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work with nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Make a move to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
Welcome back to sunny Los Angeles for Day 3 of the Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major. We are almost done with the group stage. We would have been done yesterday, but some pesky teams in Group B decided to play some tiebreakers. We're going to get through those tiebreakers. We're going to get through the round 1 of the bracket, and by the end of the day, we're going to know all the teams playing in the YouTube theater tomorrow. I'm Wavepunk. I've got Gibbs, I've got Johnny Boy, and I've got Stumpy here. Guys, it's crazy that Day 3 used to be the end. We've got 2 more days, Gibbs.
And there's not even a crowd yet. The crowd hasn't even shown up. Everyone's flying in right now. They're all excited to see their favorite teams. Well, 5 of your favorite teams are going home today. It's a brutal day today.
Savage. I mean, this bracket just looks terrifying. We knew this was going to happen. No matter what happened in the groups, the lower bracket was going to look ridiculous. Because even online, regionally, some of these lower brackets were brackets of death. And now you bring all the best teams from all around the world together. Of course, it's going to be insane. But of course, the other main story for this weekend is that the region who are mainly losing today will be Europe, because they have to beat each other. So there's guaranteed that we're getting maximum 4 teams to play for the crowd. One EU team will not go.
This is the hardest part of these events, Stumpy, is seeing all the excitement from all the players in day 1, and then slowly, one by one, them falling off. This is the cut day where we're
then they have to just hang out like at the hotel, then hang out with their mates and just kind of sit there and be like, now I just have to watch it. Like, I can't experience that crowd for the first time in like 2 years.
And a lot of these players, for the first time ever, playing in front of a crowd, that's the main goal for so many of these players.
Thankfully, we're going to be seeing, obviously, a lot more crowds going forward, but the first one you can't be there for. And one of them, we'll talk about later, might be NRG.
We
don't know.
It is a possibility, which is kind of crazy to think about here, but at least those players will get to be in the crowd. And at least they're in Los Angeles. It could be worse here. There's so many ways you can watch this broadcast. Maybe you're catching us here on Twitch, maybe you're on YouTube, or maybe you're watching in Rocket League Live, the newest and best way to watch Rocket League content virtually on Champions Field.
Yes, go search for that island code. It was so much fun. I got to install the game last night and was just hopping around in it. It's just so cool to see the big screens, to see the cars, just like it's like lifelike out there. It's a lot of fun.
If you can't make it to LAN, it's very much the next best thing.
Yeah,
you
for
can
sure.
go and be there
Probably.
with thousands of other people enjoying it, watching the big screens. It looks so sick.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't know what we're talking about, Google Rocket League Live. You'll check it out. It's really, really cool. Speaking of cool things in Rocket League as well, as much as I love Rocket League Live, the Hype Chamber is something we've been showing off for a few seasons now here on the RLCS broadcast. And if you've ever been like, man, that'd be cool to have on a broadcast, I want to do it at home, you now can through the power of Unreal Engine here, Johnny.
This is just awesome. And look at this. I can't even imagine having production quality like this. If anybody's ever watched anything I've done, it's just, it made in 5 minutes, looks terrible. But this, now you can have this production quality is just available, which is awesome to see.
I cannot wait to see like a bunch of teams with their horribly scuffed logos playing in your tournament, but featured in this.
That's what we need. We need all of those fan decals that we see.
Yeah.
They can now be put, if somebody's clever enough, they can put it on cars, put it in the Hype Chamber.
Yeah.
We saw
Yeah.
how much community streams changed when overlays came into existence and
Yeah.
everybody was using them. These now, look at everything you can have in there.
Look at
Different
this.
It
cars,
looks
different
so
decals.
cool.
You can customize everything. It's wild.
Spring regionals are going to be so much fun to watch on these team streams now because
Yeah.
you know a bunch of these teams are going to be looking at this and wanting to make something awesome.
I can't wait to see which team figures out the best way to like use it as like a celebration for beating their rivals or something like that. There's so many cool tools. Definitely go check that out. I think it's unrealengine.com/marketplace to check out the Hype Chamber there. Let's talk about day 2. Let's take a look at the groups as they ended after 2 days of competition here. Group A, C, and D have all been decided. We know who's moving forward. Version 1, G2, and Space Station. Man, they're all from the same place. They're all qualified for the play in front of the crowd.
So not only that, but 2 of those teams weren't at the Fall Major, V1 and Space Station game,
Yeah.
and then G2 didn't make it to the playoff bracket. So this is 3 brand new teams basically in the Spring Major, or
Crazy.
Winter Major, to show up here. And then you got so many teams looming in that lower bracket. We got tiebreakers. Group B is going to be nuts. Everyone thought Furia had that in the bag. They were 2-0 in the group. They're playing Renegades, and Renegades like, nah, we're not going home just yet.
Yeah.
They win to force tiebreaks there. It's going to be so much fun.
Just when you think you know what's going on.
I know, right? Renegades, CJ, what are you doing?
They turn things upside down, as is their tradition there. We got so much action still left to unfold here, and we can take a look at the contenders, the teams that showed up to play. The faded logos of the teams that have gone home or not participated here. We've sent home Secret, we've sent home Detonator so far. We're going to send home 5 more here, Johnny.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, the most upsetting day to get sent home. 'Cause you're so
Yeah.
close. Everybody, we've talked to a lot of the players behind the scenes. They've said it in interviews live that really what everybody wants is to play in front of the crowd. That's what they're missing, is what some of these players have never had the chance to do before. And if they can't play in front of the crowd, but they've made it this far, oh man.
It's going to hurt. It's going to
That's
hurt.
going to be painful.
Considering as well, you're not guaranteed to make it then to the future events
Yeah.
with crowns. This
Yeah.
may well
Yeah.
be your only chance. The stakes are so high, and it's literally like lower round 1 we're looking at.
And the gameplay is showing how intensely the players are taking this. They want to win. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Some absolutely classic matches going down. Endpoint in particular delivering here, Gibbs.
Yes, but versus Furia, they looked a little bit questionable. Furia coming out on top again. We talked about them. They were 2-0 in the group, but then they went on to lose a little bit later. But Endpoint, they fought valiantly, but they lost, but they bounced back. It was a back-to-back matchup where then later they played Energy. But Furia, we all love them. We all want to see them do well. They've never finished top 8, and now they have 3 opportunities to do so now. They lost one of those opportunities yesterday. They still have 2 more tries, Johnny.
Yeah, I think everybody's just rooting for this team. We knew the potential was there. We knew that they were at that level after seeing them, explode in the Fall Major, but they didn't get the results of the Fall Major that kind of backed up that obvious skill that they've
Speaking
got.
of people not getting the results they want to get here, NRG sitting 1 and 2 in the group after losing to Endpoint.
They're literally fighting now to stay in. That's the position that they found themselves in, where Endpoint, we predicted yesterday, the entire desk, including me, went against them. We were all thinking NRG win that. Endpoint looked defeated, they looked deflated, and yet they brought it back. NRG did take them to a Game 5, terrifyingly, and then Seiko managing to get one of the goals, got them through in the end in that 5th game. Endpoint, they are going to be proceeding through. And then the Battle of the Titans, Queso versus FaZe, was phenomenal.
And this is when we started seeing EU trying to make a stand. You know, they were 0-3 on day 1 versus NA. We see Endpoint take down Energy, and then Queso and FaZe was a brilliant matchup. Queso looked like the old Queso that we expected. So unfortunately, whoever has to play them in the lower bracket is going to be incredibly tough. But FaZe, like, I actually liked what I saw out of FaZe. They looked pretty solid, and I think that they have a really good chance to make it out of this day.
Both teams looked better on day 2 than they did on day 1, but I think
those
that's
nerves.
I feel like that's a bigger statement, Stumpy, about Queso than it is about FaZe. I'm more worried for everyone that Queso is starting to look like they did online.
Yeah, for sure. Queso actually ramping up to their online level is a terrifying place to be, and they did manage to take down FaZe. But unfortunately, wasn't all roses for Europe, although BDS did start to bring it back. Over to that Game 5. G2 with Atomic. They were better. They were just built different. They are so tall.
This was a classic, man.
And BDS just couldn't pull it through. The final goal, that touchdown, J-Nat's top corner.
That's why you pick them up. That's why you pick up Atomic
that
right
explosion
there. Big
from
moments,
them
big
afterwards, standing up, getting excited, going wild together. That, in its own microcosm, is that LAN feel.
That is why we do what we do, and it's only going to get better as we move into Saturday's play. But we got a lot of action to get through to get there, folks. Let's talk about the top plays that happened yesterday. These are your top 7 delivered by 7-11. Chat, you're going to get to vote on which play you like best. So remember the number in front of the play, and then spam that number in chat. Let's get into it. Show you these plays. There was some absolute bangers. Top 7 plays delivered by 7-11. Number 1 going to be Metzenaris. This might be my favorite shot of the day. Off the back wall. Oh my goodness, the dish. The Doomsy dish.
It's so... He goes so far out as well. It bounces awkwardly.
He pre-flips. He pre-flips
it, gets in his wheels, and hits the near post.
And
it's
this
ridiculous.
Man, Metzenaris doing work. And then Typical. Like, I've talked about him, not normally clutch, but he showed up on day 2. Looked fantastic. We'll see him again a little bit later.
Here's Queso. We saw the passing plays. What is that
0
pass?
seconds. 0 second
to
goal
win game
here.
2, to then prevent FaZe from then going into the overtime, to then go up 2-0.
Absolutely huge.
Nuts.
And then the shot placement top right as well. Here's Seiko, Endpoint, finding some goals. We talked about Seiko being one of the best players in the world.
Challenge him. Somebody just stick a foot in. Nobody's going. But I think later on, they kind of started challenging him. Not that one, though.
Here is the goal of the day. We're to put it at number 5, but G2 winning it in overtime to take the number 1 spot of the group.
And Atomic, what a pass. Going off the ceiling. Just going... But back into that play was insane. And now off the ceiling. There's always one. There's always one from Jorius.
Reset.
And here it is. Look at off the ceiling.
Down.
Clean.
So I spoke to Jorius about that, and I said, did you mean to score it? And he was like, yeah, obviously, but like I didn't think I would.
Gotta highlight the pass here from Sypical in particular. This is incredible.
Look at that pass. The back pass. Just a little touch. Like, it's basically like a fake shot, but he turned it into a pass as well. Brilliant.
Number 1 was Metzenaris. Number 2, Sypical. Number 3, Queso with the passing play. Seiko was at 4, G2's overtime winner at 5. Jorius there at number 6 with a reset, and Sypical's pass there at number 7. If you had to pick one, Stumpy, who are you going with?
I think 3 was the Joyo flip reset, right?
5
onto the pass. Well, there must be right.
3 was the Joyo, yes.
Yeah.
For 0 seconds, I like it, but 5. You gotta go 5. That is game 5 overtime.
It's so meaningful, so meaningful. And not only for that, it was to stop the EU regain. EU, if they score, they're 3-3 against NA, but that goal makes it 4-2 NA. So massively meaningful game.
3 upper bracket.
Massively meaningful goal.
I liked number 7. Chat, make sure you're getting your votes in there. And it sounds like your votes, if you didn't vote, too late. Number 6 is the winner. Let's take a look at it. No, the chat disagreeing with us.
Jorius.
It's Dignitas,
nice.
man.
Yeah, that's good.
Dignitas fan favorites, you know?
Dignitas,
I don't want to see him
and touching
in front
the
of the crowd.
Any play that touches the ceiling, I feel like is a fan favorite here. Which
it's a banger, but you know,
chat
going for the mechanics instead of the storyline, I suppose, which is surprising.
I don't know
I think
how
they
you
mistyped.
pick.
I think they mistyped.
You
And they
think-
meant 5, but they hit 6.
I think they meant
It's fine.
3 personally.
So don't worry.
Yeah, there was at least 800 people in chat that just like hit the wrong
Yeah,
button.
they're so excited about this pre-show that
What has been the goal of the tournament so far? Has there been one for you? Is it that
God.
G2 goal?
I think it's
it was
a
the Joyo
G2
goal. I think it was the Joyo goal. I didn't get into our top 7 because it was just like one of many that Joyo scored. We were like, oh, we can't just put 7 Joyo goals in this. We've got to get some variety here.
Yeah.
But not the other Joyo goal where he goes off the ceiling, flip reset, backboard.
Oh,
into the
yeah.
net.
Yeah, I remember.
It was a triple tap with a flip reset in the middle. I don't think that might be a first. It probably
For
is first.
mechanics, yes, but for importance, I'm going Atomic off that ceiling.
I
Yeah,
also want to
definitely was a
highlight.
goal.
I want to highlight Sipical here, coming from day one's performance, where he was clearly the weak link to having 2 plays in
Yeah.
our top 7.
Yeah.
It looked
today.
good. Looked good.
Big improvement there from Sipical, and he is a part of the what we're just calling NA dominance at this point. It has been North America's land through and through for the first 2 days. This is the turn. This is the halfway point, so there's still plenty of time for us to mess this up. But North America's looking pretty good right now, guys.
Yes, we're going to talk about regional leaderboard here. North America looking fantastic, but we got to bring up that regional leaderboard because we're going to talk about the World Championship just a little bit. Me and Johnny kind of worked out this format a little bit here. So
That's right.
but we know that there's wild card teams, and that means that like we have NA in Europe. They have 3 teams each. Every other region gets 2, but there's 8 spots up for grabs, and that comes down to international play. You want to be on this leaderboard in the top 8, you will get those extra spots. So right now, based on Fall Major, we see Mina up there. We see 4 of Europe and 3 of NA. But there's plenty more to play. We're obviously in Winter Major now. We still have Spring Major. But if you finish top 8, not only do you get a bye to the proper World Championship, you bring 1 additional team to the World Championship wild card. So that's where it's important, Johnny.
And right now, you mentioned, so EU are currently in the lead after Fall Major. They have 4
Yeah.
teams, but since there's so many EU teams in the lower bracket guaranteed to play each other, the EU 4 that you currently see on that screen is 7th.
Dangerous.
They're going to finish, I think, in 8th position. It's guaranteed.
yeah, maybe tied
EG
7th,
or Dig
yeah.
will be out in
Yeah.
9th to 12th, and then the winner of that will play the winner of, I think, the Queso game.
Yeah,
And
but
so it could actually end up being 4 North American teams and even a South American team in the
And that's
top
where
8.
it's important. Sam won. They're in 13th right now, but if they finish top 5 here, they're going to leapfrog and move into a top 8 spot. That's what Sam wants.
They're going to get it.
Okay, so for the porridge-brained people at home like myself,
I'm in.
this is the leaderboard of points you can only earn at majors.
Yes.
is
So that was Fall Major points. We haven't added Winter yet because we're still playing there. But the top 8 will then get those regional spots at the World Championship,
Okay.
so they'll bring extra teams. So right now, like if you're just looking at minimum teams for like North America, well, they could bring only 3, but they could also bring all the way up to 8 teams. So it's very important to do well as a region when you're here at the majors.
That needs more than 3 teams to do well. Right now, 3 North American teams doing well. They need a 4th one. If they're going to get that extra regional spot to auto-qualify for the World Championship, then they need NRG or FaZe to step up and make top 8. That's the milestone, which happens to also be playing in front of the crowd. So they already want to do that extremely badly. I'm not sure if I expect it to happen, but it's on the cards. It's possible.
I swear there's 17 leaderboards to keep track of in this event. Okay.
Just
I just watched the Rocket League. That's what I'm here for.
If you win, you're doing good. That's about
I'll
all.
make a video
that's
about
all
it.
works
Don't worry
about it.
about
It's
it. Don't
great
worry about
stuff. Check his YouTube, folks. All right, let's do something a little bit more fun here. Let's talk about what we think's gonna happen. We have divided into Team Europe and Team North America over here, and we're gonna make some predictions on how we feel today's events are gonna go. Just the matches we're gonna see today. So we are gonna do kind of the beginning of the bracket. Probably do another one tomorrow for the rest of it. There. Let's take a look at. I think we're gonna start with our bracket over here. So
Team North America.
Team
'Cause we're in
correct
the
answers.
lead, obviously. you know.
Absolutely, we get to go first.
Save the best.
Home field advantage.
Yeah, best to last.
Home field advantage usually means you go last. But anyways, so you can see up here we've got Dignitas losing to EG.
Yeah, we got EG. We're going for the upset because I'm a little worried about Dignitas. A lot of beach pictures.
Yep.
I don't know if they're taking this too
Come on.
seriously.
EG clearly is.
So
And
I
lots
think
of
EG
fish and
takes
chips from Jack.
Yeah.
He is
a
not
lot of fish and
He's
chips.
eating so many
He's got
carbs.
to eat LA food. That's
Yeah,
the only way.
that's
That's the
true.
only way.
We got Furia beating FaZe. We have BDS
Yeah,
beating
Furia, of
Pioneers,
course.
and then Queso does take down Renegades.
Yeah, Renegades. Yeah, because all right. So North America, they got 3 teams in the upper bracket. There's
Okay.
got to be a cost. There has to be
Oh,
a
like
cost.
a sacrifice.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that sacrifice is NRG losing to OCE. That is that sacrifice
Wait, so
right there.
you have NRG not even having a chance to play in front of a crowd?
What?
Last place. Renegades take them down in this.
North America's number 1.
Oh,
are going to be done.
Gone. Why not?
They have to play Renegades.
My word.
And at this point, I'm terrified of the chaos that CJ brings. So.
This is chaos bracket. Like, this entire event is chaos. It's amazing.
Exactly. So I think all the brackets are right. So it's fine.
Also, Endpoint going through, I like that.
Of course, Endpoint up top, yeah.
Good, yeah.
Isn't it going to be
I got you.
wild when this is exactly what happens?
I'll be so happy. Well, we've got a bracket
What do you guys got?
of our own. We've got Team EU. Wait, what was your team name? Not just NA, right?
Team Wibs.
Wibs?
Wibs.
Team Wibs?
Yeah.
Wibs.
Okay,
Team
well,
Wibs.
here's Team Sunny Boy.
That's right.
Sonny boy.
Can
We've
it
got-
be Johnny Goblin?
Johnny Goblin, there
Johnny
we go.
Goblin.
Johnny
I like
Goblin
that.
is an incredible name. V1 versus SG, we know that already. Endpoint going through, they're going to be versing G2. Then we have Dig going through over EG, and then facing Queso, because NRG do get through on ours.
Okay.
Because we
But
want
they
the
still lose.
sheer... They still
They
lose.
still lose,
We
yeah, they
just
still
want
lose.
the sheer embarrassment.
Oh.
If they get
So-
through, they
so-
have the faith, and then they're like, yeah, but now you got to go up against the wall of cheese.
Okay, so number 1 Europe versus number 1 NA, and then Queso just dominates.
Queso just smashed
Okay.
4-0.
Okay.
So you really believe in Dignitas?
Well, 3-0.
What,
Yeah,
what is...
Dignitas are
What,
Because
fine.
they have the power of fish and chips. You think that's a negative?
I love that
I
it was
think
a
it's
weakness.
negative. Yes. That's a weakness in NA.
And then we also have BDS beating Pioneers.
And
Sorry,
Furia
Pioneers.
as
Yeah,
well.
we also have Furia. We're back in Furia.
Furia.
Okay.
Yep.
So we
Brilliant.
both back Furia, but just not in that first
Not
time.
in the upper
But then,
bracket. no.
look
Okay.
who Furia do actually take down. Furia take down FaZe
Yeah.
on ours. We do not
Same
think
here?
FaZe do well.
No.
Oh, nice.
No, we
Yeah,
had the same there as well.
There's only two differences. So you guys are going EG and Renegades. We're going Dignitas and NRG.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously
I can
we've
see
made the
both
right-
of those
we've made the
happen.
right
That's the
decision.
thing. Like,
Who knows? Who
Yeah.
knows?
I will say that FaZe Furia match will, depending on how the match today goes. How does Furia feel today? I feel like this is literally a day-to-day sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like I could feel very much the other way with depending on how that first match goes. But at the same time, as I'm saying that, I'm sitting here being like, I'm not going to get to see FaZe play until they're playing whoever they're playing in that
Yeah,
match up
you
there.
never know.
So I don't know. FaZe is still a question mark to me, and I've seen them play for 2 days straight, Gibbs.
A lot of teams are question marks here, but every
Yeah.
day I feel like teams are changing, and every day is a brand new day. And I think that's an important thing because we're going to see some tiebreakers where there's rematches happening. Normally in those rematches, the team that won the first time, they win again, but they play on the same day when it's in a regional format. Now it's 24 hours. Everyone gets to rest up. Everyone plays different Rocket League every single day.
it's
so
that
who
it's that
knows?
hard reset in your brain as well, and it's something that I've been hard on FaZe for this so long. Where I said yesterday, they're 3 players that just so happen to be wearing the same jersey, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday they didn't look like that. I was so impressed with them versus Queso. They were teammates, and they nearly beat Queso with that. If they play individually like they have been, then they don't even get close to Game 5. And they did so well. FaZe are very much on the up in my books.
Are you worried about Endpoint if they lose to Furia in this first match and then have to face off against FaZe?
I feel like whenever I doubt Endpoint or I say Endpoint are going to do one thing, they always do the opposite. Genuinely, I spoke to Eclipse about this, their coach, and he was like, yeah, we do that. Like, we subvert expectations at every single opportunity. So I don't know. I do not know how I feel about Endpoint at any given moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, folks, it's been a wild pre-show here, but it's time to start talking about the actual matches of the day. Let's take a look at the schedule that we have in store for you. We got some tiebreakers and then the round 1 of the bracket. The tiebreakers at the top, so important. The winner of Endpoint versus Furia gets a bye and plays tomorrow at YouTube Theater. They don't have to play the rest of the day. The loser has to play the match, and you can see there against FaZe. The NRG versus Renegades. Winner gets the gift of playing Team Queso for the chance of being eliminated. The loser is out immediately. So,
And then 4 more matches where if you lose, there's no crowd. You're just
no
done.
crowd.
Your tournament is over.
So you lose today, you don't play in the YouTube Theater. Simple as that.
with the exception of match
With
1.
the exception of the first one where you
Yeah,
can actually
match one,
go,
that's it.
You get 2 tries,
And then-
but the second try is against FaZe. So
Yeah.
it's going to be tough for all
It's
these
tough.
teams.
This
is
format is brutal.
It is a brutal format. It starts off group stage, match 1. That was
Everyone's
fun.
having fun.
Match 2, that was fun. Then it's wait a minute, what is going on here? We've got to play for our life all of a sudden.
It's brutal, and it's like I feel like also the least brutal format we've ever had. Like it's tough to be a.
So
You
have an
have so
extra
many
life.
matches that
Yeah.
you do actually play to get through.
You had to lose a lot of games to get to this situation, NRG. Just
And then
saying,
there's
like,
3 teams that we don't see on here, and those are the 3 North America teams. V1, you know, why not an NA4 seed? Space Station, the NA5 seed, and G2, the NA2 seed, I believe. So they're all sitting pretty, just waiting to play in front of that crowd.
We'll see what happens with them later, but today it's all about this list in front of us. And starting things off with Endpoint versus Furia. Endpoint, one of the favorites of the fall major. Here, a team with question marks, Johnny.
They have been inconsistent. Seiko didn't score a goal against Furia yesterday, and that angered him. He was getting called out on Twitter. He was on Twitter after the game, looking at what people are saying about him. Somebody's saying that Seiko's not a LAN player, so he decided, well, actually, I'm going to start scoring goals. Scored a bunch of goals against NRG, but it didn't score any in this matchup yesterday when Furia took them down.
I'm concerned, though, for Furia, because they've been here before where they're so close to a top 8 finish, and then they fall short. Now they have 3 tries at it. They played Renegades, they lost, now they got 2 more tries. They're going up against Endpoints. The #1 defense of this group, only giving up 1.5 goals against per game. That is fantastic compared to everyone in this group. But last time they played Furia, game 1, they put up 3. Then they put up 4. So Endpoint got to start off quick with that good defense.
I feel like Relating Wave here is the player I have my eye on the most closely in this match. I've seen Seiko pop off. I've seen Metzanaris pop off.
He got a goal in the top 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Relating Wave's the player I have the most questions about.
Yeah, we've not seen too much of him, I don't think, so far. Or maybe it's more a case of we look at the unquantifiable measures that we look at players of. Like, he's more, the classic term of he's more the glue of the team. But, like, he's still ultimately being there and doing very well to get Endpoint to face off against Furia for the #1 spot in that group. There's still so much more we can see from Wave. There is a huge amount more we can see. We've seen Seiko elevate himself to a level where he wasn't near that when he played Furia before. Metza, he's also done a great job to be a player we've noticed a lot. With Wave, he's been understated at this event, and when they have won previously, back in fall, it's when he was playing well, and it's when he elevated his teammates. I think Endpoint has still got a good couple of tens of percentages to go until they reach full power.
Well, on the other side of things, Furia looking to make history, looking to get the best performance they possibly can here and try to make it to that LAN crowd.
So after round 2, they were feeling great. 2-0 in the group, taking down Endpoint, taking down NRG. All they had left was Renegades sitting at 0-2, and they couldn't get it done. They didn't even win a game.
How has this happened again? How does this happen twice? I don't understand how Renegades have swept Furia 2 times.
It's crazy.
In 2 straight events. And this time it's ruined not only Furia's tournament, but it's also ruined NRG's tournament because they thought, oh well, you know, we're playing Endpoint for seeding. At least we're going through to the playoffs. Yeah. No, Renegades beat Furia. Now you have to play them to get your playoff spot.
And that's going to be a rough 24 hours after that match where you could be thinking about just having that whole day off of Friday, getting ready in the upper bracket, but no. You have to come back here, play 1, maybe 2 more matches. They can't be feeling great.
If there's anything in NRG's favor, it's their undefeatable mental. I feel like this is going to be one of the most difficult mental days for any of these teams that have to play. So we'll see. But we're not talking about NRG yet. Right now, Furia versus Endpoint, the match on the stage. And who's going to be able to take that? I can't. It's crazy that we're in this situation again. I keep looking down at this. I have a list of like all the groups in front of me, and I've been like writing in like, okay, this team got first.
Well, I mean, we've seen our brackets already, so we know that you guys have collectively gone Endpoint, and we've collectively gone Endpoint. So either you both think that, or we both think that, and or somebody's just had a better case than the other. We agree to disagree, but what we can agree on, I think, is that this is a very, very close match. It's tough to pick, and Endpoint, I think I'm leaning more towards them because they have just come off a great win against NRG, whereas Furia have come off a horrific loss to Renegades. So
and Endpoint have really impressed me off the pitch as well, where they have, we said yesterday, they look so defeated and deflated, and yet then they beat NRG. Like, right now, they're having that team talk, Eclipse behind them, getting them going, geeing them up. But their psychologist has been hanging around as well and making sure that they are in a really good place mentally. And I'm so intrigued to see just how well that works, because we've seen how well it does in regional events as well. Then you compare them between South America and Europe, and the stats for Furia are just mind-blowingly
It
good.
is always offense versus defense. Furia, they come out here, they're number one in offense in this group as well. So they're putting up numbers, but Endpoint, their defense is number one. So it's a battle of the two best of the group. We already knew that coming in. It's a rematch, and we've had 22 tie breaks in regional play. 15 times, whoever won the first matchup, they won again. But that was always on the same day. It's been 24 hours.
Endpoint have also
Endpoint
have never lost a rematch. I was chatting to Eclipse.
Yeah.
He said they've never lost a rematch.
What does that mean? It means that like when they've played a team,
I think in
When
one
they,
event,
when they tie break against a team that they
Or like in a
previously
tournament,
lost to
I guess?
I think in a tournament,
Or they've just never lost to a team
they've
twice?
never done it twice to one team in one tournament. Like they've figured it out in one way or another.
Well, I believe them.
that's a great, that's
Actually,
a great
no,
stat to have.
that's just not true. They lost twice to Queso in the most recent regional. So
Either
Eclipse
Eclipse,
is,
either Eclipse is lying or I'm an idiot.
I will not have
But
it.
they didn't win the first one, so I don't know if that
they
counts. I
lost
don't know.
twice.
Let's,
yeah.
we're getting very close to game time here, folks. Let's hear what the chat thinks with the Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag END or hashtag FUR, depending on which side you are feeling here. And let's go down the line, gentlemen. Make our own predictions. We sort of have alluded to it already, but let's put it down on paper for real.
You go by the bracket that me and Johnny made, Johnny Goblin, as we are. I think, to me, it's
Beautiful
Endpoint.
beast.
You look at how well they've done. Their mental is in a really good spot right now, I think. To me, it's Endpoint through and through. I think Furia, unfortunately, just choke it.
Ooh, I wasn't going to go say that they choke it, but I think Endpoint just outplay them. I do agree it's got to be Endpoint here for me, but I don't know. I don't think Furia choke it. I think this will be a good series. I think this will be a very good series, actually. And I think Furia are going to score some incredible goals. But Endpoint, they are a great team and they can prepare, and they have had a full day of preparation, well, full night of preparation now for this rematch. So I've got to go Endpoint.
So I'm going to go game 5, but I agree it's going to be a choke. It's going to be a choke,
Yeah,
and Endpoint's
I'm
going to
scared.
take it. I'm worried about Furia because they had it all there. They're so close to a top 8. They've never been there before. It's that last hurdle. I don't think they do it.
Okay, we made a bracket. I'm going with Endpoint as well. That makes a unanimous desk across the whole way here of us taking down Endpoint.
Siempre con algo diferente, una sorpresa, algo por el estilo. Esto es un libreto, gente, no importa. Simplemente estamos haciendo que se crean que es un libreto. Pero ¿por qué tienen que estar votando con ellos?
So angry.
What?
No importa lo que estoy diciendo, es un libreto, está todo bien.
Does he want us
Son
to
mis
check?
amigos, estoy feliz de estar aquí, de verdad, súper feliz.
I don't want to.
Furia si quieren,
He's saying
Sí,
Furia.
yo voy por Furia. Siempre voy por
Furia,
Furia, así que
Furia.
no importa nada.
Furia, sorry.
Just make
Just
I think
just
he
put
wants
them all
to-
Mira,
Furia.
esa
I'll
es la
go
idea.
Furia.
No hay idea,
Yeah,
gente,
yeah,
no hay
yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Yo no venía aquí a hacer esto.
Sorry.
Yo simplemente quería estar aquí con ustedes, pasarla bien,
Sorry.
hacerles sentir
He's so
bien.
intimidating.
Y nada, estoy súper contento porque voy a estar casteando el juego de Furia. Así que, mira, yo me voy a ir de aquí, voy a pasarla bien con los demás. Y nada, nos vemos, disfruten esto.
We have a show.
We got a show, Chamaco.
What's going on?
What just happened?
We just got intimidated into predicting Furia.
Where can the people come from?
I thought it was close. I was like, fair enough. I'll change the
Furia.
prediction.
Okay, cool. What's the Verizon fan vote? What did chat think? Did chat get intimidated as well? They
they did.
absolutely. Furia there. Going to be predicted all the way down. Folks, a match to go straight to YouTube Theater. We've got Endpoint versus Furia. The loser has to face off in another match later on today and might be eliminated before making it in front of the crowd. Endpoint on one side, Furia on the other. We've got Jorby and Chamaco in the Verizon Skybox.
Well, Chamaco, I think you might have convinced a couple people out there to vote for Furia.
I wasn't even trying though.
You made your presence felt, though, that's for sure. Furia have looked good this week, better than they have in the fall major. This could be where they elevate to that first top 6 placement for South America ever in an international event.
It will be historical if they do, but either way, I'm here with you, and I have the permission to be as biased as I want.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Go for it.
And you're an NA caster, I'm Sam caster, you know. No 8A teams here, so you better go with Furia with me here.
We'll see. I've been casting Furia's matches all week, and they have looked excellent. At least earlier against Endpoint they did, and one of the things that worked so well was just their ferocious challenge game on Endpoint. Endpoint had so many problems getting the ball away from Furia players, and Furia already starting out here trying to start with Kaio's shot, and it's saved by Metsonaris, but still Furia are gonna press. Yanks throws this one up high, but Endpoint able to get the clear.
And when you talk about Furia's aggressiveness, I was going to say, hey, Kaio is here doing the job in the midfield, and just right there, he's going, intercepting the ball and going for the attack right away. So that's, I think, the change in Furia's playstyle, giving Kaio that presence in the midfield.
And we were talking about this beforehand, but you were telling me about Yanks and his addition to this team this season and how it didn't really start out the way that they wanted it to. Yanks being that mechanical. Oh my goodness, Kaio taking the shot, and we were just talking about him. Yanks with a beautiful pass.
And yes, it was a rough ride in the beginning with Yanks, but now you see him as he click with the rest of the teammates. So he knows Kaio is right there. He's the midfield presence, so he can make the pass and Kaio will take it.
There's been a lot of talk about Kaio this week as well. He has looked the best that he's ever in an international land. And Card, we've called him King Card for a long time, but he's kind of taken a back seat to this Furia team.
Hey, a king has to know when to go to battle and when to stay on the throne, So Card is improving a lot, and he's more mature now, and he's doing what's best for the team.
For Endpoint, Stumpy saying they usually don't lose to teams twice. They did end up losing twice to Queso, but now putting on some shots. That's a great place by Relating Wave, 1-1 Endpoint.
And I think Wave was talking about Relating Wave, actually, how he has to step up offensively for his teammates. And right there, that's a 1-1 team game. Relating Wave just proving that he deserves to be here, that he heard the casters, and he's ready to not disappoint.
Ooh, another shot right off the kickoff by Yanks. Seiko on the defense here. Unable to get a goal last time against Furia. And upset about it as well, but he sets up Metsonaris here, denied by Yanks. Gets there in time as Card puts it back up. But Relating Wave ends up giving the ball back to Kaio. Off the ceiling, 2 touches. Does he have a third? No, it drops straight down. Relating Wave, first clear, but Furia keep it up off the back wall. No shot's gonna come immediately as Card plays it out to the side, wins the 50 against Relating Wave.
I love how Card went for the wall, and he didn't go for the goal. So he gave time to his teammates to, recover from the lost boost, the positioning that they didn't have. So that was a very smart play by King Card.
There's Card on his own backboard. Cut off by Seiko, starting to get aggressive. 2 touches in front. Relating Wave denied by Kaio in front of the box. Endpoint have been able to stay in the orange half, but another clear for Furia. So they're gonna have to retreat beyond the midfield line as the orange cars push forward. Head in front of the box, and he missed the touch. The pass actually would have connected after the miss on defense.
Yeah, Kaio was expecting the hit from the defense. He wasn't expecting the whiff. So, sometimes whiff works even at this level.
Pushed off the side wall. Furia get down the field again. They've faced a couple of shots here from Endpoint in the last minute or so, and Furia's offense has kind of waned. They try to get by Metsonaris and company. Relating Wave sets that one out, but now Furia starting to gain control of midfield. Yanks, that's a non-touch, and another pass off the back wall. Card, light shot. Kyle gets in the way to prevent the clear from Relating Wave. Nice catch from Yanks. Dribble, bump, goal! Card scores for Furia!
And everything starts with Kyle. He went over there, he kept the control of the ball, and then Yanks with a beautiful pass. Card right there, waiting for it. It was a tough play for Metsonaris. He tried to actually get in between the ball and the player, but no way he couldn't do it, and now we have a match going on for Furia.
And that earlier challenge from Kaio as well, from the botched shot to keep the play alive. Furia getting all 3 players involved on offense. Next lob from Yanks, but Relating Wave puts it back downfield. He's got enough boost. Met on the 50, and the shot doesn't come as Kaio gets right in the way. Endpoint starting to get physical. Relating Wave denied, but that's right over to Seiko. And again, Kaio so quick on the challenges on defense.
Doing great on the defense, doing great on the clears for Furia. Endpoint needs to be able to attack a little bit more. And there it is! Another fake, another whip. I don't know what to call it, but it works. It is working for Endpoint right now. I mean, Seiko with the strong shot, and Metsonaris just being there. The presence of Metsonaris just makes everything happen.
Yeah, Yanks has to respect the fact that Metsonaris can touch that ball and just freezes him on the goal line. Endpoint strike back. Might win on the kickoff here. Relating Wave will take the boost. Metsonaris will take the ball. Seiko wants to come up but can't commit. And the ball cleared over Endpoint's heads. Off the back wall, that one just missed. A sneaky shot. Metsonaris ends up losing control. Seiko protecting his own corner boost. Trying to clear it again. On the flip reset, challenged by Kaio. Seiko, try as he may to get something going. Kaio keeps getting in his way.
I feel that the game is being played on the blue zone a little bit more than on the orange, but still we have a tight match. So this is really exciting. Every single time that the Endpoint has tried to attack, it's been very successful, even though Furia is, working on the pacing of the game. Controlling. Yeah.
Trying to get back to the challenge, and Yang's gonna grab this one. Not a lot of boost to work with. Screening across, maybe for a bump. Kaio got the challenge against Seiko, and another challenge from Card. Metanaris next up, Endpoint. Starting to feel the pressure. Yanks around the corner. 150 in front. Seiko got dunked on the crossbar. Oh! Kaio! Straight off the sky into the net, 3-2!
That was amazing. And that's why you have to keep on playing the whole time. Look at him going for the ball, and no one was there to defend. They were a little bit too late, and he took advantage of that. Now they have a 1-goal advantage with 23 seconds left. This is amazing start for Furia.
Yanks losing the 50. Seiko, flip reset, missed the touch, and Card just got back to it, but it's a loose ball. Metanaris has the grab. Yanks close there on the back wall, and a very tight rotation here for Furia.
Oh.
Another pass in front, light shot denied. Turning back is Relating, or Metanaris trying to bring it back, and he does get the push on the 50. Next up, Relating Wave, up close. Oh, it's just off the postcards there, Seiko. It can't get the ball, and Furia take game one.
Wow, what a close match. It was so intense because even at the end, Endpoint still had a chance to tie the game.
Yeah, I mean, they had good pushes down the field, good passes, looking for those bumps, and they had those pushes off the kickoff, just couldn't find a way to get by the back wall. I mean, how many times did Kaio just get in front of a challenge when Endpoint were trying to set something up? Good shot from Relating Wave to set it up, but then a couple of really nice goals from Furia.
And I love that everyone was involved in the plays of Furia. It wasn't just Kaio. We were talking about how good Kaio is, and yes, he showed us how good he is, but it wasn't just Kaio. I mean, Yanks was involved, Card was involved, so every single player knows their place in the team, and they were doing something to make it happen. They really want this.
I gotta say, it's great to have you here,
oh, man, thank you.
Chamaco, man. It's awesome. You get to represent South America and watch Furia try to make this this top 6 happen for them. But Endpoint are obviously going to be such a tough out for them. Furia took them out in 4 last time, prevented Seiko from scoring a single goal. That didn't happen this time. Seiko did end up getting a goal, and so maybe things can settle down for Endpoint a little bit. They have to remain, level on the mentality. Can't let this game one shake them up.
It will be impossible to keep Seiko off not scoring, for 2 straight series. That will be like really historical because Seiko is a beast. He is a beast. I mean, one of the best players to watch in Europe right now. So, but again, I think my only problem here with Endpoint right now is that I feel they're whiffing a lot, and that worked a little bit on some goals on the first match. I don't know if that's gonna keep working afterwards, So I wanted to see them a little bit more precise in their shots.
Endpoint needs some adjustments. Seiko gonna start the push. That back wall has been hard to work with on the orange half. Ball kicked away. It's actually gonna be Seiko's ball. He's got a lot of boost. Nice pass over to Relating Wave. It's gonna be cleared. Move back downfield. Furia gonna have that first man go downfield, be a target to pass to on a lot of these transitions. Endpoint gonna have to chase this one down. They do get the 50, back over to Seiko. There's Card again underneath. Can just get that ball away from Metanaris. There's another one from Kaio. Card swings around, shot, forces Metanaris into the air. He's got the first save. Maybe another from Furia, but Met stays on the ball.
This is a slower pace match. I mean, I wasn't expecting this. A lot of play on the midfield. Oh my God, what a second touch from Relating Wave. That was a good self-play. I mean, it was all him, and he just seized the opportunity. No one was able to defend the backboard, and at this level, Derby, you have to be there. You have to defend that backboard.
Absolutely. Kaio kind of pre-jumping, thinking that shot's immediately going to go to the top, seeing Relating Wave, knowing he can slot that high. So he jumps a little early, and Relating Wave knew it. Instead went for the backboard and got the double touch. An excellent shot from Relating Wave. Furia trying to set something up, but there's Relating Wave again. 2 touches off the backboard, drops it down, and a goal for Seiko!
I told you that they have to defend that backboard. I mean, back-to-back, they have done the same. I mean, a similar play. This time, Relating Wave wasn't able to get the second touch, but Seiko is right there. They have an amazing communication, and this is what I was telling you. Endpoint needed to be more precise, more accurate, and they're showing off on the second game.
Starting to get their touches a little bit higher, forcing Furia to get uncomfortable on defense. It's worked successfully so far. A hard transition for Yanks. Going in front, looking for the bump. He's got it. The shot's just off the crossbar, and a clear comes for Relating Wave.
that was a good play. I mean, I love the fake. I love the intent on the play. However, you know, good defense from Endpoint. They covered as much as they could from in the net. And that's another shot. Okay, a little bit slow on that one, so easy to defend. But they still have the advantage. So you don't want to go too crazy on those plays.
Yeah, maybe a missed opportunity from Endpoint to get that third goal. And Seiko in danger, end up picking up that save. Pass to nobody, and relating wave, Metzenaris, Seiko, all pushed down the field. Yanks flips the ball over Metzenaris before he gets deleted. Card, nice catch on the back wall. Stabilize on defense, but Endpoint starting to crush on the orange half. Here's another shot coming off the backboard. Dunked! Metzenaris flexes!
Metzenaris, the veteran, doing... Oh, man. How you defend that? I mean, it's impossible to defend. Kaio did everything he could. The only thing would have been better was to hit the ball high up over the net. But, I mean, it's so difficult to do that. So, Metzenaris just reading that. It's crazy.
And Endpoint did this to Furia in their last series, but it took them one more game to do it. Furia went up 2-0 in their last series, and then Endpoint put up a 4 spot on them. This time, Endpoint get the offense going a little earlier. Probably going to make this series a little harder for Furia to tackle. And Endpoint now facing a little bit of pressure. There is some time for Furia to start the comeback clock. They might need this goal soon. Oh, and there it is! Card snipes the ball in front. What a thief!
Card was just casually going by in between everyone. You know, Seiko had no idea he was there. He had no idea. I mean, the angle, the field of view, he was looking at the ball, not the ball behind him. So Card just stole that from Seiko. And, you know, they're going with the fake kickoff as well. So Furia trying to make new things happen in this second match.
They've really been working on that fake kickoff. They've used it at least once in almost every single, or actually, yeah, they have used it once in every single match in the tournament so far. And I think they've actually gained control of the ball on every fake kickoff. So it's worked to fruition. They haven't gone to it, they haven't overused it, if you will, where teams are starting to read it. Does keep them in possession. Can they actually get a goal-scoring opportunity? There's another touch in front, forces Seiko up, and it's a hard touch, but he makes it happen. And Yanks keeps that ball close. Card trying to dive forward, and Relating Wave will finally relieve the pressure.
You see how Relating Wave was expecting that pass. He caught the pass, he got the steal. So this is what Endpoint is doing right now. They are expecting the passes from Furia, and they're a step ahead, so they can actually steal those passes and avoid the Furia's attack.
Pass over from Mets, but can't connect with Relating Wave right away. Makes the 50 happen. Furia starting to relax on their orange half. They've been able to clear the ball quickly back to the blue. A little bit of pressure now for Endpoint. 2 touches in front of the box. Yanks had to avoid a demo. Got 1 touch. Just missed the second one. Relating Wave was there regardless. And Kaio next up. 1 touch in front. Off the back wall. Taken away by Metzenaris. Card flipping back quickly. Back to midfield. Metzenaris takes the ball. But Yanks waits for it. And now he's got control. Lobs it up for Card. And another push commences for Furia. No dunk for him. And Endpoint have survived so far within the final minute.
You see how Furia has to be playing a lot slower than they were before. Oh, that's a great pass. That's a nice shot in Seiko on net defending that ball. Furia needs to start now. I mean, they were doing so well on the first match with the speed, with their speed, just dominating the play style. But right now they're being forced to play a little bit slower, and that's going for Endpoint on this match.
Seiko has been a nuisance on the defensive end. He's come up with most of the saves. Nice kick from Metzenaris, and he weaves his way around the defense, giving Endpoint security.
Just waiting for it. Just watching what he's going to do. Janks just baiting him a little bit and playing like a veteran that he is. Metzenaris doing great on that 4th goal, and now this seems like it's going to be a match for Endpoint no matter what. I mean, 25 seconds left. A miracle. Furia needs a miracle in this match.
And it all started with that beautiful double touch from Relating Wave off the backboard. And they got 2 of those backboard reads, like you talked about earlier. Furia had to clean up on that. Feel like after those first 2 goals, they were a lot better on the back wall, but then they just couldn't really get the offense going. They had spent a lot of time in the blue half. It wasn't that they weren't without their chances, just couldn't really convert, and Endpoint have tied the series up.
I think they were able to control a little bit the midfield, but never attack too hard on the net. So, that doesn't do anything for you. And Endpoint, to their end, they were not as active on the midfield, but they were not forcing anything because they had the lead. So they were very comfortable on the defense, just getting good clears, and it worked. I mean, it really worked for them every single time that they had a chance to attack. They took advantage of it, and look at the 6 shots, 4 goals. That's a very good.
Yeah, great efficiency by
Efficiency,
Endpoint.
yep.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I talked to Mateus a little bit beforehand, and they weren't expecting to waltz in here and be able to beat Endpoint easily again. He knew it was going to be just as hard as they initially thought it would be, and I mean, you can see why on the other side. Endpoint really working hard to get over this hump and make sure that Furia can't beat them twice, and it would be big for them to get into the upper bracket, because that lower bracket looks scary. You don't want to have to go down there and play face.
Definitely. You don't want to play. I mean, you have the best 16, well, 15 now, but yeah, you have the best teams in the world here. So,
yeah.
I mean, there's no easy matchup. I mean, we saw Furia. They beat 2 great teams and then went down with Renegades, which tells you Renegades is also a really great team. So everyone here is scary, and Furia knows that very well.
Endpoint, quick shot off the kickoff to start game 3, and another one denied, both by Kaio. That one a little light, but that first one was dangerous. Seiko, now he's got control, 30 boost, comes straight down for the fake, but Card able to slip that ball away and win the next 50.
Let's see, Furia is starting a little bit more aggressive now. They know they want to keep the speed up and control the ball. So they're trying, even with demos right now, which is, well, that actually was really way back getting the demo on Furia. And that's one thing, I haven't seen Europe or NA do a lot of demos against Furia, which is something that has surprised me. I don't know why, but it has surprised me.
Well, when they played NRG in that first game, they were really demo heavy against Furia, but then somehow just got away from it. I don't know if Furia were just good at avoiding those chances or just weren't in the spots for NRG to demo them, but it has been hard for teams to take out Furia for sure, as this one scooped around, and Furia trying to keep this ball away from Endpoint on the orange half.
There is a relative wave going for the pass, and Metson already sees, oh my god, he was expecting that pass, but great clear from Card. And again, we were talking about how Card is, watch it, oh my god. Okay, I was talking about the Card, but you gotta take it here, I mean.
Hey, Chamaco, if you can't beat him, delete him. Yanks going full bore onto Seiko, and Kaio delivers the first goal for Furia.
And he went really out of his way to get that demo. Seiko was nowhere near on the line for the ball, but it worked out. It was a beautiful demo, and we were talking about demos, how Furia is not getting demo that much, and they said, well, I mean, maybe we should be the one demo in the other team.
Well, another shot just off the post, and I mean, Seiko had saved almost every try that they had. It's a great plan for Yanks, but here's a great shot off the crossbar and in! Seiko delivers the strike!
I mean, I told you before, and I'll say it again, Seiko is one of the best players and most entertaining players to see in Europe, and wow, what a shot, right on the crossbar and down in the net. It's impossible to defend that almost, so it's almost impossible to defend Seiko.
I mean, Relating Wave's pass also just hard on the nose. We talk about the man's accuracy, but it's not just his shots, it's his passing as well. He's so tough whenever he's behind the ball, because he's just a triple threat, whether it's the shot, the pass, or just the harassment in front of the 50. But Furia trying again here off the backboard. 2 touches for Kaio, but he's immediately met by Relating Wave. Still, it's popped up in front of the box, and quickly up was Metsunaris. Seiko gets the quick clear. Might have split Furia's defense, just saved by Kaio.
It was a great save by Kaio. I mean, as soon as he saw the ball was landing in front of the net, he decided, well, I gotta go back. Oh my god, Seiko. That was so close. And now this 1v1, 1v2 actually. Yanks trying to get the ball on net. The pass for Card, for Kaio. Kaio, another one, maybe, I believe. Well, it was a little bit too much.
A little bit, but that defense from Endpoint had to hold. That's an awkward spot with that ball just constantly hanging up in front of the box. Here's another touch from Card. Metsunaris straight back out. Kaio pops it up. But Seiko's there, and Endpoint's defensive rotations flowing like water against Furia's offense.
I gotta say, this is so much fun. I mean, both teams are defending excellent, and their offense is, I mean, it's out of this world. Oh my god, watch it. That was a great pass, but no one was there to get it. I think it was a pass intended to be as fast because of the placement of the ball right in front of the net.
Kaio has to protect the ball. Endpoint starting to get demo heavy. There's another one. As it's pushed out to the side, Seiko picking up 2 of those demos. Now they are starting to get to that physical game that teams just haven't really found against Furia. But here again, Metsunaris going to keep that ball close. Relating Wave diving forward. Metsunaris also diving and somehow keep that ball back into the corner. And a little messy here, a scrum in the corner as Seiko tries to push it across, and it's just Bang, bang the other way. Orange car into blue car constantly for possession, but Endpoint remain in possession. The shot denied by Kaio. Company in front, Furia get the clear.
And remember, whenever you get those demo-heavy playstyles, you also take out the boost out of your opponent. So Furia didn't have any boost. They were very... They were cornered in their own field, and they were not able to get the clear. So that was very nice from Endpoint at that point.
Furia not getting that touch, and Seiko, he's got lead on the ball. Card's able to get up there in time, but the rest of Furia have to wait for Metsunaris' touch. Kyle's done waiting. He's got the 50, but it's not a follow-up for Furia. Instead, it's Endpoint continuing to meet the punch from Furia on defense. They finally get a clear back towards the box, but can they generate more pressure? So we're in the final minute. That ball launched downfield. Yanks trying to protect it. Gave himself enough time to get back to it, and that's another clear out to the side by Kyle, but they gotta get back to the ball. Seiko, pass in front, relating wave denied by Kyle, who just keeps jumping in front of every ball on defense.
But you see now how Kaio is not playing the midfield. He's been forced to play in the back, and that's hurting Furia. That's hurting their offense. So they're not as fast as they were before on game number 1. And you see it on the scoreboard. It's only a one-game goal for each team.
Quick pass, but midfield, Kaio strikes from afar, and Furia lead with 23 seconds left.
Don't let Kaio be on the midfield. That's the lesson here, right? Whenever you keep him in the back, then he's not on the offense. But whenever he's on midfield, that's fair game for him.
Kaio coming up big time off the pass from Yanks, and now Endpoint need a goal tie in the last 20 seconds. Yanks off the ceiling. Tried to get the pre-flip on that touch, and he actually succeeded. And Furia trying to get some insurance at the end of the game. Card jumping in front of it. A lot of 50s, but now Mets. He's got Seiko on the wing. Cut off by Yanks. Forces relating wave to hurry up and get back. But Kyle's there in front. Has to put the ball on the ground. Seiko, he lost control of his car. And Furia, one away from the upper bracket.
Man, one away, but it's been tough. It's been really tough to get here. Nothing but respect to Endpoint right now. That they're doing everything great. They were doing the demos. They were keeping Kaio out of the midfield. They were avoiding the shots from Card and Yanks. They were forcing Furia to play in the back wall. So everything they're doing is right, but one single mistake, one single moment where Kaio is on the midfield, where they have the chance to attack, and Furia is just taking full advantage of that.
Every time that Endpoint had a chance on net too, it was always Kaio somehow jumping in front of the net. Yanks had a couple where it was one play in particular where he stops a hard shot towards the net. He stops the ball in midair, lands on the back wall, and is able to recover in time, but he kept the ball close enough to be able to get back to it. That kind of control, that kind of poise on defense from how much pressure they were facing in the orange half. Furia getting that one chance, that one mistake that Endpoint gave them, that could put them over the hump, and now Endpoint have to respond.
It's funny because we're talking about Kaio and Yanks as if Card is not doing anything, but I mean...
I haven't mentioned Card's name like at all.
He's the king, and he's just, right there just waiting for something to happen because Yanks and Kaio are being that good.
Like you said, a good king knows when to listen to his advisors. And Yanks and Kaio, they're the best on the team for it. Now Endpoint, they've had a couple of nice goals. They've had good pressure. They've had good form. Seiko, he's looked pretty solid so far, and he continues to deliver. Endpoint have the lead.
That was a whiff. Yanks thought he had it, and Card, he trusted Yanks a lot on that one. But again, beautiful placement from Seiko. It couldn't have been better, I gotta say it.
But you gotta be careful when you're positioning like that on defense. Can't be too optimistic.
Yep.
Gotta let that play develop in front of you. And a fake kickoff again, but they get harassed on it. Kaio in front, able to flip into the ball, passed on the challenge. Card, next up, just missed that second touch, and Metsunaris gets in front.
There was a play where you needed someone else to be up front for Endpoint. Metsunaris had the great clear, but there was no one to follow up, and it would have been a tremendous 2v1 situation for Endpoint and get that second goal. That would have been great for them at this point in the series.
Too committed for Endpoint, but that's a good follow-up touch to get the ball to Seiko. Furia don't want to let Endpoint play with the ball for too long. Popped up high. The big miss, and then Kaio couldn't punish them. Endpoint get away with one.
Again, every single time they whiff, they don't hit the ball right. Furia is not expecting that at all. Watch it.
Was that Yanks who just flew in trying to get the bump?
It was Yanks, yeah.
Oh my goodness. No fear Wanted that mid-air bump in the net. Didn't quite get it, but Yanks is all over the place, excuse me. Kaio's had a couple of nice chances, but Relating Wave finally relieves that pressure gauge for Endpoint and starting to build it on the side of Furia. Do they have the chance here from Seiko? Pops it across. What a touch from Yanks to beat Relating Wave, but Seiko's still there. Lob in front of the box. 2 commit from Furia. A bit of panic on the defensive side.
We haven't seen those very often, but whenever they happen, it's a bad sign. It's a bad moment for Furia. So hopefully they can, go back to not having those double commits and not having 2 people defending at the same place. I mean, you gotta defend the net. It's obviously you gotta defend the net, but you need the communication to not do it twice at a time.
Furia stabilizing now on defense, but they still can't get control of midfield. And here's Relating Wave pushing it across. Yanks having to get into the net to make that save, and now Seiko's in the air. Does he have the chance? No, it's taken away. He had no boost on the play. Yanks flipping back into that ball, wants another bump, he's got it. And that does force the next 50. Yanks continuing to go to that air dribble bump to try to get that break, to facilitate offense for Furia, but they just can't break out still against Endpoint.
It's been working, but at the same time, I think, watch it. No! Seiko's so close, and the ball's still in the dangerous zone. Kaio needs to get the clear, but he was too slow for that one. Relating Wave had his chance to make the pass, but King Card right there, going for the defense.
Endpoint stayed in this half for about 30 seconds. Goal for insurance would be huge. It's been tough. Relating Wave can't get in front of it. Kaio barely gets there in time. The follow-ups are slow from Furia on defense. They need a break here on the 50. That's a good carry from Yanks, but Relating Wave scoops the ball away from him, but here we go. Here's Furia, and another double for Endpoint. Doesn't matter as long as you get that ball cleared out. They couldn't do so. Cart drops the ball, and that's another clear for Endpoint.
I love how Yanks decided, well, we're not doing good clears with strong hits. I'm going to carry the ball and get the clear that way. And that's, that was the pace changer that they needed at that time. And they need to get the ball right into the blue zone because, 100 seconds left, and they're still down by 1. And Endpoint is attacking very well. Talking about good attacks right there. You saw that play. Furia is being forced to defend everything right now.
That recovery from Card to get the save was wonderful, but here's another shot denied. Kaio flying in for the save. Another save by Furia. All the defense is great, but like you said, they need to get to the blue half. Popped up high in front of midfield. Pass over to Kaio, denied by Relating Wave. Still Furia's ball. Yanks back over to Card. Card's got the first touch and denied by Relating Wave off the backboard. Furia settled down beyond midfield. They let Seiko take it, and they have the play off the backboard.
Endpoint has been great at just avoiding a lot of attacks. Oh, watch it. Oh my God. Kaio had the opportunity, but Seiko will get the clear. Relating Wave now after the ball, and he's just wasting time right now. Just getting the ball really high and just running down that clock.
Good touch from Kaio. Maybe this is the start of the Furia push. As we approach the final, or we are in the final minute. We're way past it at this point. Furia, 2 touches, but Metanaris gets in the way. The 50s from Endpoint have been crucial to their success on defense. They've gotten in front of almost every single touch. They continue to do so as Seiko pushes it back to the corner.
Only 20 seconds left on this match, and it seems like we're gonna have a game 5, and it couldn't be any better than this, but Furia still have a chance here, so let's see if they can make the last push.
Kaio from his own corner, Seiko up off the ceiling, slowing down the transition. Furia will advance. Metanaris keeping the ball close. Card off the backboard, comes straight down. No way! Yanks puts it in the net with 2 seconds remaining. We're gonna go to overtime.
And those are the type of plays that you don't expect. It was a pass against the back wall. Seiko should have been there. I don't know if he had enough boost or what, or he was recovering for something, but he should have been there to avoid that pass and avoid that attack. Anyways, 2 seconds left, tight game.
Something happened off the kickoff. Seiko cheats up quickly, set in front of the box, and we do go to overtime in game 4. Endpoint, danger falling to the lower bracket, having to play phase. But can they survive? Can they force game 5? Furia, get this one off the kickoff. Mets pushing it back down for Seiko. Gonna catch this ball after Kaio gets in the way. That one teed off, it's still Yanks' ball, stays low on the 50, dodges one demo, 42 boost in the tank, on the side wall, avoids another Endpoint defender. Yanks getting down, can't find the ball, goal! Kaio does it! They get Furia to the upper bracket, South America!
How good is Yanks controlling that ball? He held it and held it and held it until he was able to make the pass, and then Kaio was right there, just trusting his teammate.
That was, wow. Yanks, wow, what a push down the field, the low 50, avoiding the bump from Metanaris, catching the ball on the sidewall, and Endpoint. You see Relating Wave devastated that they couldn't get that goal. They knew that they had it in their hands. There was 23 seconds left on the clock before Furia tied the game.
I feel for Relating Waves, you know, I really feel for him, but at the same time, I couldn't be any happier for these guys. Look at them, look at them. They're finally right there, top 6. I mean, can you believe that?
That is crazy. I mean, especially with how Furia played in the Fall Major, the only team they ended up beating were G2 and 5. They lost to Renegades to be eliminated, and then they lost to Renegades earlier. And you were thinking, okay, they beat NRG, they beat Endpoint. Okay, Renegades, no problem, right? But for some reason, they can't beat Kami. Kami literally owns Card and Kyle.
Yep.
They can't beat him. But then you go and play Endpoint again. Endpoint looked better than they did last time, and Furia still beat them in 4.
Yeah, that tells you how much homework they have done, because they have studied these EU teams, these NA teams. They have studied them, you know, at the fullest, and maybe they need to do a little bit more homework on OCE. But other than that, they showed up to play. You know, before I thought maybe they don't have this mental fortitude where they could be down so much on a game and still come back. But this time, you know, 20 seconds left and they were still in the game.
That was a gritty game. Just so many fast challenges. It really felt like immovable object meets unstoppable force. But Shamako, you've been all smiles since that last goal has gone in. And pop off, man. Absolutely deserved it. I'm sure chat's going absolutely wild. They've been supporting Furia all week. They've literally won in the chat prediction game every time they've been on stream. And there's just a lot of fans out there that have been wanting to see South America finally take the next step in the RLCS. And this is finally it. Furia have done it.
It's the underdog story. I mean, you always want to see underdog get up and make it happen. And we have known that these guys had the ability, the skills to be at here and play against the best in the world, but they were not able to show it. That was it. They were not able to show it. And finally now you see them, you know, beat NRG, beat Endpoint. You know, we were not gonna say the other team because they lost, but they are showing what they're capable of, and everyone is happy about it.
Well, the South American darlings have made it to the upper bracket. Let's go to Subi to talk to their coach, Mateus.
Thank you so much, Jorby. I am here with the coach of Furia, STL, and I've got to say, that was an impressive series from you boys, and right out of the gates, it was Kaio setting the tone with that drop-down pass, and you guys took the early lead, and it seems like you just dominated throughout the series. Did you guys study a lot of Endpoint and just kind of figure some things out, holes in their defense?
Do you want me to be honest?
Yeah.
No, we just play our game. That was our mentality for this whole major. Just play our game, focus in our game. If we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. And like you saw yesterday, we beat them and then lose to Renegades. Like, it's our mentality. I think it's after Sweden, our mentality like is growing up, and like I think we're peaking in that regard.
And speaking back to Sweden, did you guys kind of realize, okay, we need to come into this with more confidence, because you guys are performing out of your minds right now, and congratulations on making top 6. You're going to be facing G2 this weekend with fans in the building. And have you guys talked about that? Have you guys kind of gotten those nerves away, or do you think you just got to experience it and get through it in game 1?
When we arrive in LA, we are like, if you get top 12, it will be like perfect. Top 8 is the dream. Now top 6, we are in the clouds, man. But like for tomorrow, G2, it will be a hard game. Like for me, they are major contenders to win this whole event, so it will be tough. But we're so proud right now. Like if we can lose for G2 and like in the lower bracket in the same day, we're all good.
Yeah, no, you guys have looked great today, and I've just got to say congratulations again to you guys, because it seems like every time that, and I'm going to say minor region, because right now you guys are proving you are not a minor region, but you guys come in and you're always the underdogs. Nobody takes you guys seriously. Should they take you seriously now?
I'm going to quote Corelli. Like I was watching the VOD of the Sweden skirmish that Retos did, and like quoting him, South America prevails. We're not a minor region anymore. Even Team Secret, even Era, like we were same 2, not same 1 for this event. For the next major, you can expect like us to perform at this level at least, and like the other same team, like top 12, top 8, getting wins. I think we are getting there.
Well, we're looking forward to it. It's going to be great, and I've also got to know, when Kaio is popping off like that, is there any team in the world that is going to slow you guys down?
Well, we are thinking that NRG would, so I think no.
No, it's just been such an impressive performance. And Endpoint did take one game off of you, made it very close there in game 4, and somehow 2 seconds left on the clock, you guys tie that game up. Are you saying anything to them going into overtime, or do you just know, okay, they've got the wheel, let them continue driving and try and get this win?
Well, it was 2 seconds, so first let's go to the kickoff and then the overtime. But our mentality was more like it's more like a scrim, you know, we're like a scrim team. So it's a scrim. If you lose, we lose. We already got 2 wins, more than any same team like the whole season, the whole history of our RLCS. So like just play. You guys know how to play. So just be chilling and it's good.
Well, STL, I won't take too much of your time because I can tell you boys want to celebrate. You want to get ready for tomorrow. So anything that you want to say to the fans out there, anything that you want to say to the South American region?
Can I say in Portuguese or no?
Absolutely, yeah.
Eu vi vocês que não confiando tanto na gente, no geral, mas a América do Sul está aqui para jogar. A gente, Team Secret, Era, Cru, qualquer um que vier, não coloque a gente para baixo, a gente pode ganhar tudo.
Well, I don't know what he said, but it sounded great, and I love it. And we are so excited to see you guys tomorrow, and we're excited for this next matchup. It's going to be NRG going up against Renegades. Loser, gonna be going home. You're not gonna want to go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
This major, we just really want to keep working on, I guess, what we built over in Sweden. We had a really strong performance, just getting 9th to 12th over there, but taking down some top teams. So this time, if we can push that a little bit further, that'd be great. But yeah, it's just all a learning experience for us. We're still trying to, get as much as we can from each international trip.
Blueberry short stack?
Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
The Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major live from Los Angeles is back, and boy howdy. I'm just going to say the desk called it. The desk absolutely called
All four of us, Furia.
We all predicted.
No.
We did. Did you see the graphic?
You know what I saw? I saw Chimako come out here and set all you straight. That's what I saw.
I saw
four endpoints before he came on here.
I saw a friend just discussing our picks.
He made a good argument.
Yeah, so we changed to the Furia.
He convinced us.
So we changed.
Exactly.
Why you lying? Why you lying right now? Huh?
What a match, though. Oh, my goodness.
Furia,
Game
South
4,
America.
overtime with the winner there, the pop-off at the end. Let's take a look at the highlights. If you missed it, you missed a banger, Jorby. Furia has been making a name for themselves all season. That name is solidified in stone at this point.
It really is. I've been so impressed with the development of this team. They added Yanks, and during the winter split, they had some hiccups. You know, they didn't even come in as the #1 seed in this major, but they are playing like the #1 seed in South America. They're playing like one of the best in the world right now.
3.5 years ago, we added South America, and everyone is hyping them up, and we kept watching them fall. Just fall short. They're here now, though. Top 6 guaranteed. The upper bracket, the America's upper bracket.
Oh, the yeet.
South America is here to play.
America's upper bracket.
I can't believe it, and the energy that these boys are bringing. Did you see that Deslan, man?
He's breaking
Throwing stuff.
Good take that. Out of his prize pool, I think, because I think he broke a headset there.
No,
the first top 6, he gets one, right?
Yeah, true.
You
True.
get one free headset every event here. Card there popping off. And that energy, that confidence, I think is going to be dangerous for the rest of the team there in the upper bracket world.
No, that is everything that they needed. The momentum shift that they have going in, leading into top 4. They're in the upper bracket. Top 6.
Said that, like if we get top 8, that's a dream. They're top 6. They're going to go in front of the crowd playing against G2. That crowd's going to go wild for both these teams because everyone loves an underdog as well with Furia.
Dude, the craziest thing about it is like G2 played Team Secret. And they went to 5, and Team Secret looked pretty good in that one. Furia have looked a step above Team Secret, and while G2 versus BDS yesterday was absolutely insane, you cannot count out Furia in that match. That's going to be absolutely wild.
Yeah, I mean, it has always been, I feel like, with the, quote, minor regions. I don't know why we started saying that again. It's always been that there's like one team that's like, okay, they might be able to carry an upset, and then they have like a little brother they tag along that someone gets a 3-0, right? Now, we have Furia and Secret coming from South America, and the complexity got beat out to be here, but there's 3 teams from the South American region now that you have to deal with, and they're just getting stronger. It's just moving up. It's crazy. What a time to be a Rocket League fan. Let's take a look at the bracket after the conclusion of that match. You'll be able to see Furia up there in the top with the other members who have won groups. Man, Furia and Version 1. Nobody predicted them at the beginning of the day to win. But
they're putting Team EU's bracket because Johnny and Stumpy got it wrong.
But
obviously, right? Because they had Endpoint up top. Furia's up top.
They're the ones that got it wrong. Absolutely. I think we can show the actual bracket.
We didn't get it wrong. It's fine.
Pretty crazy stuff there. But
y'all are rewriting history. It's crazy. I can't believe it.
Look, I'm just saying that there's a screenshot that shows all of us predicting Furia, okay? That's that is not. Here we are on the actual bracket.
Looks much better now.
V1, SSG, Furia, and G2 going to be the top teams.
Never could have imagined. I could have never imagined having no European teams in the upper bracket. It is absolutely insane. We're not even no, there's no way.
You know who could?
Not even you, Roldis. Not even you.
No, definitely not me. I was a big fan of EU.
Maybe
Bates.
100%. Oh, for sure.
He is not letting it down. V1, man. Beast mode. Dogs. Yeah. Bro, and then you got Furia, dogs. They're proving everything. But right now,
we got to draw attention to that match versus Team Queso. It says B for the 3rd place. The Group B 3rd place team will play that match, and that leads us into the match we're about to play. The winner gets to hold that spot on the bracket. The loser is done. They're going home. NRG versus Renegades, trying to create the upset of the tournament. This is going to be crazy.
This is going to be nuts. We know the history with Garrett G versus OC. The early days, it was troubling. But lately, North America dominates OC. I think they've won 11 in a row versus OCE. But Renegades, we all thought they were done yesterday. They were 0-2, playing against Furia 2-0, and they came back to force the tiebreak.
NRG, Jorby, has the most energy, or the most energy. I'm terrible. They have the most experiencing the most LAN experience as we see the players here. The most LAN experience of any team here alive in Rocket League right now, and they might be one of the first teams out.
They very well might be. It hasn't been an easy road for this team. They have struggled. They were one of the teams that lost to Furia. Furia, part of the reason they're down here right now. And Justin, he's the guy I'm looking at on this team. He has been the best in the world at times, and he needs to be that player in this lower bracket. This is the most difficult format that we've ever had, and they have to go the distance in that bracket. Justin has to be at the center of that.
Nah, you know who's at the center? That man right there, that's Captain America. That's Garito Barito. And if there's anybody in this stadium that can do it and bring his team back mentally, it's that man right there on the field.
And yesterday they played Renegades. Garrett G, 7 goals in 3 games. He wants this more than anyone here. It's just up to his teammates. There are times when they're a little bit too complacent. We'll see with Squishy as well. He has all the experience as well. He's a world champion. These guys know how to win when it matters most. I think everyone expects Energy to make it in front of the crowd, but they got to win 2 matches today. It's going to be brutal.
Every single one of these players has at some point been considered the best player in the world. They're all on the team together here. And I feel like even with Squishy and Justin, it's a matter of, it's weird to think that it's a matter of how badly do they want to be there, that if they choose, they can just decide to be the best player in the world. Is this that moment? Do they want it badly enough? We know Garrett wants it, Raul, but does the rest of the team want it with him?
Man, I hope so, man. I hope we don't see this have fun. I hope they have fun, actually. That's what I mean. Because once they started having fun, then they were chilling.
If we learn anything this weekend, is whoever screams the loudest wins. So,
okay, well, speaking of people who scream loudly, on side of Renegades, the one image that is seared in my mind is this man screamed at the top of his lungs at the Fall Major. Another moment like that might see CJ in the playoff bracket here. Renegades have been literally the wild card this tournament gives.
Absolutely, and OCE, you know, they want to pull off what Furia just pulled off. They haven't been in that conversation for top 8 in a while. Right here could begin all that, where they take down NRG. Then they would have to play Queso. If they beat both of them, the number one seeds in both regions, then you have to put OCE back on the map. But for now, they're battling for last, but they were 0-2. They took down Furia, who won the group, so anything's possible.
And if you're taking down Furia, then you're definitely a contender, man.
Yeah,
I don't think that they're down, but they're not out. But you got another tall task with NRG. I think they could do it. Look at that man right there, man. CJ's calm, cool, collected all the time. Looking good, CJ, looking good. Yeah. Hey, listen, man. That man's gonna do it, Jorby.
Look, I got a chance to run into CJ just around, and, you know, he's feeling pretty good. He's feeling confident, and I like that from CJ. If he's feeling confident, then that means his team is going to feel confident as well.
I think there's a chance that they didn't expect to be here going up, given the 0-2 start, given Furia going 2-0, going into that match there to get that upset. And that was the last match they played. That wasn't a round one, day one fluke sort of situation. After the teams got comfortable, that upset happens, leading us into this match, which you come to predicting how this is going to go. I have no idea what to think, given the situation. Let's get the Verizon fan vote going, see what the chat thinks about this one. NRG, usually fan favorites. Maybe they lose this one. I don't know. This is some crazy stuff. Hashtag NRG, hashtag RNG. This one I would believe if someone messed up on their keyboard. Make sure you hit the N and the R in the right order here, chat. Jorby, who do you think is going to win?
Look, this tournament is different. This major is straight up different, all right?
Talk to him.
NRG, they might have beaten Renegades the last time around, but what did Renegades need? They needed some juice. They got that in the series against Furia. Kami, he hasn't lost against Card and Kyle ever. And look, Kami, the Comet. CJ, the DJ. Fever, the Beaver. I'm going Renegades. All right, Renegades are going to take down NRG right here. First round of the lower bracket. And CJ, he's going to make it to Saturday.
Their names rhyme. They must win.
He was dropping bars. You think the General at LA at an NA event?
Look, it's time for the General lose a star. 5-4.
Oh, okay. Who you got here? We got to get the match.
Man, I'm going to go NRG, man. I can't.
Okay. Gibbs?
I'm going Renegades. I'm going for Chaos. I'm going for Chaos. I think Energy needs to lose here to wake up for Spring and for Worlds.
Take this camera over here. There is no way NRG goes out last in groups. Don't clip it. I don't know what's going to happen here. Give me energy. Give me energy for this one, folks. It's going to be wild. How do the fans feel about it? Take a look at the Verizon fan vote. Even in the direst of straits, the General's army shows up here. 70% there, folks. Let's get over to the Verizon Skybox for maybe the last match you're going to see of NRG in this event. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud. Over in the blue, we got NRG. In the orange, we've got Renegades. The Verizon Skybox has Stax and Dazarin.
Renegades are only 3 wins away from making it into the playoffs. Team Queso awaits. All they have to do is beat a former world champion and 2 reigning world champions.
Yeah, the pressure's on for not just Renegades. You know, they're coming in as one of the top teams in OCE, but also for the General NRG. So many high expectations coming into this event, Stacks, and here we are right now. They're trying to make it out of groups.
NRG, as an org, has not missed Championship Sunday since Season 6 World Championship. In that event, by the way, they fell to Kami along the way. Justin scores 14 seconds in, and this is maybe starting the same way the first go-round between these two went.
I mean, you see Fever is going for an aggressive challenge, but still squishy, cool, calm, collected, able to send that out. It's an open net for Justin. Smooth start for NRG.
Did not take long as NRG utterly dominated Renegades the first time around, outscoring them 12-4. Renegades started to turn it around in Game 3, much more high-scoring affair, but they just could not keep up with the General. Demolition against Garrett G, so that brings Squishy up from the back. Statistically, not a lot there from Squishy so far in this major. He hasn't had to. They've been good enough, but now up against the wall here against Renegades in that rematch. Tough to beat a good team twice. As CJ skies one up, Garrett G is there well ahead of Kami, and it's Fever at the back that has to guide that to the side.
Have to start looking at just what Renegades are doing in that offensive front. How much pressure can they put on NRG? Looks like, they're able to get the ball out, get some drives, but that midfield is where things get antsy. CJ with a good challenge with 0 boost, going to be able to set up something for Renegades.
One guy that's got to come alive for Renegades, the guy who just got that touch going to the backboard, Fever. No offense whatsoever from Fever against NRG when they met. He scored 5 goals overall. He had a couple, though, against Furia. Maybe that would be enough to get him going, but it was yesterday as CJ watches Justin take charge here. Kami there at midfield, going to be beaten out by Squishy as he takes to the skies. CJ to meet him, and he can't beat him. Squishy scores to make it 2-0.
You can't give Squishy space in the air like that. He takes his time. And you can see Justin as well going for a demo on Fever. It doesn't matter because the defender going off the backboard has no way of stopping Squishy there on the flip reset. 2-goal lead for NRG, and again, they continue to pile on the score.
Kami off the ensuing kickoff, denied by Justin. CJ bringing another one back in front. Fever got a shot off, looking for his first goal against the General. Did not convert that time. Nothing here.
You see Renegades going for those pass play stacks. Like, this is where you say, okay, maybe they just need a little bit of time to get settled. See what NRG are coming out with. That play there to start things off worked really well in terms of being able to connect, but now they have to execute at a much faster speed. Otherwise, the same result's going to happen. NRG will cut it out every time.
Justin will play this across over towards the elder statesman of the Oceanic region, actually the oldest player in this major, CJ. Still tracking the ball here as that goes across. And Kami is there at the corner. CJ got Metsanoris beat by just a matter of months. Garrett G beaten by Kami as that goes back to the NRG half. And the Renegades might be in business here. Still down 2, but at least getting some zone time against NRG, which they did not have a lot of the first time.
Yeah, this is really good offense there. You see the double off the backboard, but no one able to follow it up. Kami tries to get that one off the wall, but still, it looks like it's going to settle down here for Renegades. No consistent offensive pressure from them, just some really good drives. Kami, though, looking for the flip, does have it. Where's the follow-up? Fever does put the shot on, but Justin is set in net.
Just got to be a lot more creative if you're going to break through the NRG defense. CJ had to wait on the backboard, and this is dangerous in front. Squishy parked there, waiting to capitalize on a mistake, none forthcoming. He'll try and turn on this, actually go to midfield, and live to challenge another day, which he does, taking that away from Kami. Fever called into action, and Garrett G is right there, and so conveniently got the challenge, then picked up boost. NRG operating like a well-oiled machine, coming up to the final minute here, and they have been in charge for at least 90% of this game.
Yeah, it's been consistent NRG possession. They've been moving the ball around Renegades really well. You can see some of the attempts Renegades have been making, a little solo efforts here and there, but it doesn't seem like the rotations have been in sync from them yet. Now they're still making goal line saves, but here's Garrett. Gonna let this one roll all the way back because now it's just time to play the clock out. NRG don't want to overextend. They just want to run this game through.
All right, he just killed that ball too against CJ. Trying to dunk on Kami as well. Kami had 3 demos a game in the first series with NRG, and you can see it's a bit of a different focus here. Not relying as much on the physical play, and maybe Kami wants to get involved more directly in the offense and maybe let somebody else go headhunting. Doesn't matter, as they left the door open behind him, chasing a 2-goal deficit. Squishy will put this away, and with it, puts game 1 away.
This is the same thing that happened, so to speak, at the beginning of the game here, where third man challenge from Renegades, a little too aggressive, gets beat, and it's just an open net the other way. Again, gotta clean up the rotations here from Renegades because NRG are taking advantage.
Final few seconds will burn off the clock, and the only question now is, will Renegades break up the shutout? Got Fever over there. Kami, a little floater that does not go through. And it remains 3-0 with 4 seconds left. One last shot. Sent away again by the NRG defense. And NRG all business in game 1.
Yeah, this one was pretty simple for them. I mean, again, it was just play a rotational game. You saw Squishy with the assist to start things off, and then, of course, you saw the flip reset goal that he got later on. I think that for this one, it was really just Renegades coming into this saying, okay, let's try to play really fast against NRG. We know they can be a fast team, but it didn't necessarily seem like they were comfortable with doing that, Stacks, or again, third man challenges, super aggressive, and then not being able to hold on offensive positions and rotations, just kind of, hey, we get the ball upfield, but then NRG boom it right back, and then they have to make some tough defensive stances. Those are the bigger things here because, I mean, they end up putting on more shots than NRG, but those shots were never really anything worth noting. There was probably one awkward moment where there could have been something there, but most of it was just blocked out by NRG.
No shots out of Garrett G in that game, so he maintains his 50% shooting accuracy against Renegades. 7 goals from 14 shots. That's just an astronomically high number at this level. Eventually somebody accidentally saves a couple. Not the case yesterday when they played. Here we go again. Round 2. Kami got a good look, and it's high as this goes back the other way and just a little bit wide.
And Garrett looking to do it by himself. Almost able to get a goal there. Here's Justin taking a shot and just off the bar. Some bumps coming through, and Garrett G, he'll keep scoring. That's the first one.
1 for 1. Garrett G coming through. You see Squishy just knocking CJ out of the net. Fever couldn't get there in time. And Captain America gets his first. Again, he had 7 last they met. Here goes CJ. Cheating up. Justin couldn't get there. Oh, very fortunate that it's not a tie game, and Renegades just stall right there. A golden opportunity that they don't convert on. Squishy one more, bounce it through, and it pinballs in.
Squishy got a little bit of help on that play, let's be honest, but I mean, the setup, he has so much time in the air, gets that good follow-up touch, and you see CJ hits it into Fever, bounces off the post, and that's just unlucky.
You got to get a hand up, right? I mean, you can't just... How many times have we seen Squishy go to the ceiling? You know something's coming. You can't just sit back and go, boy, I hope he doesn't put it on target. We're talking Squishy here.
I mean, it's one thing, too, but I think everybody just decided to put a hand up just a little too late, because then you saw what happened. Now another chance and another goal. Squishy will pick up the third one for NRG.
Squishy always finds a way eventually in a tournament to rack up the numbers, and he had not up to this point, but he is all about it right now. 4 goals out of the 6 that NRG has scored after having just 6 goals and 6 assists in this tournament so far. Justin adds another, and it is an absolute runaway for North America's #1 seed.
Yes, it is, but you got to think again, Stacks. This is an elimination match just to get out of groups. The road for NRG is very long, and even though they play this well, this is...
They're going to get another.
They're going to get another.
Are you kidding me?
The scoreline's being ran up here. Like that's just one thing to point out. I mean, the first minute, we've already had 5 goals, but it's about the matchups that happen after. Let's say NRG keep this up and finish the series. That Queso team's not going to let them have this much freedom.
And they're on pace to win this game 20-0 for crying out loud. This is crazy. CJ. Just trying to stop the bleeding at this point. Justin shot a little bit wide. Kami had to deal with it. This is thrown right back in. Kami deflects back to the corner whence it came. Justin has Squishy waiting for a pass, and it never got there as this is pinched way downfield, and Garrett will chase it down along his goal line. Renegades couldn't get downfield nearly quick enough as they were just happy to get out of their own zone.
Yeah, they finally are able to get some breathing room here after just a monster amount of shots coming out from NRG. But even then, you just see Justin with a carry like that. Maybe Fever can start to score here for Renegades. They haven't been able to score at all against the General. But the pass out, Kami looking to take a shot, but Garrett's there. Rotations from NRG have been on point today.
Second game that these two teams played, it was a shutout for NRG. And now, second time around against them. Looking very much like the first series, but Fever will get one. His first goal against NRG here at the Major, and this is the guy, the youngest guy on the team, that has to get going if Renegades are going to have a shot at pulling this off.
Yeah, really good here from Fever. You got to love the setup there from Cammy to be able to get that one off the backboard. Almost tried to do a solo play there, but the follow-up is there. That's the necessary pressure that Renegades are going to need. They got to shake things off. They have plenty of time to get back into this one, Stacks. It is a monumental effort, but CJ, you know, he almost made that one work.
Almost. I think he might have surprised the NRG defense just a little bit. Fever now in front, trying to dish this in, and he does!
You said it, Stacks. Fever has to get going, and he's starting to warm up here. Love the control, waits for the bounce, wave dashes off the sidewall, and gets a big dunk on Squishy.
Well, 2:30 to go. Hey, we saw NRG put up 5 in a minute. Why not Renegades for the rest of the game? 3 more to go as Kami will set up CJ. Another touch needed, and Garrett G denies him. So Kami's got to start from the back, and why not feed the hot hand? Fever's up, looking for the double. He's got it, but he pushed it wide.
Yeah, that one's definitely tough to execute, but you start seeing what happens when Fever gets going. Now a chance here. Renegades been on a lot of offense, but that was a big whiff from CJ. Good back pass to keep Renegades in the control. Definitely could have led to a goal, though, and Renegades, even though they're starting to warm up, have to be careful not to make too many mistakes when they're on the push.
Fever will play this in the direction of Kami. Got the demolition against CJ, though, so that hinders Renegades greatly. They try to erase a 5-goal deficit, which, look, at this level, just about unheard of. Garrett G on target, no, a little wide. Despite the demo on CJ, here goes Fever. Gonna line up a shot. Squishy saved it just barely off the crossbar. It remains a 3-goal lead, but only barely, as Squishy plays this away, and we'll see who's gonna take charge for Renegades. It's Kami, then CJ, but nothing else happening.
Oh no, Fever, third man. You saw the pass come out middle, and you saw Renegades just try to see if they could maybe make contact. They don't want to give NRG a free ball, but that leads to some issues where now NRG looking to control the midfield. Squishy's going to try to race for this one, but won't be able to put a shot on with that drive.
You know that thing where I give one funny stat that then inevitably jinxes everything? NRG is 32-0 this season when they score 4 or more goals a game. That was starting to look a little sketchy when Fever got a couple quick ones. But it seems like they just might hold serve here. Got to hang on for another 42 seconds. So they keep the ball deep in Renegades territory. Justin almost added another. That's denied, though, by CJ. They've got to get out of their zone very quickly if they're going to have a chance at erasing what was a massive deficit after just the first minute.
Yeah, now looking at this one, does look like it'll be 33 towards the end of this game, especially when you got Squishy putting in goals like that.
My goodness, he's got 6. The beast has absolutely been unleashed. He scored as many goals in this series as he did the entire group stage over the last couple of days. Squishy Muffins has come alive, and NRG is closing in on a 2-0 series lead.
Couple demos. Renegades are going to look for something here in the final few seconds. But NRG at least able to remain consistent here against Renegades. And are looking to make this a quick one. Time finally ticking down, and we look to game 3. Is this one going to fall? Yeah, Kami will get one, so it'll be a 6-3 as Renegades able to squeeze one more in.
It did jinx something. You know, pens are for people that don't make mistakes. So I wrote down 6-2. Oh well. Cross that out. 6-3 as the general NRG on match and survive an advance point up against the Renegades. Again, NRG trying to get to 3-2 against the Oceanic region in RLCS international play. Looking like they're well on their way. But remember, it was the third game, Daz, that was much, much closer last time they met, when it was seeming to be one-sided. Again, a 12-4 series overall 5-3 in Game 3. Renegades had figured something out. They adapted. See if NRG has to adapt to anything that Renegades throw their way going into what could be the final game for Renegades in this tournament.
Yeah, and for me, it's you know, you're seeing Renegades start to warm up here a little bit, right? This one, way better than Game 1 for them. Even though they end up letting in more goals, they're able to actually get on the offensive board, starting to score more here. But also, at the same time, you see NRG ramping up as well. So this one's going to be whether or not Renegades, with their backs against the wall, can make some magic happen against an NRG team that is playing up to speed against them.
We mentioned that Squishy has indeed come alive here. 1,039 the overall game score. And look, game score doesn't mean a whole lot, but when it's that big, yeah, it means something. It's the 4th time a player has gotten 1,000 or more at an RLCS LAN in a single game. Justin adds one here. Hey, he's been no slouch either. That's his 3rd goal to go with 3 assists. And NRG picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, but that's still a great setup from Garrett, right? Wins that 50 in the corner, then, of course, gets a nice bump, says toodaloo to Renegades defense. And NRG with a good start here, but they've had these early goals scored every game this series. Stacks. It's up to Renegades. Fever drops it down. Shot is off the post. Would have been a great way for Renegades to get back in this game.
We call those can't miss opportunities because you can't miss those if you want to beat a team like NRG. This goes right back at Justin with all the time in the world to play it. He's around Kami and almost got around CJ, but this still works out in NRG's favor. This is dished off to the side, and Garrett G finds a way to pinch that in front. Kami at least down towards Fever, and CJ waiting for a ball that's never going to reach him. Justin, backboard, double tap, sent away by Kami.
Good save there, but Justin starting to get involved there. You see the mechanics coming out. Another pass, another shot, and Garrett G, slot gang, top left corner.
Boy, he does not miss often. Not today. Garrett G adds another. Fever had absolutely no chance. And it's 2-0 outside of the first minute. NRG has scored first in all 3 games. They have dominated this series. And now they're less than 4 minutes away from a date with Team Queso.
Got to get through this game first. Renegades have not given up yet. You can see them still pushing the ball forward, looking again for another chance where, man, you look back at that chance for an equalizer early on, and now we may see them kind of break away at the seams. They're on a breakaway now here on offense, but it's about if they can maintain it.
Justin tracking this and got around CJ. Youth meets age and experience there as Garrett G will fall deep into Renegades territory. He's on his way back, tracking this ball that Justin takes charge of. Now what does Kami have in store? Nothing there, but got the shot off, and Justin just barely set it away. He's back onto this, and the shot from Fever.
It's
high
open
again, and it took an eternity for anybody to follow this up. Cleared away right at Kami, and a chance for Renegades if they can follow this up, but they do not. And NRG survives the onslaught as we get near the midway point of Game 3. And for Renegades, you don't come away with anything there. When else are you going to score? Maybe here. CJ read this, but it's right at Squishy.
But Squishy passed out to Justin. Justin tried to get a shot off the ceiling there, looking for the angle, but defense was there in time. And yeah, you go back to that drive from Renegades. Definitely one of the better drives for them, but they cannot finish. That's been the biggest issue. That final shot coming out, someone's not there. NRG were low on boost. It was a perfect opportunity for Renegades to strike, but rotations haven't been too solid for them. Here's Garrett looking for the dunk. Set up Justin, looking for the top left corner. Won't be able to find it.
Oh, they're human after all. 2 minutes left as Renegades need any semblance of offense here. At least they've kept NRG in check. We've seen NRG just run up the score by this point in the first couple of games in this series. Renegades have them at arm's length, but they've got to score sooner rather than later. Fever, he's been the guy for Renegades so far. Garrett G couldn't get this away, and CJ adds his first tally.
I said they're not done yet, Stacks. You see CJ getting big here, notices Garrett, it's awkward, plays the 50 perfectly for the dunk. Justin won't be able to get there. Renegades are within 1. They gotta make something happen here in the next minute 35.
And I'm sure his teammates, when all this is said and done, will clown him over scoring a 3-mile-an-hour goal. Old man getting it done still. Garrett G looking to get that goal right back. Got the flip reset on target, but CJ dished that away. And Renegades have had a tendency to get in each other's way. So this ball brought back in. Now Fever. Launch one downfield. Justin's got it as Kami went for the corner trying to starve them out. And good luck doing that against a team like NRG.
Chance here for another goal. CJ able to make contact there. Justin off the back wall, has a lot of boost, but still loses that 50. It's a race here. Good win from Kami. Not going to be able to make the follow-up, so Squishy will put it in midfield, but there's someone from Renegades to meet him. This is a good drive for them, but they got to hold on to the possession. You see NRG trying to pass the ball out, and it's a battle for these 50-50s every single time. They mean so much when it comes to driving up the field.
Looked like a little indecisiveness there out of Fever, too. Couldn't decide whether or not he was going to start dribbling or try and pop that in the air, and it cost him demolition on the back wall, and nobody got a shot off as this goes back the other way. Renegades, again, struggling to capitalize on the few moments where they do kind of bully NRG around. CJ has this, though. This is the last chance for Renegades. Do or die here. Fever shot denied by Squishy. Follow up, though, CJ keeps us alive. Down to 10 seconds left. Down in front. Fever can't tie the game. Now Kami will try. The captain almost set up CJ.
No
Fever
boost.
keeps it alive, but nothing in the tank. And the general NRG lives to fight Queso later today.
NRG come through with a 3-0 sweep here on Renegades, but Renegades literally used everything they had left in the tank in that series. Just comes down to not having enough, as NRG were able to just kind of manage the pace of game, catch Renegades when they were low on boost, and then just get those clears out. That was a tough loss there for Renegades. And for NRG, their day is just getting started.
Squishy got them out of the starting blocks. He came out with just goal after goal. He had 6 in the series. Again, he doubled his total for this Winter Major in this series alone, and then it was the defense of the general NRG that got them across the finish line at the end. They had to withstand a massive onslaught from a Renegades team that did indeed give everything they had, and it just was not enough. NRG moves to 3-2 against Oceanic competition in the RLCS as we look at the Mobile One high performance replay and see just how Garrett G led by example. Got beat there by CJ. But it was not enough to overcome the lead again from NRG early in the game.
Yeah, you're right. Once NRG got going, it was really Renegades playing from behind for the most part, as lots of strong starts in terms of goals for them. Even then, Renegades, still showed some fight, but at the end of the day, obviously the general NRG, they're looking to make it to Saturday. They have to keep this level of play up, Stacks, because again, I don't think Team Queso is going to give them the amount of space Renegades got him. Squishy was very comfortable in the air, and when you're going up against a team that's just as mechanical as NRG, they're going to run into some struggles. But still, regardless, that is going to be a really good start here for NRG.
Yeah, it is going to get just a little bit faster, so that's a nice little warm-up for NRG. Let's go over to Stumpy now, standing by with Captain America, Garrett G.
Not quite Garrett G, but I am here with Sis, who has just come off the back of an amazing win versus Renegades, where it was do or die, which is a rare situation for NRG to find themselves in. How was that for the team?
I mean, is it rare? We have been last land, too. I mean, we're a slow start. We always slow start most lands, but I don't know. I'm glad we just came in confident. Like, we played this team before, so we didn't really hesitate, didn't overthink too much. Just came in with the same game plan as yesterday, and it worked out.
I mean, it was a huge start in this series as well, scoring like 5 goals in 1 minute in Game 1, Game 2. Did it go a bit better than you thought? Was there a moment where you were thinking, okay, like we said, do or die, we need to get this done?
I definitely think it went better than we thought, because, I mean, they beat Furia, and Furia was, like, peaking all tournament, it felt like. They were playing really well. And so, I don't know, we thought maybe they'd play a little differently today, like if they did any reviews on the VODs of our games, so maybe they'll play a little different. But, I mean, we did some VOD review too, we talked about some stuff, and, we came in just confident this series.
So looking forward then to the rest of the competition, how are you feeling going through? Now you know that you're down in the lowers, still coming in as third. How does that lower bracket look to you?
It's a tough bracket. It's not easy at all. I mean, we play Queso next. That's going to be a really hard match. I mean, we did whatever prep we could for them. We're going to go in confident again as always, and try to keep our comms up. I think that's a big thing this tournament is is keeping our comms up high. That way we can make sure we're not double committing, and make sure we're rotating properly and controlling when we can, giving the ball when we can, and just trying to play possession.
You've obviously got a lot on your shoulders with North America right now, and the Americas occupying the upper side of the bracket, but being down in the lowers alongside every other EU team. How do you feel your chances are working your way through that lowers, doing one of the magnificent runs we've seen from North American teams historically?
I mean, it's good to see North American teams for sure in the upper bracket. I'm glad that happened. It could have actually been 4 North American teams yesterday if we played a little bit better in the Endpoint series. But it'll be fun going through the lower bracket. I don't think it's anything we're not used to. We've done it a lot, in the regionals and the majors. So I think we're comfortable. We'll go in elimination matches. People get nervous, and I think we have a little bit more experience on just lands in general. So we'll just go in like I said earlier, just confident. They know what they're doing. They're land players, so elimination matches are just usual to them.
You have a crowd, finally, after a few years. You need to win one more. You need to take down Queso to go and see that crowd in LA on home soil. It's a big task. Are you excited to hopefully play in front of that crowd? Be there as the coach on stage? I appreciate it's a dumb question, because obviously yes, but the excitement, it's there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, all we really wanted to do this whole time is just make crowd. Like, it's if you could have gone through the upper bracket, it would have been nice, but at the end of the day, all we want to do is see a crowd. It's been a while since the last LAN with a crowd since Season 8, and we won that LAN, so maybe you have the crowd boost again. So hopefully we can make it. Really want to see the crowd, really want to see all the fans, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you guys there.
That'd be fantastic. Well, that was Sis from NRG. After the break, we've got a lot more Rocket League coming up. You don't want to go anywhere? Don't go anywhere.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
and you were never far away. And though you'd always take your time, you light the sky up like the day.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mid condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block his shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their color. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
A few things have returned to normal as NRG is able to get the sweep there on Renegades for the match to keep them in the bracket here. I'm Wave Punk, joined by Gibbs. I got Chimako on the desk here. I'm flubbling my words all over the place. How are you doing, Chimako?
I'm doing fine. I mean, how could I not be doing fine?
You had a pretty good day.
Yeah.
You were angry earlier, but now he's happy.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was getting the Furia in me.
Okay.
It was just channeling the team name. I love it. How you doing, Crowley?
Fantastic. Winter Major has been exciting as always, or as usual, and I'm with you. I was excited about that Furia win.
Well, let's talk about NRG here for just a moment. They getting the victory over Renegades. Renegades now going home as we take a look at some of the highlights. NRG, though, getting work done. Fizz says they're starting slow.
They always start slow, and I feel like you just have to go into a tournament that is NRG and be like, we have one life, guys, and that's it. That's all that matters, because as soon as they have one life left, they just destroy everyone, it seems like, and they did it here.
I got one big question for NRG. Why?
Yeah,
did you do this?
Day one, please show up on day one.
Just for once, play well on day one. And I think I'm speaking for a lot of the general fans out there. My goodness, it's been painful to watch them in the groups during this split.
And I'm speaking for OCE as well. Why? Don't do this to us.
Yeah,
where OCE's like,
exactly.
oh, we have a chance, and then you go into game one and like, no, we don't have a chance.
We out.
We don't.
Here.
It's over.
My only argument, my only thought is that they're just bored with doing upper bracket runs. They're like, let's just get as close to being eliminated as possible for the more fun here. I don't know, but it is, I think the NRG fans would just love just to see them dominate. Anyways, let's take a look at the groups that are now concluded. This is the last time we're going to show you the group stage here. Every one of them decided. Furia taking Group B, V1, G2, and SSG, the winners there. Two of those teams nobody predicted to win their groups, and here they are on top.
So me and Roldiz were talking. We were both 0-4 with our group winners. We got none of them correct, and that is exactly how I want this tournament to play out. We don't know what's going to happen. Every single match, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen, Crow?
Well, I think I'm with you. I was 0-4 as well. I mean, it's pretty tough, but I'm not upset with seeing who's there. A lot of second chances, and I tweeted this earlier, but 3 of these teams made changes to their roster on the NA side, have paid off, finishing top 6 at least here at this Winter Major. Big adjustments as it puts them into the top of the bracket there. You can see 3 North American teams and 1 South American team going to have 2 lives in our bracket, and now it's time for lower round 1. We're about to send 4 more teams home, Jamako.
Yeah, I'm really excited about what is happening at the upper bracket, but yeah, we gotta go on the lower, and it's not any easier. It's still as tough on the lower bracket because we have teams that cannot lose anymore, and they're hungry, and they're gonna fight for the for their life.
Well, we're gonna work from the bottom up on this bracket. We're gonna start with Endpoint versus FaZe. One of these teams going home, one of them getting to play in front of a crowd. Both teams came in as exclamation points and have turned into question marks over the course of this event. I'm excited to see which one is able to step up strongly here, and how many games does it go? How close of a match is this? Is FaZe in form? And the big questions here, as we take a look at Endpoint getting ready for this match, Corelli, Endpoint looked devastated. Relating Wave in particular was in shambles after that match against Furia.
They were, and I think that's why there's a lot of excitement for them going up against this FaZe clan, who I have not been impressed with. They have been very lackluster here in Group A. I really don't have a lot of trust in FaZe. When we saw them play against Queso, they had some control, and I thought maybe, okay, now we're going to see the FaZe clan that we all expected, but the way they blew out in that Queso game, in that Queso series, really has me concerned going into this matchup against Endpoint.
Yeah, and what is the recipe forward for Endpoint here? I mean, I think it looks like maybe they're fine now, but there's a lot of internal emotions roiling around these people.
So we saw this on day 2, where they lost a close match versus Furia, and then they bounced back and beat NRG. And that was right after. Now they had a little bit more time. Maybe they were hoping NRG and Renegades went to 5, so they would have a little bit more time to regroup.
I don't know if they want more time. They're
true,
so
maybe.
good at the mid-game, the mid-series timeout, like pop up, do some jumping jacks, sit back down, play a completely different series. I feel like giving them extra time here, Chamako, is just going to give them more time to get in their own heads about, like, if we lose this, we're done and we're going home.
Well, the thing is, they lost to Furia, but I didn't see them playing bad. I think they were doing good. I just think Furia was a little bit better today, but they did so many things good throughout the series. They changed their play style a little bit to adapt to what Furia was doing. So if they can't keep it up like that against FaZe, who is not performing their best, I still think they have a good chance.
FaZe getting ready to take them on. FaZe again. It's an elimination game here, Corelli. One of these teams not going to be playing in front of a crowd. Hard to believe that between Metzenaris, Seiko, First Killer versus AJ, two of those 4 players not going to be at YouTube Theater.
I know Tyler Bates is not up here on the desk, but I can't wait to see my boy Seiko go to work here against FaZe. I feel like, even in that loss against Furia, he looked great in a couple of those attacks, and I feel like for Endpoint, he really is going to be the guy that you have to rely on to make those big-time plays against a team like FaZe.
There's a lot of question marks, but AJ was so confident going up against Europe. They were 3-0, I believe, at Fall Major, but they lost to Queso, the first loss by FaZe to a European team. So now there's some doubts. There's a lot of question marks, but they get a revenge right here versus another European team in Endpoint. And if there's any team that can bounce back, I think FaZe, they have 3 just class acts in terms of mechanics that they can find that form. It seems like each day one player's doing well. They need 2, maybe all 3 to pop off here.
Well, let's get the thoughts from chat with the Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag FAZE, FaZe for FaZe. Use hashtag END for Team Endpoint. Let's go down the line here, gentlemen. We'll start with you, Corelli. You gotta make a decision who you think's gonna win.
Endpoint.
Endpoint? Okay.
That was quick.
Wow.
Endpoint.
All right.
I think they're going to be a better team than FaZe right now. I think they've had some tough opponents that maybe look like they're not, or make them look like they're not as good, like the Furia matchup. But I think Furia was just a better team here today. I think Endpoint's going to have a much easier time here against FaZe.
Okay, Chamako.
I'm not going to say much easier time, but I think Endpoint is going to take the win here. I just don't see FaZe, like you said, I mean, one player is going and getting better, but the team as a whole, they haven't clicked yet. So that's my problem with FaZe right now. Any other time, I would have picked FaZe, but today I'm picking Endpoint.
I'm looking for T-Bates to pop out and tell us change to FaZe here real fast. That's not happening yet.
Well, historically, I'm a big critic of FaZe, but I'm a man of the people, and there's going to be a lot of FaZe jerseys in that crowd, and they want to see FaZe. I'm picking FaZe.
Okay, got FaZe on the side. let's split the desk. Why not? I'll go FaZe as well on this one. I think it's going to be so close. It's going to come down to who woke up better. Can Endpoint bounce back after the loss to Furia? It's time for the game. One of these teams going home. Split right down the middle. Slightly more FaZe fans in chat. Will there be FaZe fans in the audience? You know they want to see their team play here in Los Angeles. This match decides it for one of these teams. One of them going home. One of them getting to survive yet another day. Endpoint in the blue. FaZe in the orange. The Verizon Skybox as James and Johnny.
Johnny, we're into bracket elimination play. And for Europe, it has not been looking good so far. And now we might see Endpoint, a team so much promise. Seiko, a player who has impressed us so much. Endpoint's journey could come to an end if FaZe can bring to the table what we've seen from in the past.
This is huge. This is the first team eliminated from EU or NA. So NA's been taking lots of wins this weekend. This is now the biggest test for a team who have been struggling. FaZe coming in as, I think, the underdogs based on form. And what on earth is going on here? No one attacking the ball at the near post, but luckily for FaZe, Endpoint didn't have a lot of momentum to work with either.
But an early taste of what Seiko can do. Saw the creativity. We even saw it yesterday. The plays, and now Relating Wave threatening the double tap. The ball getting cleared. Still FaZe stuck on defense, and we saw them stuck on defense quite a bit yesterday, and that's when they started to fumble the ball a bit.
Yeah, they need to find a way to challenge, well, in particular Seiko, but the entire Endpoint squad. I think Metza has really stepped up this line compared to the fall major, and it's Relating Wave who's had those moments. He's been struggling. He was obviously feeling pretty bad after the end of the last game. Big whiff leading to a Game 4 loss against Furia, which ended the series. But I think it's got to be that guy Seiko, mainly, that FaZe have got their eyes on.
As far as who do you keep your eye on FaZe Clan, it could be really any one of them, depending on who shows up first. Killer, he's been amazing offensively, defensively. Sipical had some great moments yesterday as well, but ultimately FaZe Clan was not able to put it all together in Game 5.
And AJ has been the one who's looked a bit more awkward on this roster since Illusion left the team, and now Sipical's in his place. I think AJ looked a lot more at home playing with Illusion, but let's see if they can synergize. It's a nice little back post approach there by Metsonoris. It was spotted early enough by Sipical. Now he offloads to first killer in the counter. Seiko going to control the ball on his goal line. It's confident defense coming out of Endpoint.
Shot coming in. Relating Wave will try to control. Doesn't have much support, so we'll take this to the ground. Can't get the challenge. Metza a bit awkward. We'll hit it backwards. You see Seiko having to deal with that audible, half flipping, trying to get it out. Now Relating Wave will punch it downfield in the corners. Little double tap there, but first killer able to challenge AJ on his own backboard. Now off the ceiling, Seiko, a lob to the backboard. First killer there who's trying to boom it, but Metza there to slow it down. FaZe on the attack, however. A tip off to the side. Seiko's there. We'll have some boost to get back to the ball. Flip, reset, play, and it's blocked. But you saw how many defensemen were thrown at that play from FaZe.
Seiko just always demanding so many challenges. He does not get tackled by one. Hang on a second. AJ gets the opening goal. It bounces in off the far post. Huge back corner 50-50 by AJ.
And you see the ball bouncing. Metza actually slowing down, and you can see him getting lost in the corner, thinking that ball was going to stay there. So an interesting way to start out Game 1. FaZe, they'll take it. FaZe on their back tires for most of the start of the game, but will find that first goal. To the middle, Seiko up against First Killer. First Killer will get a hit, but Sipical launched it back at his own net. Wasn't expecting that deflection, and they do clear it out.
That's a great interception there, not the one before, which almost went on his own net, but looking out for those infield passes. FaZe not looking vulnerable in the infield at the moment. That's actually a place where NRG had a ton of success against Endpoint yesterday. Tons of infield passes working out for them, so that's something to look out for in offense for FaZe. Here's a big chance for First Killer. Decides to slow roll Seiko. Seiko calls him on that one. Does get the defensive duty done.
Typical. Pitching that off to the corner. Metza testing FaZe on the net. Burst killer, awkward bounce, but great speed, beating out Seiko to the ball, and AJ didn't get the flip reset, but you saw the idea.
Yeah, he went for something fancy there. He's definitely capable of doing things like that. Awkward angle resets. The defender's expecting just a simple touch. You never go for the simple option when FaZe are up against you.
If AJ can hit some plays like that, that would be a huge boost to FaZe, who've been looking to get him in a primary spot. Now Seiko downfield. And the backboard denied from AJ. FaZe, they've had a few double commits, but they've still been able to shut down this attack, not letting Seiko have the space. There's a demo off ball. Seiko taking out AJ. Sipical starts the counter, and an easy put in from Sipical. You saw the demo. It was too much. The commit, Relating Wave was all alone.
Oh my, well, Relating Wave just doesn't know where to go as well. He's thinking that ball's coming up the back wall, turns into the corner, but the net's just wide open. He's just really dropped the ball there for Endpoint. And despite FaZe being under pressure for tons of this game, they're up by 2, and Endpoint are not looking very good in defense. This could be another opportunity. It's actually going to bounce in. After 2 players miss. Easy goal for AJ, but again, Endpoint not able to make contact in the setup.
Oh, you see Seiko, he was all alone there yet again. Endpoint, a dismal series of events. And this Endpoint team having a rough start. FaZe, like you said, Johnny, they have been playing a lot of defense. And the goals that they've gotten have not been, normal FaZe Clan goals. They have been scrappy goals.
Yeah. They count, and they're just as effective, and it's going to be enough to win this game. Time just getting away from Endpoint here. Will Endpoint be able to iron out those defensive mistakes in time? Only a best of 5. They're fighting for the tournament life, and they're fighting for what everybody wants this weekend. And that's to get to this stage in front of the crowd. They have to win this in order to do that. But FaZe Clan, they're finally putting it together. They had a good start against Queso in the group stage. Can they keep up this level against Endpoint, unlike their group stage performance?
We will find out. FaZe getting AJ involved, 2 goals, and also the defensive plays from FaZe. They were key. They had a few moments where Seiko had space. He had space. He fought for it, but FaZe Clan was able to read the play and shut it down, and we've seen a lot of teams struggle to do that. Yeah,
they've got to just do, well, the main thing against Seiko, just hit the ball. Just go for the ball, because he's probably going to go for lots of fakes. He actually nearly pulled one off with a fake into a flip reset. So if they could just keep on getting early challenges against Seiko, that's going to shut down Endpoint's main offensive player. And outside of that, Endpoint haven't really been too creative with their offensive plays. They're just going for long offensive boost starvation strategies. And that can work against some teams, but I think FaZe are quite efficient with their boost, and they're actually quite comfortable sitting back like this. So will Endpoint look for demos? Will they start to incorporate maybe more on the infield passing instead of just going for big solo plays? We'll have to wait and see.
We did see one demo play come out, and an early chance, a pass across net, not coming to fruition. But we saw a demo attempt from Endpoint last game. It was an off-ball demo from Seiko, and that put Relating Wave all alone on the counterattack, and they got scored on. So they're going to have to make sure they time it right, because you mistime that demo like that, you dive in. You don't want FaZe to have a 1v1 situation, because no matter who has the ball on FaZe, they can make the dribble play.
Will either of these teams be able to win that mental war? It seems to be so impactful, especially towards the end of all the series this week. Endpoint, not known for being the loudest teams, but that's more not to say that they're quiet. It's because every other team's still louder. Hold on. AJ's getting loud with this one.
For Relating Wave, it looked like he ran out of gas. He stopped. Seiko's just watching. And
wow.
The lane towards net was about the size of a ball.
It was, yeah. It was the size of a ball.
Just enough. Any bigger, and it was perfect shot.
Yeah,
right
perfect
down that
shot.
lane.
You called it right as well, though. The Relating Wave doing absolutely nothing there. He's got to challenge. He's already got Seiko in net behind him. He's got to go. He's got to let Seiko know what's going to happen a lot earlier. Just get into the position to challenge AJ. But yeah, Relating Wave really struggling to get into this. This day is not getting any better yet. But what a start for FaZe. They are capitalizing on all the Endpoint mistakes.
And it's been AJ who has been so impressive. That ground pinch, not a gimme. had such good power, and also to place that where he did. Perfect placement. Strong start from FaZe. Will it be enough? AJ challenged by Relating Wave. Sypical has a lot of boost for this play. A demo from AJ. Sypical can't get to the challenge. Metza towards net, off the post, and it actually hits off First Killer to prevent the rebound.
That is ridiculous. Somehow FaZe have escaped from conceding in this position. Endpoint still in the attack here. Boost is not looking too great for FaZe other than First Killer.
Wow.
Challenges are still coming in though. They're getting goal side of the ball. They're making sure to make it as difficult as possible for Endpoint, who are still piling on the pressure.
And you saw Endpoint going for that 1-2 passing play. Comfortable, but that shot, I mean, it's saved off the post. You have no idea where it's going. And it just happens to hit First Killer to prevent that rebound. Crazy series of events. Unfortunate for Endpoint, who are looking to tie this one up as we approach the halfway point of the game. A shot, far post, it's slotted by First Killer.
What a laser from First Killer. Perfect placement. And the guy just hits the ball so hard. That is disgusting. Honestly, as impressive as any of a flip reset goal we've seen this weekend, just to get the absolute perfect pixel in the ball for maximum power. First Killer, one of the best in the world at doing that.
And Metza was back. He was right where he needed to be. Metza was expecting the shot, and it still beat him. Another shot coming in, saved. A double up in net there from FaZe. First out of boost, trying to get that corner, does get it. Metza, infield pass, Seiko up. First also up, Seiko bailed out. Sypical down the side. The challenge from First Killer will push it even further down. Demo from Sypical, pass out, but nobody there. However, Endpoint, oh, nice shot, but First Killer again there to deny it.
Yeah, routine saves from First Killer. This is what he does. He's shadowing. He wants somebody to force a shot in the midfield so that he can save it and take control of the ball. He is known for this from way back in his 1v1 days until now. Endpoint have got to think of something different, and how about that? That'll work. A much less predictable shot delivers the goods for Endpoint.
And the power, they've been hammering that top post, and you can see Seiko letting Relating Wave take that shot, getting underneath the ball, basically doing nothing to that ball, teeing it up so that Relating Wave can take the shot, and a powerful shot finally beats the FaZe Clan defense. The key goal as well for Relating Wave, who has had a slow start this series.
Yeah, that's massive for Relating Wave, but they've still got work to do in game number 2, or else it'll be reverse sweep only to keep Endpoint alive. Now here comes 1v1 attempt, but the ball gets away from Seiko. Couldn't get there before AJ. Seiko's still lurking in the back corner. Endpoint starting to apply more and more pressure as this game continues towards its ending.
Yeah, AJ, another quality challenge. Seiko trying to dribble that one up the wall. Now back to the midfield, Relating Wave trying to dribble it as well, but gets demoed by First. AJ taking it to the corner, a pinch from Seiko. He'll follow it up out of boost. We'll leave that for Relating Wave. First Killer. Nice play from First Killer. Being able to follow up his hit and then clear it out. AJ can't get the challenge. Seiko and Metza go.
Endpoint needing to communicate a lot more cleanly than this. There's a big chance. Relating Wave goes past it. I think both him and the defender expected a touch from each other, so they both end up missing while attempting blocks. Now still, Endpoint with an opportunity. Seiko tries to fake out First Killer, who's not having any of it. But Metza's got Seiko as an option in field. What a save again for FaZe.
Oh, and that net's vulnerable, and it sneaks by. Relating Wave can't get back. You can see the look of devastation on his face. Wow, FaZe has been, and you even saw a little bit.
He was so close that on our view, he's like just almost getting that contact, but obviously we know that no contact was made. Goal goes in for FaZe, but still a last chance here. What a save on the infield pass though from First Killer, cutting it off and really just removing any chance for Endpoint to come back. They will lead 2-0 in the lower bracket round 1. Another reminder, winner of this series will play in front of a crowd in the top 8 of the competition. Loser will go home. You've probably tuned in and thought, wait a minute, FaZe Endpoint, that must be an upper bracket match. That must be pretty late in the tournament. No, lower bracket round 1, this bracket is ridiculous.
Yeah, we've had some surprises, some upsets. And talking about things that are upsets or upsetting, Endpoint now find themselves trailing 0 games to 2. FaZe Clan on match point. And even that play right there. I mean,
goodness.
It just, for Endpoint, nothing seems to be going right. And then for FaZe, they have been finding the most slim angles to work from and have made it work.
It's just pure mechanics from FaZe. They've stayed calm when Endpoint are putting pressure on them, and we have seen some really good use of hard clears and long shots to keep Endpoint from feeling too comfortable moving forward. FaZe, they're just so good at making these goal line saves and reacting to what their opponents are doing. If Endpoint don't start to mix it up a little bit more, then I think FaZe are going to be quite comfortable playing against what they're doing. But I know Endpoint are very good at doing exactly that. They're very good at changing things up. And you can see the coach already talking to them. You're going to come in with a game plan here. Definitely a tough spot for Endpoint, especially given the way that they just lost that game. They'll feel like, oh man, we probably should have had a goal here. We definitely shouldn't have let that goal in.
Bounced off first killer off the post.
It's a massively tilting game to lose. Let's see if they can bounce back from it. Will FaZe just sweep Endpoint out of the competition?
Well, you heard from the coach earlier, Johnny, said nothing is easy for Endpoint. And that has been the case so far. First killer denying the shot in the corner, will dunk it down, and now AJ racing to the ball. Has some boost, pitching it to the wall to get some height. The pass off the backboard, Relating Wave will tip it to the corner. Pressure mounting, backboard pass. Typical, again challenged by Metzenaris. And now the counter, a miss from AJ. Thought the shot was going to come through. Endpoint fend off that first attack from FaZe Clan.
Oh, no, Typical's actually just missed on a clear, but it actually works in FaZe favor. AJ able to get a hold of the ball. Metzenaris keeps it under control, and AJ actually running into the ball again, not intentional. It does end up working out quite well for them. Another infield pass cuts off. Endpoint are being read with their offensive plays. FaZe are making some great reads to stop attacks before the shot even happens.
Now Seiko has space in the air, trying to delay it, but First Killer playing that ball wonderfully, able to get up and tip it down and out of the possession of Seiko. Seiko double tap pass to the corner. AJ booms it back to the middle of the field. Relating Wave controlling it on the first touch. And now Seiko has to get the mid boost, trusting Metza to get it up to him, and he does. But demoed Metza getting taken out by Typical. Relating Wave to the FaZe corner. First Killer, nice challenge. Metza staying on the play, but won't make contact on the ball. Seiko in reverse won't be able to do much either. Typical infield to AJ, going for the double, and it's blocked by Metzenaris. A huge save.
Yeah, great read by Metza. Knew exactly what AJ was up to, and he trusted AJ to hit the double. You have to do that against FaZe. They've got such insane solo playability. They're backing each other up at the moment as well. They're doing what everybody's asking for them to do. They're not just playing as 3 individuals. They're playing like a team right now. They've had synergy, and although there's a couple of nervous moments happening here and there, FaZe still holding strong.
Nervous indeed, because this could be it for Endpoint. Tournament life at stake. We're still scoreless halfway through this game. See First Killer trying to underflip that. Will be able to turn on it as well. Pass to Typical, and Metza again there to deny the shot.
Yeah, great saves coming out of both teams. Metza going to need to do more. Honestly, he's done quite well with that, and Seiko, despite not having boost, pretends that he can get to this. That makes sure that no FaZe player is going to go. They're all expecting Seiko to hit that to the back corner, but he's faking. He knows he can't get there. Now Relating Wave double, trying to get it on target, not able to get the second touch on the ball from the tight angle. Less than 2 minutes remain. Endpoint needed 3 games in a row here, and the first one's not coming easy.
Yeah, nothing coming easy for Endpoint. Now the tip down,
Okay.
Seiko starting to make some baby steps towards this reverse sweep.
Look how it is setting it up. Relating Wave just pops the ball into the middle slowly. Typical expecting a much faster pass to come across, wasn't ready for this bouncing ball. And actually, I think Relating Wave even threatening a wave dash demo in the landing, so a lot of things going on there for Typical to compute. Didn't manage to get the correct read on the situation. Endpoint lead by 1. Still time left for FaZe Clan.
And there we see it, demo. Mets on First Killer. It's going to throw off the rotations for FaZe. Seiko stealing the corner boost. Relating Wave tipping it down to Seiko. Seiko doesn't make contact. And First Killer Tips it around Metza. The attack
Oh,
is
a
on.
shot.
And that shot is wide. Relating Wave has struggled at times as third man, but was able to at least push that shot wide or cover the net. Now AJ, that shot going to be blocked by Relating Wave. So the defense from Endpoint has been the difference maker.
And Seiko actually just missed there to lead it to another phase shot, but it's saved as well. So many huge saves coming out of Endpoint in this game. And Seiko catches the ball in the back wall. It's a scramble for FaZe to try and get this one clear, but the shot proves to be too difficult for Relating Wave to finish off. Now first killer in the counter. Air dribble bump, and he scores it. Endpoint over commit. First killer goes one way, straight down the middle, no time wasted, and ties the game.
And First Killer knew immediately what to do. There was no doubt in his mind. Air dribble bump. When you're in that 1v1 situation, if you can pull that off, it's so difficult to save. And First Killer, he was able to clutch that up for FaZe Clan, tying it up in the final minute. A chance to take the lead, but Relating Wave will clear it out. Endpoint's defense has been so good, and there's Seiko streaking in to make that save. Infield pass, nobody from FaZe there. And now a chance for Endpoint. Metza.
Oh my.
Off the backboard, and Relating Wave hits it wide.
A little glance to the side there, Relating Wave. He's not going to be happy with the finish. It was such a good pass by Metsonoris. He can't think about that right now. 15 seconds left for Endpoint to try and score in regulation and keep their series alive here. Good FaZe. End it all right now. It's in the Endpoint half. Only Metsonoris with a bunch of or Relating Wave with a lot of boost right now. And there's a challenge coming through. It looks like we will be headed to overtime for game number 3. FaZe Clan just one goal away from the main stage in front of a crowd.
Endpoint. They'll have to find something here. Defense has been fantastic. They're going to need a little bit of offense to finish this out. And so, I don't know how that one went wide.
Typical credited with a save there. I think he deflected it into the post.
Oh my God. Endpoint can't buy a goal at times. And FaZe find another life.
Well, Endpoint, between this game and the last one, will feel like they should have scored some more goals than they have. But again, they've got to just focus on the task in front of them. They have to score the next goal or they're going home. FaZe starting to look a bit shaky here and there, but so are Endpoint. Both teams feeling massive pressure at the moment. It's visible, so clear to see.
So much on the line, Johnny. Not only to progress in the tournament, but to make it in front of a crowd, something that we've been waiting years for. That pressure, you can see it on the players' faces and in their gameplay. Seiko tipping towards net. It was soft, and AJ able to save it. First killer down the gut. Seiko controlling it. Will flick it towards net. AJ there, double tap off the ceiling. Gets the demo out of the air as well. Sypical, the shot, backboard play. The shot too high, and now sent all the way downfield. Sypical demoing Seiko as well. Things starting to heat up.
That had to be it for FaZe. Typical hitting the ball high. I don't think he realized how open it was. Endpoint still alive. But that one was not of their own doing, and it won't be for long. First killer finishes him off. Top corner. Banger by the man in the middle. FaZe Clan eliminate Endpoint from the tournament.
FaZe Clan finally able to achieve that victory that's been so elusive to them. It's been a tough tournament so far, finding themselves in the lower bracket. They missed out in Game 5 yesterday. They were not going to make that same mistake again. And not only do they take Endpoint down, but convincingly in a sweep.
Yeah, not the performance that Endpoint wanted. This is not how they would have wanted to go. I mean, no, you never want to get eliminated, but that was not the performance we see. Even Seiko missing multiple times in that last game. Game 2, definitely mistakes as well from Relating Wave, but that's really just being forced by the situation, the immense pressure they're under. They've ended up in this situation after a tiebreaker earlier on in the day. It is tough for them, but I'm sure they can bounce back and eventually get a good LAN performance. But how about FaZe? They are now in the top 8. They started off pretty horrendously in the group stage, but they're still going. And that's the exciting thing about these lower brackets is you never know who's going to get that run going.
And we've seen some pretty crazy lower bracket runs throughout RLCS history, so you can never count anyone out. And it was a battle. At times, you saw Seiko making some plays, but then First Killer, that was massive in the final minute, getting that solo play, and then First Killer in Game 3 scoring the overtime goal. First Killer having a massive Game 3, but also early on, Johnny, AJ, his presence was felt early on, and he carried that through the entire series.
Yeah, we're seeing mistakes from Endpoint, but they're almost forced because you always expect somebody's probably up for that. Somebody's probably going at a million miles an hour at this ball. I've got to go. And when you play faster to compensate for the enemy team being as fast as FaZe are, mistakes are going to happen. So these mistakes that Endpoint are making, you got to credit FaZe for them. FaZe really stepping up here. First Killer in that last game, he was the difference. With that irritable bump, huge play to get the tie game before scoring the winner as well.
Yeah, and so FaZe Clan, they do it. They're going to be moving on, playing in front of a crowd tomorrow. And now we're going to go down on the field with Roll Diz.
Thank you, Wave. I'm here with my boy. This man, the tall menace. First Killer. Man, how you feeling right now, man? You finally on the main stage?
I couldn't be happier, bro. I can't wait to play in front of a crowd.
Can't wait to play in front of a crowd. I can't wait to see you in front of a crowd. The energy levels that you guys had from day one, obviously disappointing performances, but now you bounce back. How you guys feeling? What was the mentality moving forward?
Obviously, it was a rough start. We just kept telling each other that it's just like the beginning of the tournament. We'll get the jitters out, and then we're here to make the run.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear, man. First match on stage is going to be the winner of BDS KCP. Who you hoping to play?
Well, obviously, I think we're going to play BDS because, it's a BDS, but I hope we play KCP.
Okay, you hope you play KCP. But I think you think you're going to play BDS. Yeah. The prediction for that matchup, I got to ask you on the spot. First Killer, my man, you going all the way?
We're going all the way.
That's what I'm talking about. We have to see a full North American top 6.
Yeah, we got to show that we're better.
Exactly, and that's what I like to hear, bro. Listen, man. What I gotta ask. Typical. He's been having disappointing performances. He got the comeback. We have a leadership quality that I said I needed from you. Did you have that?
I've been working on my leadership skills. I've been trying to hype him up, but he's stepping into his own shoes.
All right, man. Thank you, man. I can't wait to see it. SoFi YouTube Theater playing on the main stage. This has been First Killer, and we'll be right back after this break.
I think G2 is the best team because of our team environment. We're a very structured team.
I think G2 is the best team because we picked up Atomic from the machine, aka NBA. He's balling out. We're fresh off a victory against BDS, arguably the best team in the world. Best team in the world, no more. Can you know why? G2's here to stay, baby. Myself included, and with also Chicago, one of the best duos ever to play this game. We had Atomic. You already know what's going to happen. Pure domination. 3-0, one Group C. We're coming for this winter major victory.
I think what other teams have to do to beat us is play like a slow play style. We really struggle against teams that slow it down, dribble. And I think other teams that play fast, we just match their pace, so we beat them like that.
What do other teams have to do to beat us? We don't know. Have you lost yet? No. We're 3-0 for a reason. I don't know what it's going to take for some team to beat us because we haven't seen it happen yet. Hopefully somebody can have the script. Actually, no. Hopefully nobody has the script because nobody's going to beat us. We might just go undefeated this whole entire tournament. Come on now, ask me a better question.
I think our greatest strength as a team is communication. Our whole game relies on communication, so one play, if we have a missed call or no one's speaking, we just break down. And a lot of our goals are caused that way.
You saw Monkey Moon. He tried to come back on it. He tried to start balling like he was the best in the world. We weren't faced. We weren't worried. Chicago in that post-game interview told us that one of our greatest strengths is that we always come back. We're always ready for all that competition, baby. They thought they had the momentum. We shut them down. You saw Atomic off the ceiling. To me, myself, I slide it bottom right. It's game over every single time. We can do everything and all things because we're the G2 Army.
I don't think I'm the best player in the world. I think a few more trophies and maybe I could say that, but Nah, definitely not.
Definitely the best player in the world, no question about it. Listen, I'm underrated. They always blame me, or they always said I'm not as good. They always bring up Gary G, because Gary G has a Justin. I never had a Justin. Now I got a full team, a full complimentary roster. I got Atomic and Chicago, and you're already seeing the results starting to pay dividends. This is our first time playing together. It's been a solid 2 months, and we're already at the top upper bracket, guaranteed top 6, and we're going all the way. Come on now. Sooner rather than later, you're gonna call me the best player in the world, and that's just the facts of the matter. You see it coming. I'm done.
Blueberry short stack?
Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver. This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mid condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major live from Los Angeles. We've been jamming to Fall by Isaac app the entire event, and now we finally got him on the desk.
That was live, actually. That was he did that.
That was me doing it right
His
here.
mic was hot the whole time.
Thank you. Yeah,
he just
live performance.
It sounded exactly the same. How you been feeling this event?
It's unbelievable, man. I mean, I've been competing and here since I was 15.
Yeah.
So to see it come full circle with everything I love, everybody I love, it's a family out here. It's too much, man.
We love you.
It's too much. It's too much. Literally too much.
Getting to jam to your own music too during the breaks. It's pretty insane stuff. What a match we just saw as we saw that one going down. FaZe able to take down Endpoint.
This right?
Endpoint. Something like that. I think that's how the kids are doing it here. A collapse from Endpoint, Johnny. A complete unmitigated collapse.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think even, well, maybe not, but I was going to say, even the biggest NA fans, you don't want to see a team like Endpoint go out like this. You don't want to really see any team go out like this because we know that both these teams can play so well, and we didn't actually have to see FaZe play very well because Endpoint were not good at all. They were all over the place.
Yeah.
They were missing the ball. They were jumping for things they shouldn't. But that guy, First Killer, really put in some great goals. That goal in the second game, both his goals in the final game, excellent shooting. So that is brilliant to see. But yeah, poor Endpoint, man.
Yeah,
you gotta feel bad for him.
I saw so many counterattacks as well from FaZe Clan with an open wide net. It seemed like Endpoint, they wanted to try to match the aggression, try to match the pace of FaZe, but they couldn't do it, and it was just left wide open for everybody on FaZe.
And now FaZe is going to be in front of a crowd. You know there's going to be so many fans there rocking a FaZe jersey. So it's great for the fans. Absolutely. Very popular team. So now we got 4 North American teams going in front of the crowd. There's one left, and that's the Kings of NA with NRG coming up.
I don't want to count our eggs too early here because we are only halfway through the event at this point, but things are looking pretty good for North America so far. So we'll see how things go. Let's take a look at the bracket after that match is done. We have another team advancing, another team going home. We can see how things look so far.
Yeah.
Down there on the bottom, Endpoint done for the tournament. They will be heading back home. They'll probably hang out and watch the event, but FaZe gets through.
And we see the lower bracket with Europe. We are guaranteed the EU 4 seed to also finish 9th, Johnny. Very important for that top 8 race for the World Championships. So it's good for North America. That's good for Sam 1 as well.
It's even good for Mina because it's not.
Yeah.
It's a long shot after they did not participate this event, but this is great. These middle of the pack teams not just dominating and consistently getting the same results. Great for the teams trying to fight for their regions.
I mean, just look at that top bracket. Version 1, SSG. I can't believe what I'm looking at. Furia's up there.
It's crazy.
It has been an unreal past couple of days, and this group stage all across the board has definitely satisfied.
Well, we are going to hop to the middle of the bracket here and see, can North America get all of them through? NRG versus Queso will be the next match here. And again, you've said it a few times so far, Gibbs. These are the #1 seeds out of their region facing off for an elimination match.
And they both just had an amazing split. We saw Team Queso, the greatest split by any team in Europe or North America ever, with 2 regional wins and then a grand finals appearance. And on the other side, NRG made it to all 3 grand finals, the first time ever for North America. So both these guys in winter looked perfect. But they're in the lower bracket. We got the #1 Queso against the #1 NRG. NRG, they began slow, but when they're down to their last life turtle, they play differently.
Yeah, and that's what we learned a lot from that previous major during the fall split. And Justin, of course, a big part of why they can turn around. This man can activate it at any moment. But we always say that his back is against the wall. He's going to have to do it a second time, Johnny.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do. We saw that big step-up performance from First Killer to eliminate Endpoint. I think Justin needs to do a similar thing here to give NRG a good chance. But it's a full team performance. You need everybody to show up. And Garrett G, so far, hasn't, he's not really found his footing. I don't think any of them have found their best foot
And
yet,
before
but
it was Squishy, right? Didn't Squishy feel like he was instantly on his game at that previous major? It's not the same.
It has not been the same, but can they get back to that form here in the match where it matters most on the other side of the pitch? The wall of cheese, as we dubbed them. I feel like it's been a little bit more like a pile.
Do you still have the cheese card that you drew earlier? Okay, I need to see that later. That beautiful drawing, by the way.
You can very
thank you.
nice.
Thank you. I need
we're
that.
We're gonna show that on stream in a bit, but yeah, this is a tough one for NRG. If you were to say before the event to any Rocket League fan that 4 North American teams will be through and there's one left fighting for their life, no one would say NRG. They'd assume, okay, if there's 3 NA teams in the top 4, one of them's NRG every time. It's got to be. No, it's NRG fighting for their lives.
Now, on the other side of things, Team Queso. The team, Vatira told us on Twitter, he's like, this is going to be our event. Do not doubt us in any way, shape, or form. He was celebrating every single win they've got, and now they're having to fight for their lives.
Team Queso putting up offensive crazy numbers, 3.5 goals per game, and that's over 12 games. But if you exclude the APAC match, they're still putting up 3 goals per game. That would be a record at a LAN.
That's
so
ridiculous.
Queso, the offense is clicking. They had 1 bad series. That's really it. They had 1 bad series versus version 1, but besides that, they have looked fantastic. So they just have to go in with confidence versus NRG.
And they have to climb a mountain. I mean, it's NRG of all teams, but that confidence that we saw on Twitter that you were talking about, Wavepunk coming here, and you mentioned it yourself, Gibbs, that's all you need to go into this matchup. Play that style of aggression. They love to get in your face, fight at you in the air. We need to see that against NRG, otherwise they're done.
I feel like we're seeing a clash of 2 different kind of LAN styles here as well. Queso has very quickly adopted the V1 energy, yell at your opponents as hard as possible style, and it worked for them to get them to this point. Energy on the other side says, let's just have fun. We're just jamming with the bros.
Just vibing.
How do those 2 styles clash? We haven't really seen that yet. I'm excited to see it. Here's some stats between the 2 teams as well.
And obviously both these teams' win rates are fantastic for their regions. The 2 most competitive regions by far. The #1 seeds yet again, but one of them will go home here. It all comes down to this, Johnny.
It's crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous. This, I think, was one of the grand finals that I thought was most likely.
Most people had it,
This
and
was
we
one
already
of the
got
most
it.
likely grand finals. We're lower bracket round 1. This is just what happens. If you don't win a group, this is what you get. Everybody knows that, and they didn't win the groups, so this is what they've got.
That's all they need to think about. This is the grand finals to make bracket. If you win this grand finals, you get to play in the bracket. Let's see what you guys at home think with the Verizon fan vote, #NRG, #TQ to support your respective teams there. I've been making everyone else go. I've been getting to go last every time. I'm gonna go first this time. I genuinely don't know who to predict. I want to believe so hard that NRG woke up well. I'm gonna go on this weird soul read for just a second. I passed Justin in the hall with Sizz. I said like, "Good job on the last match." He went, "Huh." So I think I'm gonna go Queso on this one.
But that is Justin. That's
Justin. I don't know. I'm gonna go Queso.
But the dream is there for all 5 North American teams to play in front of the crowd. The dream has to end somewhere. I'm going Team Queso as well.
Oh, my
I think
goodness.
Team Queso looked
Oh,
so
my
good
goodness.
yesterday.
I didn't expect
I'm
this.
going Queso.
I didn't expect this either, but Wave Punk, you gave me this. I have a nice picture of
look
a
at
piece of
that.
cheese, and I have a little story. I recently did a food allergy test. I'm actually mildly allergic to lactose, so I'm not going cheese. I'm ruining the drawing. I'm going NRG. I got it back, boys. I'm going NRG.
Gibbs, can I have this?
You're never allowed to be on the desk again.
This is my first time up here. I got to create some kind of chaos.
This was so beautiful. I'm going to put it back together for you, Wave Punk. Obviously, I'm picking Team Queso because this drawing is so good. But really, I think the winner of this match has the best chance of making the lower bracket run all the way and winning this thing. I think these two teams have got the best lower bracket run potential, and it all starts here.
I'm still heartbroken
I'm
right
sorry.
now. But
I'm
that's okay.
sorry. I had
It's
to.
okay. I love you. Let's see what the fans thought at home because we got their 70%. I mean,
Of course.
They never lose. They never lose the fan votes.
right.
NRG versus Queso to stay alive at the Winter Major in Los Angeles. One of these teams gets to play in front of you, the fans, at YouTube Theater. The other will have to watch from those said stands. Here's NRG in the blue, Queso in the orange. Subi and Spaceman on the call on the Verizon Skybox.
Into the lower round again, we find ourselves. Who would have thought that Team Queso and NRG would find themselves in this position? But regardless, what could be one of the final hopes for Europe finds themselves against the General. Subi, this is going to be a tough one.
I cannot believe the #1 seed from North America is going up against the #1 seed from Europe in the lower brackets. And all they need is one series win to make it to this weekend to be in front of all of you lovely fans.
NRG's road here came through mostly Renegades. 2 wins back-to-back. Garrett shooting about 50% yesterday. Started to slow down, but overall for the event, 5th place at 35 across the board. He's got to have that same kind of performance. NRG desperately looking just for some chemistry off rip. But for Queso, a lot of it comes through the volume of shots, Subi. They've been unrelentless on the backboard.
They definitely have, and Furia gets a nice 50-50 challenge in that corner. And I agree with you. If NRG is going to be successful, the general of NRG, Garrett G, has to step up here. 2v1 situation for Team Queso. Good 50-50 challenge. It's going to wrap around front of the goal and saved by Garrett G.
Speed through the corners for Team Queso has kept them ahead of most of their games so far this weekend. But when we look at the length of these series, it will come down to the composure. NRG, one of the best at bat with a double tap towards the backboard. Joyo getting the rebound nicely around the side, but cleared away again. NRG trying to get back to midfield, stifled for the moment as Queso try to find possession, but back to the blue side.
Yeah, I think experience is going to be a crucial factor here for NRG. So many moments like this they have been through, and you know how desperately they want to be back in front of a live audience as Garrett G has to race back on defense, gets that boost, so Rise has to try to rotate out, and he's going to get this ball towards midfield. Rise on his way out does demo Squishy, and so far, almost a minute and a half into this game, a stalemate, shot on target, turned away. Justin had a good look.
The pressure's been on. NRG have answered the call, but you have 2 regional championships on the other side. Team Queso coming into this major, heavy favorites for the European side to potentially walk away with a victory. So far, they've run into a bit of stalemates, but in this instance, we still fight for possession through the corner. Yet again, a couple of chippy shots, trading blows here and there. Still 3 minutes to play as Joyo will go up for this one, looking for the juggle. We'll get it over one. The pass down to Rise, and Rise can't get it. Matera there. Opening goal, Team Queso.
Yeah, and it looked like Garrett G left alone on an island back in the blue half for quite a while. The initial shot was stopped, and not much more you can do there if you're Garrett G. Squishy just a second too late, and Vatira puts in the first one for Team Queso.
That wonderful dichotomy of Rise in the air and Vatira on the ground. You can almost bank on it. And so far, Queso do find themselves ahead, but still plenty of time in game number 1. Once more, this best of 5 does settle quite a bit. Loser goes home, winner continues on.
Oh, nice little pass off the backboard, utilizing the 4th teammate, but Justin had no one there available for him, and great boom downfield. Garrett G forced in an awkward position, and expect to see those infield passing plays from Team Queso often in this matchup. I think they're one of the best teams at utilizing the entire wheelhouse of tricks that they have And you've always got to have your eyes peeled as Rise trying to keep things alive and forcing all three members of NRG to go, and Garrett G gets up off the backboard trying to get this ball cleared downfield.
One of the longer sustained drives here for Team Queso. At the midfield, it has been NRG, but into the sidewall, into the corners, those interceptions for Queso have kept them upfield for now. Rise playing once more on the other side. Vatira trying to get back to the corner, will get boost, a pass to the midfield. The shot from Justin, but he gets a little bit too far on the outside of the ball, Subi.
I don't think that he thought the defender was going to whiff that badly, as Garrett G had nothing in the tank, and somehow NRG keep that ball out of the goal, goes off of the goal line, and Team Queso still maintaining pressure, and finally NRG break out.
3 shots and 1 goal for Vatira. Joyo on the opposite end has been playing great as a goalie, getting the pressure away. Team Queso desperately looking for a clear now, but pressure from NRG. It's a wide open net. Rise able to circle back into the lane to cut it down. Pass out yet again. Justin once more. Vatira blocks. Squishy backboard. Here comes Justin. NRG pressing. NRG trying, but they just can't find the goal.
Yeah. Looks like it's the final seconds of game 1, and finally Justin gets it to go. Took him a while to heat up on offense, but they get it to go minute 28 in game 1.
Sigh of relief, but in traffic, the General do find the angle in the opening. The lower right post, Justin able to connect. Tie game with a minute 28 to go. Game 1, so far, been all of the midfield pressure from NRG, but don't count out Team Queso just yet. They've been able to get the ball in the air and keep it out of Garrett's hands.
Yeah, and I think really boiled down to the aggression that we've seen from Rise. So often he's going downfield, looking for demos, looking for bumps, just trying to get NRG uncomfortable on that back half. As Joyo dumps that ball, and Justin gonna read it. The ball's off the backboard, and great clear there from Vatira. Yet Squishy lurking, playing that spy position, and NRG starting to feel like they're just pushing further and further into this orange half as Joyo gets the save, and Garrett G misses wide.
That's got to be a goal for NRG. They had the pressure there from Justin, who rotated through the net, but the clears from Team Queso deny it once more. The wall certainly there in game 1, and now a booming side to the other field. That sentence makes sense somewhere. 45 seconds to go. Still tie game. Pressure here and possession for Joyo. Trying to get it over Garrett. Unsuccessful.
Oh, great clear there from Justin, recognizing where Team Queso was, goes opposite side of the field, right towards the center line mark as Rise. Nobody up to contest. Garrett G finally there. Ball goes directly up, and Joyo keeping things alive. Team Queso, final 30 seconds to go. Just need one, and he looked for the bump. Couldn't quite find it.
Seen a lot of pressure towards the backboard for both teams, but not a lot of extensions. Those offensive rebounds on the carry as Joyo trying to get a little bit cheeky, but the General read it perfectly. Down to the corner we go. 8 seconds now in regulation for game number 1. Who's going to find the go-ahead as Garrett slowly waiting for his opportunity. Still up for NRG, pressure here. And that one should touch the corner. It will. We go to extra time.
I feel like this is going to be the story of this entire series. Both teams so closely matched. And overtime, game number 1 is that pass just off of its mark. I think Team Queso was expecting from NRG to go up for that ball and disrupt it somewhere in midair, but no one went. And still, NRG boxed in their own half. Rise going up, gets the ball off the ceiling. Look for double tap, can't quite find it.
Interesting cuts on the cross from Vatira that start to scare me a little bit. NRG's defense can't block that! Vatira from the elbow!
Taking game number 1 off of NRG. Vatiro does it himself, and that angle is disgusting. All the way from the right-hand side, hitting it inside the left post, and NRG find themselves down 1 in the series.
I mean, if this is how this series will play out, the closeness between these two teams, you take a look at the scoreboard here, it's just back and forth. That midfield pressure was essentially 50-50 for most of the game, but when it came down to a lot of the pressure through the corners, Team Queso, one of the best teams at it, let alone in Europe. And it paid off there, Subi. They had the majority of the ball touches, the demos, and the shots to boot. It was a clean game from Queso.
It was, and it felt like the General NRG started to push forward in the second half of game number 1, but right when overtime start, it clicked something inside of Team Queso, and they just dominated throughout all 24 seconds. Yeah, it wasn't long, but you don't need it to be long when it's only 24 seconds long and you're finding yourself with that many shot attempts. It's just insane how Vatira does this time and time again.
And if there's one thing the Queso have proven time and time again in those regional championships, they know how to clutch up. That's one of the biggest factors for them. You can't teach that. You can't go against it. You have to prepare for it. And Queso certainly proved that in the opening OT.
Yeah, getting both goals for Team Queso is Vatira, and still, Joyo not doing anything in terms of goal participation, and when that kid wakes up is when Team Queso is at their most dangerous. And for NRG, they have got to try and come out of the gates a lot faster. We know that they're slow to start in the group stage. That was present. I mean, got third in Group B as Furia just kind of ran through that and dominated everyone. But right now, from 5 minutes till the end of the game, they need to make it go time.
Waiting for something to kickstart the general. You're looking at 3 of the best shooters at this LAN so far, statistically playing one another on the field. Squishy at 37.5%. Can he have that same success? Can he potentially pump it up to 40? What a stat that would be, but so far, so good. 30 seconds burn. Into game number 2 we go on Forbidden Temple. It's possession here for Team Queso. Down to the corner we go.
Oh,
Garrett
boy.
missing one. Rise on the pass. Will it get intercepted yet again?
And again, NRG just forced to boot that ball all the way downfield. Infield pass. Joyo turned away, and Team Queso have had pressure this entire first minute, just boxing NRG. But still, NRG doing fine in terms of boost usage as Justin and Squishy just content getting those small pads. Is Garrett G going to pop that one up to Squishy, but can't quite beat out Joyo. And a minute come and gone, and it has been all Team Queso.
Garrett was finally able to escape towards the corner and get some resources. So you have boost to burn here if you're NRG to get back to midfield. Look for a booming clear, but you want to get this one out as quickly as possible. Once more, that offensive pressure from Team Queso can feel very overwhelming, especially early on in a brand new game. Joyo is looking for something else, but instead, we go back down to the turf. Vatira popping it up, right back down to round 1. NRG coming up for the challenge. Another 50 goes Vatira's way. But a bit of traffic now into the corner. There's now nobody, neither team, really getting the clean touch.
Yeah, but still, another demo coming out for Team Queso. It has just been 3 for them and nothing for NRG. Right now might be the time to utilize a defensive demo, give yourself a little bit of space, a little room to breathe, try and start the offense. And NRG, speaking of offense, looking for their first push here, but no, it's going to be 1v1. Rise, Garrett G turns that one to the side, pushes it towards midfield, and looking to get things set up.
First time the NRG do break out. Justin's up to meet the ball.
There it is.
Garrett in position, blocked yet again. Team Queso on the defensive end have been stellar in this series so far. But it just seems like the General are gearing up for something good. And with that touch to the corner, this could be the start.
Yeah, rare double commit there for Justin and Squishy, both going off the ball and neither one calling one another off. So puts them out of possession, going to turn this ball over right to Queso. Queso doing a great job at constantly changing things up and forcing NRG to think so hard at what are they going to do next? How are we going to combat this? And right when they find the answer, that's when Team Queso changes it up again. The bump off the back wall, but Vatira comes in last second.
That circle from Garrett, we're expecting maybe a bump towards the goal line, but instead trying to get the quick cut into the lane to pull up for a shot. It just doesn't land. About 2 minutes burn here in game number 2. It's been all of Team Queso with the possession, but finally, NRG starting to show some life. They just need to convert it into an opening goal, get themselves on the board. A little bit of a chip shot, we give one back on the possession. Joyo will extend it towards the corner, so here we go for Team Queso, but yet more. It seems like NRG are reading some of these connections quite well, and they're taking the ball away.
Yeah, and with all that said, all of the offensive pressure that Team Queso has had, because it's felt like it's been all 3 minutes of this game so far, still Team Queso yet to find the mark. NRG doing a great job at not only holding on in that back half, but also not panicking. And we've only seen one double commit. It has been that offensive push from Justin and Squishy, but the communication on point right now, and you better believe Garrett G behind all of that.
NRG doing a very nice job of keeping the ball on the ground when they can, limiting the shots, but Vatira looking for Joyo. It's a 1-2 give and go. All members from Team Queso up now. This is a huge commit past midfield, and that back pass starts to help slow down the pressure.
Definitely.
Give Vatira time to move upfield. NRG were looking for the counterattack.
Well, and it all came because Squishy went for that defensive demo, and Team Queso recognized, okay, we don't have the advantage now, and just dump that ball backfield, wait for your player to spawn back in, and that is the picture-perfect decision right there to make as Justin goes up, has a lot of boost to follow through, but gets denied. Right there is Garrett G, a little too slow to this ball. Final minute has come, and still all not enough.
That's 2 demos now for NRG on the offensive side of the field. That orange half completely dominated by the boys in blue. Justin with a shot, saved away into the corner. Justin circling back up once more. Needs some boost here. NRG not willing to concede that midfield line as Squishy goes for the challenge. And a neutral ball will hang towards the midfield. Rise takes it away. Under 1. Defended by Garrett. Back out to Squishy. We trade possessions yet again.
A monster 50-50 there for Garrett G. Gets a lot of that ball to go in the majority of his favor as Vatira beats out Garrett G there, and here comes Squishy. Final 30 seconds remain, and you know, if you got to go one side, you got to put all in on NRG to score with nothing on the clock. But here comes Vatira trying to outdo them, and Justin denies. But still, another shot on target denied by Garrett G as this ball wraps around the corner.
The first touch comes after the second engagement towards the goal line. 1 second to go. Rise has done this before. Ball still in the air, still around. It's a wrap, cleared out by NRG. And yet again, in back-to-back games, we go to golden goal opportunity.
And composure on all 6 player faces, and great move there from Garrett G to bump Rise off of that ball, realizing, oh no, I got beat on this kickoff. All he needs to do is get a touch, put it on target. Instead, takes the player out of the equation, no shot present.
Been about as airtight as you could ask for both these teams.
Oh,
Vatira, what a shot. Squishy, what a save. Joyo still on the goal line, but into the corner. It's NRG starting to breathe a little bit more heavily now. Squishy with possession towards midfield, just can't get a clear touch. Garrett should be there. With that redirect, you start to slow things down.
Insane solo defensive performance there from Squishy on the back line. I cannot believe that he was able to get through the aggressive bump and still make the save and keep it out as Justin gets the redirect, pops it over to the defender, and NRG tie us up.
When you needed Justin to find something sweet, he comes up big. Squishy with a great pass. And that half flip right above the defender will find its home for a Game 2 victory. The General NRG not up our series at 1 apiece.
Holy smokes, a defensive battle through and through between both teams. And how about the amount of opportunities? The Team Queso had 10 shots on target. In turn over to the page to General NRG, only 5. So, I mean, we watched it on the field. We saw, okay, it feels like Queso's got control, and the stats showing exactly that as we go to our Mobile 1 high-performance replays.
5 demos for Team Queso in this game, too, but they weren't able to convert any of them. An immaculate save from Squishy that kept them in this game. And Justin with the wherewithal just to be in position in case something comes his way. You can see the sigh of relief there for Justin.
Time.
Just, hey, finally, we found something. Maybe that's what it is, Subi. You know, with a lot of championship runs, regardless of the position you're in your bracket, a good bounce, a good touch, a quality goal, something lucky. It always has to bounce your way. That is just a great opportunity for NRG.
Well, and I love that play as well because Squishy's putting a shot on target. So Vatira has to respect that. And he has to respect the fact that Justin's going right towards him. Is he going for the bump? No, he's going to completely change things up and go for that redirect. So just constantly changing what they're doing on offense. Great play from NRG. And the ability to hold on, that's where that experience is really going to come in handy.
Off the kickoff, Team Queso, we're looking for the opener. But going into this matchup, it's Rise talking about the kid himself. 20 total goals with that one in this tournament.
Absolutely impressive here. I love the dish from Vatira going top of the box. Rise barely even has to move off of his path to get that shot on target. And 7 seconds into game number 3, Queso put themselves up 1.
It's a big goal to reestablish some confidence for Team Queso, but we still got plenty of time, folks. We hope you're enjoying it. Welcome in. We'll see how things play out. Vatira popping it high. Trying to play it through the corner. Nicely read by Squishy. Getting it back out to Garrett, who will extend on the first touch. Won yet again by NRG on the possession game. Right over the backline defense. Right on a shot. Better save from Vatira. Better quality attempt. And NRG are here to take it away.
Justin smartly puts that ball back into the corner, and he's going to have some space, some room. And Garrett G deleted off the field. Justin just has to go under the crossbar. He does so surely, and NRG tie us right back up.
Depth perception can be tough, but the quality bounce and the read from Justin, the patience to make sure you secure the angle, nicely done. NRG find themselves yet again in a tie game.
And talk about consistency. So far, Justin, a goal in every single game of this series so far. And that's been the story for NRG. Only 1 goal per each game, and right now we're still waiting to see Garrett and Squishy kind of wake up on the offensive half.
Oh, with this congestion at midfield. We're looking for more for Team Queso in those infield passes to start establishing some presence, pulling defenders off the play, giving yourself room to breathe. It's Squishy right down to Justin yet again. Could it be 3 goals in a row for the young one? Instead, it's NRG's ball. Garrett, flip, reset, immediately challenged by Joyo.
Yeah, and that's the difference between EU and NA, at least when it was the fault major. Nice hard shot turn from Garrett G, but the amount of space given from both regions, Europe is just a stranglehold at all times, not giving any space, any freedom as Rise comes off the ceiling. Doesn't have much boost, can't follow it up, but Joyo sure can, and goes too high off the crossbar, and again Vatira hits the crossbar. Opportunity thrown by the wayside for Team Queso.
Well, the pressure continues. Team Queso don't want to give up the field advantage they have now. The gaps are there, the opportunity starting to form once more. Rise looking for the connection, but instead cut off by NRG. All three pushed up, but Squishy will fall back in rotation. And on the transition down the sideline, the counterattack stalls. NRG don't have possession.
Oh, and here comes Squishy, and you saw Garrett G going up on the backboard, headhunting for Joyo. Didn't quite find it as Justin gets bumped off by Joyo yet again, but Garrett G gonna have an opportunity to push this back into the orange half. Can't quite find the flip reset, but does push that ball through, and Joyo pushes it right back down to the blue half, and Squishy, not the greatest touch, has to retreat back into the zone goal.
That's actually a big clear by Joyo, just to give Team Queso time to get resources, get boost, and get back into the play. We'll punch it towards the sidewall. We'll contest on the sidewall. It's NRG looking for possession. A demo on the other side of the field by Garrett. Kept over from Joyo. The flipped reset almost meets it on the extra jump. And here comes Rise, putting it towards the other side. Starting to stretch out NRG laterally, trying to force them to take these one-on-ones.
I like that idea, but no one was home for that one, so immediately going to turn that ball over, and Rise Vatira breathing right down Squishy's throat as Justin going to come off the sidewall uncontested. Going to just go all the way down to the right-hand corner and try and get things set up for NRG. I'd really like to see some infield passes from them as well.
Just can't find that second touch. Team Queso have done quite a bit to try to get this one out towards first center, but cut off once more. We've traded possessions for the past 2 minutes here. Ever since that tie goal, it's been nothing short of ping pong for both these teams. And in 26. Wish I could tell you something crazy's happened, but it's been a non-stop battle to the corner, back to midfield. A big pinch by Squishy, trying to set up something nice to Garrett. That one will fall shallowly as Rise will circle around, trying to get it back out to midfield. Yet again, we pop it high. NRG are there. Squishy. Love to see if that was a pass out, but instead, we take a shot and we give it right back.
Yeah, and this is just a classic, oh, that's a dangerous bounce coming out of the corner as Justin goes up, puts it under, and no! Denied by the crossbar. Team Queso, NRG can't find it, but Justin, second try, finds it, and NRG up one late in game number 3.
And they mounted that pressure for what seemed like 2 minutes. Team Queso didn't have much to answer for it. They couldn't get it out on a booming clear. And NRG capitalized on the overwhelming nature of those backboard reads. It's a lead for the General. 48 seconds to go here in game number 3. What would be a series lead at 2-1 if they're able to hold on. But here comes Team Queso. Rise all the way to the backboard. Rise right down. It's the Reaper playing bingo. Rise, the equalizer.
Team Queso refused to be denied as he goes up. Double tap is good. And the angle goes just in front of Garrett G. Team Queso so fast out of the transition from defense to offense. And I'm telling you, this is one of the best series of the week, and I cannot believe that this is just the start to the lower bracket.
This has been a chess match for 15 minutes, and it's not going to let up anytime soon. Pawn takes pawn, but here come the Rooks. Justin, look for Squishy on the shovel pass, but intercepted quite once more. Vatira right over again. Team Queso starting to feel like they have something cooking here. The confidence right back to their strikers. Joyo looking for the pass down. The center won't be there. Justin will clear it away from NRG. 8 seconds to go. Rise keeping it up, but taken yet once more. The General pressing their advance. Vatira through the corner. 1 second. Tie game. Downfield we go. Squishy from the backboard.
Goodness.
And this one still up. We'll touch.
And our second overtime of the series. So, no, that's third. I'm so sorry about that. I misspoke. So tightly knit here as NRG trying to have a hand in an offensive push in overtime. Don't want a repeat of game number 1 where they were just pushed into their own half. Didn't even get a shot at it, but so far, back and forth we go.
Big moments come from big lands. Could we see another one? Early into our overtime. 1 goal will decide game number 3. And Rise, trying to be the player to do it, will beat one. Great 50 from Team Queso as Vatira gets possession right back. He's got one player to beat. It's Squishy. Justin trying to help out. Vatira with the dunk, but NRG rated. Joyo's still there. Into the corner. 44 seconds and counting. Team Queso can't find the goal.
And Garrett G came out of the corner just completely discombobulated and somehow was still able to get a touch on that ball and save this game for NRG as Vatira trying to get a shot downfield just off of his mark as Squishy pushes it towards midfield, and here comes Vatira. Look at Garrett G just waiting on that backboard, knew that shot was coming and just puts it gladly back into the corner.
Been a lot of patience from NRG, but when does the counterattack come? That's the big question. You're watching for Justin escaping upfield. Squishy playing high on the backboard, but once more possession here for Team Queso. Justin out to midfield, on target, will be saved. Joyo gets in front of the ball. So it's a quality shot, but not a lot of power. Justin on the center, no dunk there. Popped up yet again.
Oh, Justin got that reset, gets it over one, gonna maintain possession and just throw an honesty check over Joyo, but Joyo puts it back into the corner. And NRG starting to slowly march closer and closer, and Justin takes advantage of the misplay from Team Queso and put themselves on match point.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. Vatira rolls the wrong way and Rise misflips. It's a quality judge, but in the end, you have to be cleaner on the goal line in overtime. NRG, 2-1 in the series now. Team Queso have to hit a hard regain.
And right now, this is just the general Justin. Getting 5 goals in the series, a Hattie in game number 3, doing all that he can to make sure that once again NRG will be sitting in front of a live audience.
Both these teams so respected in their own regions, respected internationally for what they've been able to pull off in our Mobile One high-performance replay. Consistently showing the back and forth of both these squads. It was 1-1 for 4.5 minutes.
Rise, all he did was flip into the post, thinking he's going to land on that wall and have a play, but just bonks himself into his own net. And Justin, probably with the easiest goal that he's going to find himself all series long.
That's a tough overtime to lose, especially in game number 3. Series lead, series point for NRG going into Coliseum. What a way to close it out against one of the best opponents you're going to have all weekend if there needed to be a test for the general. Subi, I think this does qualify.
Absolutely, and especially taking all of these games into overtime. I mean, Team Queso is the overtime killers, and Garrett G gonna take advantage of the opening kickoff mishap from Team Queso, and NRG already up 1.
Well, we might get a pause. It seemed like there could be an issue just from the face cams alone. We will get a quick replay and check with the admins, but while we have you guys kind of on this short break, Subi, looking at how both these teams currently got here. I mean, well, Queso, their only loss for the entirety so far was against V1, but that's no shade. V1 playing a ridiculous level of Rocket League.
Right.
On the other side for Renegades, or excuse me, for NRG, they got themselves through Renegades twice. And there was a lot of question marks about the potential matchup that Renegades and NRG would pose to one another. But it seemed that NRG were able to handle a lot of the situations. But even just from the post-game interviews, they didn't seem like they were too happy with those wins. It was like, we just have to play better. We're not playing our quality Rocket League.
Well, and I don't know why it comes as a surprise. Like, that is what they're known for, coming through group stages and just walking through, and then once they get to the big race, that's when they'll start to run. So for future tournaments, for the spring major, if they can make it, that's where they've got to just come in and just start off hot and try and finish hot. But right now, we've got an update that Vatira has no sound, so definitely hard to play Rocket League when you can't hear your opponents coming to demo you. You don't want that. You just want to make sure everything is on a level playing field.
Yeah, playing Rocket League with no sound, it turns into like a horror game. You realize that someone is chasing you, and they are not trying to high-five. But in general, for both these teams, so much on the line, so much at stake. The loser does go home. They end their run at the major. And for the first time, being back with a live crowd tomorrow through the rest of the weekend, you know that these players are absolutely fighting for every chance to play in front of that crowd. And the winter major has not disappointed so far.
Not even remotely. It is just storyline after storyline after storyline. And the biggest one is just fans being back in the building, and I can't stop thinking about that. I'm just so excited to see everyone that has a love for Rocket League coming out, screaming their lungs out in Los Angeles. It's going to be a great thing, and like you're saying, both these teams want to be here. All 3 members of NRG have lifted the RLCS trophy.
Yeah.
While this is a major, still major implications for the World Championship and for Team Queso, looking to play in front of a crowd for their first time, but they have NRG sitting right in front of them on match point.
Well, BDS was able to do it in Sweden. Can Queso take down the General? That's the big question. Trying to make a case for the best team in Europe, neither world. And so far, they've proven it with at least 2 regional wins. They've got the better of BDS, but they have to do it against this kind of international competition. NRG, the only players that stand in their way at the moment. But NRG in clutch time, it's almost impossible to count them out the way they're able to excel under that pressure. And Garrett, before we had a quick pause, I mean, if you're an NRG fan, you see Garrett scoring on the opening kickoff, like you're probably screaming and throwing your monitor in the air. Like, it's the best possible sign.
Absolutely, yeah. Still going to get the word on if that one's going to count or not, but it is just so fun to get the look at these players. And I want to know who it's going to benefit here with them sitting there, getting this break, getting to talk things over. You've got to think, okay, surely Team Queso right now, sure they're dealing with sound issues, but you can take one of those headphones off, still talk through the mistakes, still talk through what's going on.
Yeah.
And for NRG, you just got to stay how you been. Calm, cool, collected. Hey guys, we've been here before. We've got one game in front of us.
Yeah.
Just get the job done.
Yeah, NRG are going to be calm, cool, collected regardless of the situation, but on the other side, Team Queso are a very emotional squad. They play through the hype. They love getting excited, and they feed off that energy. So getting a chance to kind of sit down, take a pause, talk about your progressions on the field, where you can find those infield passes, how you can create opportunities and facilitate, something that has been lacking in the last 2 games that certainly would have helped them in the overtimes. Odds are Team Queso are going to have an advantage when they come back on the field, but the beauty of Rocket League is that you never quite know what might happen. As here, we have a quick update for you. We paused because Furia had no sound, but we will restart the game from 0-0 with full 5 minutes on the clock.
That is huge for Team Queso. You do not want to go down 2 seconds into the most important game of your life.
Yep.
Already down 1 goal. So for them, they get 1 back, and for NRG, it just feels like they have 9 lives. How many opportunities are they going to get? Well, right now, all they have to do is strike first and just hold on, and they will finally be in front of that live audience once again.
Well, Vatera was in a position to make a play before that opening goal went through. They called for help before the kickoff. So everybody calm down. We got ourselves another 5 minutes of gameplay. Here we go. Game 4 on the Coliseum, NRG and Team Queso.
Oh, big miss there from Justin, and looks like RG's going to have some space, but look at the pre-jump from Vatira, coming out looking like he has played in 27 lands so far. Just the confidence on these guys just oozing from every pore.
I mean, you could look at the expressions during that pause. They were looking confident, talking to their coach, getting an idea of how they wanted to approach this game 4. Joyo just bullying his way towards the backboard. This is a ridiculous touch already from Team Queso, but you can feel the energy right now as they get a lot of these long clears.
And looks like Justin trying to find Garrett G. That ball goes up, and Justin's so fast, so speedy. Met in midair by Joyo, and look at Squishy slowing things down. That ball gets popped up, and NRG not wasting the first 45 seconds.
Very early on, NRG trying to do what they did in the opening kickoff before we reset. Justin gonna play back towards the goal line. It's Rise with the interception. Justin will come out of his hole and find that one. Garrett G looks for the connection in midfield. But I love what Team Queso are doing here, Subi. They're constantly in NRG's face, trying to take the ball away.
Yeah, just tons of respect, obviously, but there is no fear in their eyes as Justin gets Vatira out of net. Squishy can't find the mark as Rise went up, got the save. Garrett G gets it off the ceiling and puts NRG up 1.
Wow, he steps up yet again. Doesn't matter what is on the clock, where we start in this game. Garrett with a 50 off the ceiling. Right back down, lead the General NRG.
My goodness. I think he called that one too. He knew exactly what he was doing with that play, and even if that one doesn't go in, I think they get that cleanup. And Team Queso down 1 on match point. They need to fight back, but NRG looking to increase the lead.
So plenty of time here in game 4, but the hopes of Team Queso comes down to 1 goal at the moment. It's been a lot of strong passes downfield, not a lot of quick cuts. trying to find one another on the turf. Yet again, NRG are there on the sidewall to read that touch. As Justin getting aggressive through the corner now, has boost around. Vatira will get out with the stop. Garrett G cuts it down. Squishy now the next man up. They'll pop it.
Beautiful pass from Squishy. And Justin gonna hammer that one home. Good setup from NRG, up by 2.
I mean, this touch from Joyo kind of gave it right back to Squishy, and he just puts it on an alley-oop to Justin, who secures what looked like a free net towards the upper right post. But with 2 defenders in front, the only player you want taking that shot is Justin himself. 3 minutes to some change on the clock. Joyo winning the kickoff for Team Queso. They need a goal to start getting back in this one, and with that touch and that clear, they'll have to try again from midfield.
And right now, Team Queso unable to get any offense going here in game number 4. They're just getting pushed back, and that's one thing about NRG is, you know, they're very similar to BDS in the fact that they can just download what you're doing on offense. It might take them a game, might take them 2, but eventually they're going to figure out what you're doing and just completely stuff it.
I mean, the mid-game adjustments from NRG have been absurd. What they've been able to read through in Team Queso, taking opportunities away, taking shot time away as well, not letting Rise get up with the ball, not letting Vatira come up for second chance opportunities. Rise escaping up in a one-on-one against Garrett. The pass, the shot, it's good! Joyo, 2-1.
Joyo finally getting involved here for Team Queso, but I love the pass for Rise. A little bait, a little hook, and Joyo with the sinker, and Team Queso come back within 1.
Finally, the infield pass finds itself. Plenty of time. Lead cut in half. Team Queso looking to win the opening kickoff yet again. Rise will do so. Into the corner we go. Vatira with a big demo. Numbers advantage. All here for Team Queso. It's a tie game.
Just like that. Bang, bang. And Team Queso's right back in it. And it all boils down to Vatira and Rise. And Rise, he has been involved with almost every single goal for Team Queso, doing everything he can to keep them in this game.
You win the kickoff, you get a demo, you find a goal. Easy as that. Do it once more. You might have the lead. 2 minutes to play in Game 4. Series lead for NRG. But on the comeback, it's Team Queso, and the pressure beginning to mount at midfield. Neither team getting a clean possession. There's a demo, so once more a 3-on-2 for the next couple of moments. Justin getting back into things with Squishy off the respawn.
Joyo.
Guillotine right down, no one else there. Here comes Vatira off the top bar, saved yet again. NRG get back out.
And just chaos on the back half for NRG, but Justin looking to get the clear, can't quite find it, and Squishy forced to make a save and dribble this one forward, and I love that clear downfield, reading, surveying exactly where Team Queso is, but just like that, Team Queso put themselves back on offense, and the shot just a little too inside.
Queso yet again putting so much pressure through the corners. They are forcing these saves from NRG. That clear helps buy time, but in this moment, NRG looking for a sustained drive downfield. Garrett trying to start things. The cut off there from Squishy. He will get out just around 1. Can't win the 50. Joyo bumped off the play. Right back to Team Queso. Rise circling in for the contest. It's possession of no one. Justin right back up. Intercepted by Joyo.
And how many times have we said that? Someone going up from NRG and Joyo there to deny as the final minute is upon us, and both teams yet again all knotted up. Vatira denying that ball. Joyo gets a nice demo over on Justin, and Vatira gets the dunk to go in for Team Queso, and they put themselves up 1.
I mean, this ground pitch, the read from the side wall, it's Vatira at 58, the 50, the presence of mind to immediately point down and get that one on target. 3-2. Subi, could we be going to Game 5?
Oh my goodness, it is starting to feel like it, and you wouldn't want it any other way. The number 1 seeds from both regions coming out of the winter split, and it's all gonna boil down to one game if Team Queso can just hold on.
28 seconds. It comes down to just half a minute. It's Joyo looking for the setup. The center is there from Rise. Rise securing it off the backboard, looking for the bump on Justin. NRG on defense now, corralling themselves into the corner, but another center, Garrett, has to play that one awkwardly. There comes Rise. 9 seconds to go. NRG upfield.
Justin's up, Justin's in, and no, turned away by Vatira. Final moments, and Rise just gonna let it hit the ground, and Team Queso forcing game number 5.
This is the only way it was meant to go down. Team Queso, clutch up big. This team known for it across the board. NRG pushed to the limit, and Team Queso have all the momentum on their side.
Oh my goodness, Team Queso. It took them a whole half to wake up, but after that, it was all Team Queso all the time. As we get to our Mobile One high performance replays, you're going to see NRG up too early, but then it just boils down to the double demo coming out to open things up for Team Queso. And then when everything's on the line, Vatira gets the go-ahead goal.
It's been so tense between these two teams, consistently showing us their best. When NRG was making small adjustments, Team Queso slowed the game down, pulled the game laterally, forced a lot of one-on-one challenges that NRG just weren't able to handle. And in the end, they find themselves 2 goals and 1 for Joyo, a 3-2 win in Game 4. Coming up to Game 5, one of these teams is going home. Subi, it's as simple as that. Someone loses, they get sent home packing.
I cannot believe it's happening. I honestly can't, and everybody needs to make sure all their friends, family, all around the world are watching this one. This is going to be one for the ages, one for the record books, and Game 5 almost underway. It is just incredible that this is happening.
Queso is 11-2 in Game 5 and 7s this split so far. That's an 84.6% win rate. If NRG lose to Queso in Game 5, it'll be the worst loss for the organization at an RLCS LAN since Season 4 Worlds. Welcome to Game 5 presented by Lamborghini. You know it had to come down here, and you know it's going to take the next 5 minutes.
This opening kickoff, so important. NRG getting it off the rip, but the 50-50s have been so heavily in favor of Team Queso. And right now, Team NRG got to make sure that that one doesn't go in, but another shot from Vatira does sneak in off of the post and good, and Team Queso up by 1.
Man, the opening confidence from Joyo, that's a ridiculous extension, and Vatira right off the right post. Sigh of relief for Team Queso, but all composure from NRG. They know what's in front of them now. The task at hand, they have to respond. Off the kickoff, Rise, the hesitation, right over Squishy, saved once more.
Oh, but the breakaway play, but look at the great rotations from Team Queso. Vatira covering up the goal line, and here comes Joyo looking for a double. Does find it on target, but Garrett G gets the crucial save for NRG.
Man, these games have calmed down to OTs, and now it comes down to one more game with 5 minutes to go. Joyo circling around dangerously through the goal line, but here comes Squishy! You can't count him out, and he steps up big.
Squishy getting his first goal of the series off of this one, and it's off the mistouch from Joyo, and Rise trying to clean it up. Can't quite do so, and NRG put him back within reach.
Often overlooked for how good his passes can be, how good he is at finishing at the rim. Squishy once more ties it up. NRG finding themselves with plenty of time in Game 5. But Rise and the pressure have certainly been able to mount the comeback before, right off the backboard. Team Queso looking for more. Vatira on target. Oh, it's an own goal, but Vatira, so much power, and it goes in regardless.
He just puts the heat on the sauce, and the ball too heavy to stop. And Squishy coming across the top of the net can't do anything to keep that one out.
You've worked so hard if you're NRG to get in this position. It's stuff like that that hurts the most, more than any other goal. Still plenty of time. Team Queso looking for their third, but Squishy, potentially his second. Justin is there. Oh. Squishy right back down. Back to midfield. It's a one-on-one. The pass, the redirect, not good.
And how crucial was that demo there to relieve the pressure from the general NRG. Garrett G surely would have had that cleanup, but nobody in position after that. Is Squishy gonna back pass over to Justin. Just trying to air dribble and just denied by Vatira mid-air yet again.
That midfield pressure for NRG starting to mount a little bit more. They've been finding one another, winning some of those 50s, and a big clear out by Justin just buys NRG time. It comes for one circulation, one extra boost, one extra bump, demo, whatever you want to call it. Oh, Rise off the ceiling, the center there. Justin read it perfectly.
Yeah, but still, ball stuck in the corner. Those things are just made out of Velcro right now, and Rise gets denied, and Squishy gets a much-needed touch. Nobody has boost in net for NRG, and Rise gonna capitalize.
Oh, they're starting to chirp, but you can hear the song all the way across the field. With so much time, it's Vatira on the pass, and Rise gets right between the defense.
Just boils down to all that boost stealing, all that thirst coming out from Team Queso, and they keep refilling in NRG's half.
You have to breathe if you're NRG. Slow the game down. Maybe
Flip.
it's up to Squishy. Was holding the reset for as long as possible. Justin can't win the one-on-one. Vatira with the save. Here comes Garrett, the captain, with Joyo.
Boy.
Escapes, Rise on the wing. A shovel pass down. No needed. Here comes Vatira off the top bar, off the backboard. Squishy to Garrett. Still somewhat on target, but not enough power, Subi.
The shot too wide on that one, and NRG got to do something on these transition plays as Vatira up off the crossbar. Joyo with the shot and Garrett G with the boom. This one could be over Rise, but gets the much needed touch and the double tap to put it over to the side wall.
That second tap is huge, but here comes Squishy on the challenge, read perfectly by Team Queso. Joyo misses his extension, and all of a sudden, it's numbers into the corner for NRG. Intercepted yet again. Vatira trying to extend, but here's Rise and Justin with a second touch off the ground. Squishy extending towards the sidewall, now flying upfield. Garrett is certainly there, but will get caught with the demo, and Vatira will steal the ball away.
Into the corner goes, nice center pass, but Joyo turned away by Garrett G, and for NRG, they have to get to work now. Still only down 2 goals, 2 minutes to work with, but boy, oh boy, would it feel good to have 1 to go and just plenty of time to work with. But Vatira trying to get this ball cleared. Justin with a much needed 50-50, and NRG still searching for some offense.
Team Queso are playing this like there's 30 seconds left in this game 5. NRG need to match that, and they need it now. Not a lot of time left, but Justin with a half-flip redirect won't get it to land. It's a great save from Joyo. An escape downfield. Rise on the 1v1. The dog! Oh, it's improbable! Rise yet again!
Rise flexing on the goal line, gets this ball straight through Garrett G, and Team Queso extend their lead to 3.
80 seconds to go. NRG's tournament life hangs in the balance of the time and the pressure from Team Queso. Rise, not once more, taken away.
NRG have to have one on this offensive push. Garrett G couldn't find one, and Joyo, great save put on that ball, and with this clear, NRG have so much work to put in. 1 minute remains. They need a goal every 20 seconds.
They can start here. You have to believe it's possible. Queso have done so well at mitigating the pressure from Garrett, at limiting those infield passes from Squishy, and taking away the mechanics of Justin. It's been a team effort. It's been 3-man up at a time. It's been Rise doing just that on those occasions. 36 seconds now. Team Queso, one of the last hopes for Europe alongside BDS. But down to Justin, a chance off the bar again. NRG cannot buy a goal.
That is it. They went all in, and Team Queso called their bluff. And Team Queso, for the first time ever, gonna be playing at the Winter Major in front of a live audience at the YouTube Theater. Man, oh man, I can't believe it.
If you would have told me that NRG don't even make it to Saturday of the Major, I would have told you you're absolutely wicked. It's done. Queso send the General NRG on an early flight.
And Vatira gets the exclamation point for good measure, and they are just gonna salute to the General and send them packing.
What a way to do it. 11-2 in game 5s and 7s this split, and they add more to that column. The clutch factor is absolutely unheard of. Team Queso take down the General NRG in mind-boggling fashion.
Number 1 NA, number 1 EU, and EU come out victorious. And nothing but hugs and elation on the side of Team Queso when we get a look in at General NRG, and you can just see the disbelief coming across their faces, just nothing but sheer disappointment. But you can see fist bumps coming all around, and NRG hasn't won a game yet this season when they allow 4 or more goals, and in that game, Team Queso getting 5, just pouring the offense on.
Absolutely terrifying that Team Queso had their best performance in the biggest moment so far for them at this event. That's insanity. If anybody is watching this team, which I'm sure you are, if you have to run into them into the bracket,
good luck.
Good luck, and we hope for you. But NRG, a very disappointing performance this weekend, a heartbreaking one as well for a team of this caliber with so much riding on these 3 players with what they wanted to prove after Sweden. this one's going to sting for a while.
Yeah, as we get another look at the Mobile One high-performance replays, right out of the gates, it was just bang, bang, both teams scoring. And then after that, all Team Queso just pouring it on. And you see the flexors coming out right there. And for Team Queso, 1 series win down, 4 more to go to put themselves in the grand finals. It's going to be a long, arduous journey, but they got the first one out of the way.
Yeah, they joined their brethren up there with BDS being able to take down NRG at an international major. But in general, no pun intended, it was a very tough series for North America. On the other side, Team Queso, just too good. But that's it for us here on the caster side. We want to throw it down to James Bott with Joyo. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, Spaceman. Joyo, it's been a crazy tournament, especially for Europe. Europe has been struggling this event. No one expected you guys to be down here in this lower round one, facing off against NRG. That's the toughest lower round one that you can even imagine. How was it playing NRG?
I mean, at the start, I was so nervous. I think my teammates definitely stole the show today. I mean, yesterday I felt good against FaZe, but this was really nerve-wracking, especially because it's NRG. I know I've looked up to them for ages, and you know I'm a young player, and I've been watching them since I was like 12, 11. So I couldn't get over the nerves for the first few games, but you know we clutched it up, and it was fun. Yeah.
Yeah, you clutched it up, indeed, against many people's favorite team in North America and the world champions in their own right. And now you're here on this main stage being that inspiration for that next generation of Rocket League players that are coming up trying to be pro. How does that feel?
It's just surreal, to be honest. I don't feel like I deserve to be here at all, but, you know, it's just a completely surreal feeling. I don't believe it's still real. I don't know how I got here, but, you know, it's a good time, so...
A good time indeed. Incredible plays. And we're not even to the best part yet. We have a crowd that's going to be cheering you guys on tomorrow and Sunday. What does playing in front of a crowd mean to you?
My entire career went down to this moment. I've been to, and I can't believe that I get to play instead of just watch now. I'm just so hyped. I can't even believe it's real.
Well, I can assure you it's real. And we've got a lot more Rocket League coming up. We've got BDS going up against the Pioneers right after the break.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven.
Tippy driver. This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
Monsters in the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other. That's when we need each other.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let them, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let them, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see it, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let them, I ain't moving small.
And the greatest fall, NRG, knocked out of the Rocket League Championship Series Winter Major live in Los Angeles. One match, one game away from playing at YouTube Theater, Gibbs.
Team Queso, though, you have to give them all the credit in the world. They went to a Game 5 versus NRG. These guys, it's their first LAN. And they showed up versus NRG. And we're back.
I'm replaying.
We're back here. We don't need replays.
You're making a great
We know
point. They have to
Queso
show you
win.
again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Nice.
But, oh, man, what a brilliant performance from them. They were down 2-1 in the series, battled back. Team Queso, clutch. They always win on Champions Field. They do it again, Spaceman.
I mean, the micro adjustments that NRG made were impressive in the latter half of the series, but we talked about it consistently on the broadcast. When Queso had to step up and clutch up and dictate the pace, they did just that. They found the mechanical plays, they spread out NRG's defense, and these quality shots they were taking in clutch moments. It's so hard to guard against that.
I mean, Game 3, they were down 2-0 as well. They had to do something, and they brought it back then to 3-2. That final game, 5-1, I think it ended, and it was a slaughterhouse where NRG clearly were like, you could see on the face cams, it started to set in. They were like, oh, we're not going to be there. Like, that's going to happen. Final 2 minutes, we're not going to be there. You see Squishy literally, I think, like near the end of the goals, he was like, literally hand on head, like,
That this can actually happen.
This isn't just like a bad dream that you wake up from and like, and now I've got 1,000 fans around me. Whee!
And it kept happening. It just kept, every goal that was crucial kept happening against them.
And that is why when you're on day one, you got to play at your best. Because if you're not perfect, you go to the trenches and you never know what can happen.
You never know. Do you think this is the wake-up call?
I hope so.
Energy maybe need here.
Because Energy, they always do this. They start off really slow, but they know that they're so talented. They always win. They battle back. I really hope so, because I think they have to show up in Spring Major. World Championship, we know that they'll be there. They're number one in NA right now. They probably will be by that time, but you can't begin slow, because if you lose once, it is always so incredibly hard to bounce back. You got to be perfect.
Well, NRG will have to look to the future to play, and Queso gets to advance to tomorrow to play at the U2 Theater. We've got the Winter Major going on here. Also, I wanted to say that I put the card back together.
Oh, that's nice.
Balance has been restored.
It's all right. More turtle indeed here. We got some crazy competitions happening here for the Winter Major, but it's not the only Rocket League competition, not the only Rocket League circuit we've got. I hear we have some special news presented by the CRL boys over in the caster booth.
That's certainly correct, Wavepunk. Corelli achieves the inaugural CRL casting. I joined shortly after. But big news, guess what, guys? There's going to be a CRL World Championship.
What's more than that? You can buy your tickets right now.
Yeah, you, of course.
RL.gg/CRL tickets. Are you listening? RL.gg/CRL tickets. You can go to a CRL land this summer, baby.
Go.
That's right. The league that gave you the monster that is T-Bates. You're welcome, and we're sorry.
And we're sorry.
Roll the tape.
I'm not sorry.
What do you got to say to the love you're getting right now? The stars and stripes are big and bright. Well, I think that about sums it up, guys.
Damar.
Oh, gosh.
What are you doing?
No. No, go. Just go. Not today.
Bro, we're in Los Angeles. Right, man. The Winter Major's happening this weekend. Rocket League's the best it's ever been, and you're out here looking for that.
I'm just upset, man. I can't see you and T at LSU play at land for CRL, man. I'm down bad. I'm hurt.
Come on. I know you saw that announcement. Corey and Stumpy, CRL World Championship this summer.
It's not a land.
You know it's in Dallas, right?
You know you tall, right?
You know that's my hat, right?
You said Dallas?
Dallas!
Can I wear the hat?
Yes!
Yeah! Okay. Base, this is a good day. We finally get to see you at a CRL land.
That's fine. I bring this good news, and that's all you got for me? You're pulling a Corey.
Well, listen. It's time to go to work.
That's right, June 3rd through 5th at DreamHack Dallas. You can buy your tickets right now to go see some of the best colleges in the world playing Rocket League. From across the world, too, not just North America now, Stumpy.
Now it's in Europe. There's the European leagues happening. It is everywhere. You Europeans out there, I'm one of you, so I can talk to you like this. Don't be idiots and think, oh, it's CRL, I'm not going to get involved. Watch it. Find your university, find people that you know who go to these universities, watch their matches, and if you can, go to DreamHack Dallas, go and watch that World Championship. It's going to be amazing because we've seen so much from North America in this time. There's Europe's chance to go there, see what they can do, but also celebrate the fact that you can get scholarships to play Rocket League and see how this can maybe lead into pro careers for RLCS. Just blows my mind. It's an amazing program.
Yeah, it's not. It's also if you're sitting there going like, oh, this CRL World, that sounds like a lot of fun, but like, what if my college gets knocked out early or something like that? DreamHacks are a lot of fun. You should absolutely go. They're back. There's so much to do there. There's esports to watch. There's games to play. There's new things to discover. Booths to check out as well.
And everyone just wants to watch some Rocket League, have a good time. We're gonna see that tomorrow. We're gonna see it there as well, and maybe we'll see more glorious acting because I thought that commercial was fantastic.
That was great.
Great job.
Did you see the tears?
Dazzering
crying.
Yeah, Dazzering.
He really wanted to be there, and he's going to get to be there. Wow. You can be there, too. Just got to go buy your tickets. June 3rd through 5th. Make sure you're there at DreamHack Dallas. I'm excited to check it out myself. Let's talk about the next match coming down the pipe. Another elimination match. One of these teams going home, one of these teams moving forward. So we take a look at our bracket. 2 of them have been decided, 2 yet to go. We got Dignitas versus EG coming up here at the end of the day. But for now, BDS to take on KC Pioneers, an elimination game with what I would say is a clear favorite here, Gibbs, but clear favorites have been struggling the last 3 days.
There's no bigger favorite. There is none. It's BDS, your fall major champions. They've never lost at a major. They win every single one. Versus Pioneers that honestly are here because of a DMP. They're 0-2 in their group. Like, there is no doubts about it that right now Pioneers, they got to show up. They got to prove why they're here.
Yeah.
And no better way to do it than beating BDS.
I know favorites have been struggling, to say the least, in this event, but this is like Goliath versus a pony. Like, I'm sorry. This is not going to be close. BDS, statistically, in-game, out-of-game, on paper, what they've been able to do, even when they've struggled this event, have been relentless, and they're keeping that common BDS factor in all of their games.
Yeah, the fact that this is Pioneers coming through, as you said, Gibbs, they came through essentially on the fact that, unfortunately, Sandrock couldn't make it to this event. They got through, they got out of the group 0-2, they've won 2 games in total. They are so fun to watch. I really don't want to get down on them. They're so fun to watch. Those guys seem hilarious. They have really good fun. But then you look at BDS, their mentality is actually worse right now, I think, than KCP.
That's the one chance. That's the
one thing. If KCP start to score and they actually do well, because they have been getting a good few goals per game, and they get up and loud at BDS, play that mental game. Turn that screw, get on their nerves, look at Monkeyman in the eyes, and make him sweat. Make him feel like he's the biggest man there and his teammates letting him down. If that's how you want to take BDS down, you need to punch them in the knees.
It is, in fact, game day, so getting up and getting loud is
part of
the
exactly,
prognosis.
as the scripture says.
Yes, exactly. It is a sacred statement. This player in the end, though, is the one I have the most questions about.
Yes, key factor, marked by 8. That game 5 versus G2. He had a shot with like 15 seconds left that he should have scored, and they would have won. They would be through the upper bracket. He did not hit it. He knows it. His whole team knows it. Do they pick him up over these last 24 hours? I hope so. Yeah. Because they're going to need him here.
And KCP's going to have to shut him down. He has an 84% goal participation so far going into this event. If that continues, individually, BDS can just find a way to out-rotate, outplay you mechanically. You're talking about 1v3 situations where you favor them. KCP have to do a good job of locking down the strikers.
And this is how much pressure that BDS puts themselves under. Mark by it. He's on BDS, and he still feels the pressure that he's got to score goals. Yeah. We have to win our groups. On the other side of the pitch, KCP, you mentioned that they made it through because of the DMP from Sandrock Gaming. Given how this event has gone, though, I wouldn't put it past. I wouldn't say that this is an automatic 4th place finish for them in any way, shape, or form, especially seeing what Renegades did to Furia yesterday. So KCP, they have gotten an easier route here. Does that give them more energy, Stumpy, to take on the Titan of BDS?
I mean, this is an event that OCE have been excelling at so far. Compared to how they have done previously, they have done so well. We've got Pioneers coming through instead of Ground Zero Gaming, essentially. That's how they got here. Their energy has been brilliant. The way that they have played is utterly fearless. They look at their opponents and they treat it as if it's just any other people. It's blank slates and they think they can beat them every single time. They play so well as a team unit and I find them utterly impressive in every aspect of the game. The worry is, at sheer gameplay, they are obviously a level below BDS. Everyone knows that, but they can do so much off the pitch.
And that's my one issue with Pioneers. There was 3 winners in OCE, like throughout all these regionals. Pioneers did not win any of them. They made it to a lot of finals. That's why they're here. But when it comes down to a big game, they didn't pull off the win. But that could change all here. We could change every storyline by taking down the fall major champions in BDS. Pioneers, I would say, they want this matchup because they want to prove everyone wrong.
Imagine NRG and BDS getting eliminated back-to-back and neither one playing in front of the first crowd. It would be one of the most insane things that's ever happened in Rocket League.
It would be so winter major of them to do that as well. Come on.
Let's see how you guys at home feel with the Verizon fan vote, #BDS, #KCP. KCP's going to need your energy. We'll see if any fans show up. Are any of you predicting KCP? By raise the fans, I think you can just give us all BDS here. Let's talk about what KCP has to do, though.
BDS.
BDS, yes. I have a BDS as well.
Yeah,
G2.
I spelled out sorry. I spelled out phonetically because it was more fun.
But that doesn't help. I don't know.
I spent a long time trying to draw their logos. Significantly harder than it looks. For the fans, what is the key to victory here, Gibbs? For the people who are rooting for KCP, give them something to hold on to.
Are you spiritual?
Let's see how the fans feel. Let's see how the fans feel.
If you're not, start
praying
right now.
Do you have faith? I mean,
reaching for the higher power.
Fans have
fans have
faith.
got them.
That is so high.
Fans have faith.
Keep it bumping. Keep it bumping.
I expected that. Yeah, can they pull it in chip for check? Come on, you guys can get this. This is still going. Go the other way. Let's see if we can make it happen. I don't know. They need to pop off. This is still a 5-game series. You don't even have best of 7.
Yeah. It is a best of 5, so anything can happen. Like game 1 goes the wrong way. Mark by 8 gets a little bit antsy. Who knows?
It's going to be incredibly difficult. KCP have to essentially, and as stupid as it sounds, they have to win this series flat out. They have to continue to play better than BDS. Keep it bumping, folks. In general, though.
Yeah. Come on.
One more.
They're the fan favorites. All right. But let's get that off the screen real fast here. Let's get over to the Skybox. We got Verizon Skybox full of all of the CRL casters here ready to give us the call on this match. BDS, the clear favorite. Can KCP play upset? We'll find out here in just a moment.
We're RLCS casters. Thank you very much, Wave Punk. BDS going to take on the Kansas City Pioneers. The cards stacked against this Oceanic team, the last remaining OCE team in the tournament, guys.
You know what? I've been actually impressed with them. When you go back to their matchup against Dignitas, they really took it to them early on. And really the biggest issue for KCP in a lot of those games was blowing the lead that they had because they jumped out in front multiple times against Dignitas and got a good sucker punch in.
And in many of the series, they have came out with a game win and in game 1. So they have a lot of potential, and the way they've been playing certainly seems to at least catch teams off guard. The only problem is keeping the advantage, as Corelli was mentioning, Jorby.
You're certainly going to have difficulty getting by Team BDS. And while Europe, maybe overall in the scorecard, haven't had the best week so far, this team, you can always count on them to perform when they need to. But we'll see what KCP have in the tank. Is Super Lucky throwing that one down? We'll actually get in front of it. That's Banana Head. Nice catch here from Extra to try to flip it out.
We'll see what form BDS is in today. Obviously having that tough Game 5 loss to G2 yesterday. Of course, knocked out of the tournament here. And of course, the devs talking about, maybe an easier matchup for BDS. But again, Pioneers really have a big opportunity here to play spoiler, and that's a great first touch. And the shot is going to sneak in for Scrub. And here we go again. Pioneers on top first.
Asking, you shall receive. Super Lucky, he's been playing incredibly the entire major. And how about Scrub? Give that one a little kiss to get it around the post. What a shot. And Pioneers up in front early. BDS, can you find a way back?
Probably the only way that you're going to find an advantage over BDS is if you throw the first punch, maybe catch them off guard a little bit.
That's what we talk about, especially in matchups where, it feels like it's lopsided. You have to come out swinging in the game 1, and Pioneers certainly do that. They've done it against Dignitas. They even took a game off of Space Station as well. We're sitting in the top 6 right now. Extra trying to sneak one through. Not going to happen as Monkey Moon tries to shepherd it out. Monkey Moon
has played out of his mind in this tournament. Even when they're losing, he looks like the best player on the pitch. He'll take that ball back around to Extra as he worms his way around the pitch.
Really liking BDS's idea there. Keep the ball grounded as much as possible. They have been really throwing Pioneers for a couple of loops on those challenges and starting to put possession more in their favor.
Push down here by Banana Head. Pioneers not feeling too much pressure from BDS to start off. A nice pass back to Monkey Moon, over to Extra, and can't make the connection. Extra, no boost.
Just too far ahead and above. BDS trying to get warmed up here. First 2 minutes upon us. Really haven't seen too much offense. It has been the Pioneers putting on shots. They're trying to put on a second goal. Maybe a cushion here for Super Lucky as it's turned away by Monkey Moon.
Banana Head setting that one across. No boost for him, and Mark by 8 gonna hustle down the field with the touch and a nice save by Super Lucky.
The patience as well. Easy to get a little antsy with the one-on-one. BDS still poking and prodding, seeing what Pioneers defense is capable of, and they have indeed made every team work for it. It's not like they've been playing sloppy defense throughout the major. It's really just the inability to fight off the adjustments their opponents make. Mark by 8 off the bar to himself, a little out of reach.
Push downfield again, Pioneers. That was a close one. But BDS still retain control as Monkey Moon gets that ball back over to Mark by 8. So Pioneers, they did get that first goal, but they're also having issues getting pressure set up in the blue half.
The pressure isn't on the Pioneers, though. They've been weathering the storm that BDS has been putting on. Here comes Scrub again. He wants one off the back wall. Good defense from BDS as they're still trailing here with 2 minutes to play.
Popped up, BDS. Have a lot in the tanks. Monkey Moon's the only one without it. Mark by 8 has the shot that's saved. Ready for it was Super Lucky again. He's been the netminder on the last couple of tries from BDS.
Ooh, tough one here. Really, I didn't see Mark by 8 tucked away in the corner there, a little disguised. So far, yeah, it had to be in, right? I mean, he took such a good bounce for him out of the corner.
Yeah, he nailed that pinch on the side. Monkey Moon just kind of squares that one up, and no one's expecting that.
Man.
Yeah, you're right. No one expected it. I think Extra was shocked that it came down in front of him, and he'll take it as he puts it away. And that's been the only way that BDS has been able to break through Pioneers. Let's give them credit. The defense has been holding strong, but a pinch like that will catch you off guard.
Push here from Scrub. See Banana Head trying to play that demo man. Couldn't find any contact on a chassis. Popped up again. Pioneers have set up off the kickoff. Extra gets that touch right back down to Mark by 8. BDS have stabilized, light touch turned away by Super Lucky.
Really good control again. I like BDS and the grounded approach. Oh, good save from Mark by 8, but the idea on dribbling, force Pioneers to come and take challenges away from them. More often than not, the mind game's getting through. The race back to the net. Double demo here for BDS. Can they find a way through? Mark by 8, not enough boost to reach back to it. Banana Head with space and overtime looming here in game 1.
Up high, Scrub just misses contact. Monkey Moon will protect that boost. Let Super Lucky drop it back to Mark by 8. But Scrub is there again. The Pioneers looking to wrest control of midfield away from BDS. They got to get back to this challenge. Banana Head can't.
No.
They don't get caught out. Just missed it with Scrub, and they get back, but Monkey Moon's there for the try. Sends it up high, a lobber back to Extra, and no one's going to be able to get to it.
And you can see Pioneers defensively a little panicked and caught off guard on some of these touches from BDS. And now Banana Head needed more power on that one. Still tied up. 15 seconds left to play, and Banana Head trying to get one down. Monkey Moon will turn it down towards the midfield, and the 10 seconds will tick down.
Oh, Scrub trying to push that one back up. Extra got the defense, but it's off the corner. Shot doesn't come. Monkey Moon got there in time. Super Lucky's got to wait because Extra's going downfield. 40 boost in the tank and challenged off the ball. Put it straight back down onto the ground. Overtime, guys.
Where did Banana Head come from?
It's like, no, you're not passing the ball into the middle. I'm taking it away.
And that's good work there from Pioneers to shut down that one. And they had a lot of opportunity in those final seconds into overtime in game 1. And like we said, guys, Pioneers, they're not as bad as people are giving credit for. They're a lot better. And here's an opportunity here in the box. There's the shot. Monkey Moon turns them away.
Not the shot you want if you're the KCP. Pinch. Monkey Moon, another one.
I thought he was going to ungoal it.
Really trying to conduct the offense. Mark by 8 might find it, but Super Lucky's there. Here's Monkey Moon in the air. That's a light shot. Banana Head clears. Mark by 8 off the wall. Next up, well, Scrub's going to be able to pitch that ball downfield for Super Lucky. And KCP might have a chance, but it drops straight down.
I wanted it to happen. He had the ideas, just really trying to stretch the boost, the maximum amount there. BDS starting to kind of get forced into just punting the ball down the field, trying to win a couple of challenges. Big stalemate here in the middle. Extra, what do you do with it? Dish it to Monkey Moon off the post, and that will be taken away. Pioneers again find a save.
Couple chances that have been close. They've been able to beat the first KCP defender, but that follow-up, the fail-safe, has always been there in the rotation for the Pioneers, and they've been able to withstand the BDS assault, but still Monkey Moon's coming! What a touch! Are you kidding me? That was ridiculous!
What on earth was this from Monkey Moon? A world-class touch into the corner.
What?
That's pretty good.
Dude, Monkey Moon, get out of this lobby, bro. What is that? Team BDS take game 1. What do you make of that, guys?
It's a really good idea from BDS as well. They saw the Pioneers rotating into the net, all on the floor, nobody up there on the backboard, so he just drives up the backboard, Give me the ball. Give him a chance to make a big play. Voila.
And that's the type of play that BDS needed to break through Pioneers because the defense was rock solid. Sure, there was a couple whiffs, as you were alluding to, but the follow-up was always there from Pioneers to bail themselves out of tight situations. But this was a very close game one, and it takes a shot like that to put away Pioneers here.
I mean, it's literally Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon got the pinch to get the ball out to extra. Monkey Moon again with that. I mean, that is absolutely nasty. Yeah, pop off. You deserve to pop off for that one. But BDS, they do survive, and this is part of what makes them so difficult, is when everything isn't working. Somehow, Monkey Moon finds a way to create a play, and it's what makes them so difficult. It's why we've called this the BDS era for so long.
I mean, and that's why a lot of people look at Monkey Moon as the best player in the world. I mean, plays
good.
like that, as you said, he was a part of a lot of the plays here. In fact, both goals, of course, with the pinching and obviously just the assault that he had on offense for BDS. Yeah, he's a big part of BDS here, and certainly a big reason, the reason why they come out on top here.
We did like to see a lot of good shot opportunities from Pioneers coming out. I think they got right around 10. I couldn't get the exact count because my brain doesn't work, but overall, that's really what you want to see from Pioneers. Stingy defense, make BDS beat you, had a lot of opportunities on target, but as we alluded to, the adjustments from their opponents throughout the course of the series they've played have been where Pioneers start to fall a little flat. So what you're really looking for is Pioneers to come out here and have a fairly similar offensive performance. A lot of pushes towards the BDS half.
Pioneers lob this one up across the backboard. They will get back onto offense. Super Lucky falls on top of the ball. Scrub lobs one up in front of the box. Super Lucky just wants to keep playing and actually gives the ball back to Banana Head. Or Super Lucky, excuse me, got him mixed up. And Banana Head gonna pull out of this play, and Scrub's gonna wrap it back around. So here we go again. Pioneers able to hold the midfield line, able to move BDS the way they want to, but that issue becomes, where do they find the quality opportunities? Here's Super Lucky, one more chance, and no dice just yet.
Pioneers do have a real sense of keeping the offense in rhythm, especially shot after shot, right? A lot of times defenses will get a touch on the ball and it throws off your rhythm on offense. But Pioneers have done a good job to keep them away, but not here defensively, as Extra will put away the first for BDS.
They all kind of just ran out of boost everywhere, and you can see Mark by 8 stealing away that corner boost that they were kind of planning on using, and Scrub, the only one really in a good position to try and make that challenge. I don't think he was expecting that little touch around the corner so quick, and right over the top of him. So just some awkward approaches and not in really set position to try and play defense there, and BDS picked him apart.
It's got to be frustrating when you know you are putting together those possessions and it just doesn't seem to mount into anything. And they got to find a way to break that mold, because that can get stuck in your head and you can get stuck in that rhythm forever if you can't find a way to break it. Mark by 8.
Push it demo.
Just missed it. Open shot, but it's blocked. Somehow Banana Head got back out of the net, but Mark by 8 puts it in anyway.
Cheese was applauding them. They made the save, but Mark by 8 said, hold on a second. I'm still in the rotation. I'm coming out with the full boost from the corner, and I'll take a shot. And credit to Pioneers. They did a good job of turning away the first two chances, but BDS, they're a triple threat, and multiple times, two guys will get 3 or 4 shots on.
The killer instinct as well for Mark by 8, like you said, going into that corner and turning around, not being worried about a clear coming out after the save gets made. He's like, yeah, no, we're still in an attack position here, and great recognition. I didn't even notice it turn right back around. Great play.
Things get out of sorts early for Pioneers. Super Lucky can get to the first challenge. Scrub trying to hit it down, but BDS have control of midfield.
It'll be interesting to see how Pioneers play from behind here, too. Again, we were alluding to some of their series earlier with Dignitas and Space Station. They had the lead in a lot of those games, or a few of them at least, and now 2 goals down, 3 goals make it from Monkey Moon, left side shot, and BDS, they've got 3 on the board.
That was just gross. You can see all the defenders for Pioneers on that right side of the screen, and as they try and rotate back, a gorgeous floater, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not an easy shot by any stretch of the imagination from Monkey Moon. Power required to get it there in time.
But what do you think the adjustment needs to be for Pioneers? They kind of got smacked here in the first half.
Getting out challenged at the moment. I mean, the only thing you can really do is force BDS to give you a little bit of space. That's all stems from where you're clearing the ball, and at that point, now that you're down by 3, might as well just send the house on everything. You got a long way to go in 2.5 minutes.
And I hate to say it, but Pioneers, they've had a lot of great drives towards the BDS side. They just haven't converted. I know it's simple analysis, but a lot of times when they spend so much time offensively, they just can't put a solid shot on target even there. That opportunity for Pioneers was a great drive downfield, space boost to work with, options to pass the ball, and they just can't put it together once they get into the box.
Back to their half again, but it's Mark by 8 who picks it up unchallenged. Still nobody can get the touch, and that's a fourth goal for Monkey Moon. He just throws it right by the defenders.
I mean, they rotate back on defense because they were trying to press so hard, and Mark by 8's just playing keep away, and Monkey Moon, in a, honestly, positioned there for I don't know what reason, but he understood where that play was headed. Yeah. He put a great shot at the top of the net. It's a real over-the-shoulder, going to twist your head around to try and make it. Pioneer's not up to the challenge.
Super Lucky got a demo on the backside. Maybe they can get something going here just to get things set straight. It's getting shut out does not feel good. Super Lucky takes this one around. He'll take the midfield boost. Goes up pretty high on this one. Gets the 50 on the mark. And another 50 by Scrub, but there's really nothing just yet the Pioneers can work with. That whiff isn't going to help.
Uh-oh, dangerous here. Extra didn't get the touch. Scrub will come out on top. As that one's actually hit back towards the BDS net. Monkey Moon will get back in time. As everyone was curious to know if he'd make the touch. Scrub tries to put one on target, but it's weak. And Monkey Moon again there to stop it.
Pushed underneath, Super Lucky will take the boost out, trying to freeze Extra. He does get bumped by Banana Head, but then they respond with a bump onto Scrub. In fact, a demo. The Super Lucky's forced back into the defense. Banana Head just taking away Extra on the play.
Now you need to control this ball here if you're Pioneers. Got to be careful about dumping it too far, and unfortunately, give away possession again. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining here for Pioneers. Pretty sure game 2 definitely out of reach at this point. And I'm really curious to see the post-game stat breakdown. I want to see how many shots on target Pioneers were able to muster here in game 2.
One in the middle. And Pioneers, even if it's looking dire in game number 2, and a lot of demos happening by Mark by 8. Banana Head flipping it around, ill-advised as he centers his own net, and another goal for Extra.
And the defense really getting panicky here, and of course the demos is what opens things up here for BDS. Players coming off the spawn, not able to protect the net here. BDS just swarming the Pioneer side. Game 2, it's 5-0 for BDS.
Has to feel good if you're a BDS fan out there, knowing how crazy it's been so far in this tournament.
Trap game.
You know, KCP have played pretty well, and you have it in the back of your mind if it could be one of those days, but they look like BDS right now, and Pioneers are really having struggles finding consistency.
You really just need to find a couple of those touches. Corelli, you were talking about it earlier. Good pushes over here, but when it comes to putting the ball in the scoreable spots, kind of been falling short and Super Lucky. He was going to need help to score that one, but unfortunately ends up pinching it across the goal line, and shot opportunity again left to the wayside.
That one pushed down, and that last attempt from Banana Head, it's like when it rains, it pours, and it doesn't feel good when it happens. KCP back to the drawing board for game number 3. The BDS are cruising right now.
That's tough.
And honestly, I think that's what you say. If you're Pioneers, you really got to shake that one off. And I do want to go back to the point here, just alluding to the offense from Pioneers. They were able to muster up 5 shots. Honestly, they probably could have done double that had they put more shots on target and take advantage of the space that BDS gave them. Because I don't really think that BDS were the most hyper-aggressive defensive team here. No. Pioneers certainly were taking it to them. They just, again, could not break through, could not find the hole on the defensive side of BDS.
It's just losing the control of that ball, working through the midfield line. Because that's really the hard part, right? You can beat a defender coming at you trying to take it at the midfield line fairly easily. The hard part is staying with that ball and making sure that you have a good approach for your setup. And Pioneers are definitely struggling in that aspect. That's largely part of the reason why you don't see a lot of shots. Because you're right, they did get out of their own half fairly consistently. It's just a matter of, okay, how do we get this ball into the middle or around another defender? And the cost of getting through the midfield line was the control of the ball, and that's what they really couldn't get back going their way.
And now BDS, who have dominated the online era of Rocket League, 1 game away from confirming a spot in the playoffs in front of a crowd for the first time as a team. And how good it must feel if they can get there. Yeah, no, it definitely will feel good.
Yeah.
And you've heard Extra talk about it in the VTs earlier as he comes around in that flip reset to try to find the goal. They want that crowd more than anything. With how dominant they've played, they want a chance to prove that they're good, they're the best on any stage, online, studio, crowd, it doesn't matter. Right now, they're playing like it, getting the ball downfield.
Winner of the series will play FaZe in front of that crowd. And right now, it's looking like BDS. Super Lucky is able to take out Monkey Moon here. A quality challenge coming out from Scrub that gets down the field. Banana Head didn't get the boost, but he did get the touch. And unfortunately, BDS too quick to the ball. Here comes Extra once again. Monkey Moon wants a piece of it as well. Scrub again, a quality clear. And Pioneers just can't take advantage.
I love the idea. Clear again, they're going to win a big one. Come on. It's got to be open. Okay, so it just takes 3 absolute money challenges for Pioneers to finally have BDS be like, okay, we've gone too far here.
It was the third for Banana Head. His last 2 bounced off the post. This time it's not going to hit that post right down the center. Pioneers, that's got to feel good.
And it's doable here. I mean, again, you're talking about quality challenges coming out for them and big clears over BDS. BDS are not perfect here. Pioneers certainly have had plenty of opportunities, even in that last game, where they got blown out, to keep at least the score close or to have a lead.
Push back out, Pioneers are on offense. A little more gusto to their challenges, but now it's flown back the other way. Extra's not going to get the pass from Monkey Moon, but Monkey Moon will actually come back, close the gap. Demo on the backside on Extra from Banana Head. Marked by 8, challenged again. KCP getting in front of a lot of these 50s, but that's going to be cleared out by Monkey Moon, keeping it away from the KCP rotation.
You kind of feel the energy from Pioneers inside of the game. They're moving a lot quicker here, reading it much faster. Some quality challenges coming out from them here as Extra will win one for BDS into another one, and he'll take out the defender. Pioneers do get the clear out.
Oh, big push here. Super Lucky up so early, but you need the boost deals if you're going to commit that hard, and can't afford to miss your challenges either. Just giving a lot of leeway for BDS, despite being down early here, to find a way out. What? It just met in the middle there. Now it just pinches in.
Just the drop hammer. He's like, wait, the lever action, and slam right into the ground. Excellent pass down.
Yeah, that was a great touch there from Banana Head. And on the same page for Pioneers, this is the offense I'm talking about. And they've done this leading up into the winter split. It's why they're here. And they're doing it against the best team in the world right now. That one's going to slip through. An extra one back for BDS.
Give it back to him. So close. You make a great play, but that kickoff, Super Lucky, thinking it was going to roll out to the side, end up skipping over his head. And Extra, he probably went off to grab corner boost. He came into that play pretty late, and good idea from BDS, recognizing they had a little extra time there with a misplay from Pioneers. And just put a little extra on it. Make sure you get it by the last guy.
Marked by 8, scooping this one up off the kickoff. Immediately challenged again by Banana Head. KCP doesn't really matter. It doesn't really seem to matter what's going on in the game. They do want to be aggressive with their challenges, not give BDS any kind of look, whether it be a pass, a carry, but marked by 8, winning that next touch. And Monkey Moon gets the dunk, but it bounces away, and Extra's got to be careful with how he places this one. Let KCP look like they might get it out, but then Monkey Moon somehow squeezes that one through.
Pioneers definitely bailed out by that bounce off the crossbar. Now here's a great pass to Extra, far post. Saved away by Pioneers. Still, BDS trying to clamp down on the defense. Another go coming from Monkey Moon here into the sky. A flip reset imminent. Over 2. Here's marked by 8. He'll drop it down in a tie game.
Here's the difference, the control. You can beat the guy in the midfield, but keeping control is what matters. Monkey Moon showing excellent control. He's going to beat 2 people and make sure he can still keep it up high enough away from the defense to have his teammate come through and drill it into the net. BDS find an equalizer.
Just at the center of all of BDS's success in this series, and really the entire tournament. Monkey Moon has come online in the Winter Major, making sure that there's no question. Even after a 2-goal lead from KCP, or Super Lucky, trying to pop this one up. He's got no boost. Maybe Scrub's got a chance. Hard shot, just a little wide. And Banana Head diving for that ball, not even close. Super Lucky, no boost as Monkey Moon races back around, taken away by Scrub.
That shot miss by Banana Head could come back to bite him. That one almost beating the defense. But Pioneers had another chance to take the lead here. We talked about their leads being blown, whether it's just 1 or 2 goals. Scrub's got all 3 of BDS in front of him, and a quality challenge to at least slow him down. Extra gonna have to stretch out. Low boost here for Pioneers. As Super Lucky has to play it from his back wall. Will get a clear, but it's only as far as Monkey Moon. So he tries to make it towards the back wall. Good pinch across, and again, Pioneers able to stabilize.
Marked by 8, racing back. He's got the full tank. KCP waiting to see what he does next. Just drops it straight down on the dribble. And Extra pushes the ball forward.
Oh, he was trying to score that. He wanted that pinch off the ceiling.
Scrub's there to bounce it off the ramp. KCP still might have a chance at it, but Monkey Moon's behind the ball again. Extra trying to find the redirect, didn't even find a touch. Super Lucky, here he is on the dribble. Goes underneath on the low 50. Banana Head shot just a little wide. Scrub, return. No, he missed it again, and marked by 8 gets the clear out.
And again, that's the clip right there where you look at that one and say something's got to go on target. Surely Scrub connects as he can't, and BDS
bewildered that a shot wasn't placed upon him, and now they're back the other way as Extra looking for more space.
Had him absolutely tied up, too. It's going to be a real tough day for Pioneers. This is the reason that they don't convert this game.
Pushing it forward, Monkey Moon. The end of regulation. He's got control. Went for the bump. Extra. No, actually, everyone caught out. Marked by 8 also committed. Maybe a chance for KCP around the corner. The pass in front, but nobody's there to receive it. And Monkey Moon gets a free clear. Super Lucky up. Just gets the touch in front. Delicately handling that ball back to the corner. KCP trying to survive. Otherwise, their tournament lives are over. And that one's saved again by Scrub. Drops to the ground. No, Extra wants to play ball. It's hit down overtime.
I got worried there. I was like, hang on, we got one more go at it? All right. Chance here for Pioneers. You do know that BDS defense is not infallible. They do get too aggressive and have to rotate back as that one's off target. And Extra make sure it gets out to safety. Knock it down. Nobody there.
But nobody's there to challenge from BDS. Super Lucky won't get another look at it. Monkey Moon happy to take it off the backboard, but Scrub wins another 50. Boost steal for Super Lucky. Does he have the next touch? It's against the back wall. Marked by 8 can handle it, but it gets away from him. Banana head on the 50, and that's going to be pushed back to the corner.
Pioneers know they can win this game. They've been so close, and really, this shouldn't have been into overtime. They've had so many chances here to put away BDS. Now Monkey Moon, a tough touch, just turned away by Super Lucky.
It was actually pretty difficult for Super Lucky to handle with how slow that shot on target was. Easy to lose control. Monkey Moon trying to end this series right there, and now the Pioneers back the other way.
Super Lucky almost got the second touch, and it's a dunk into the net. KCP, stay alive!
It was the challenge game that was leading Pioneers to victory, and it comes up clutch here in the box. A monster challenge from Banana Head, and the defense can't react. Pioneers on the board. We're going to another game.
Don't even know how you're supposed to try and save that one from BDS. That challenge from Banana Head could have went literally anywhere, and it went straight over everybody's shoulder. Great aggression from Pioneers there. Much more shots, and 9 on target for Monkey Moon. Wow. And a big goose egg in the goal department.
I loved the adjustment from Super Lucky. You talk about the big save off the backboard from him earlier, but he was third man on a lot of those pushes with those weird touches that Monkey Moon was giving them in front of the box, and that's what really killed them in Game 2. You didn't see almost any of that in Game 3, and like you said, Corelli, the challenge game coming to fruition for them.
Again, they came into this game a little bit more spicy. They were a lot faster on the challenges, and I think that they had a lot more confidence, honestly. I don't know why, because they got blown out in Game 2, but a lot more confidence here in Game 3, and it just felt like everything was coming together. And again, I don't even think that we should have been in overtime. I think Pioneers should have won it in regulation.
You know, that might be something to say, is like when the game gets away from you, there's about like a minute 30 left, you're down 4, you're down 5. Like at that point, you're already thinking about the next game, right? So maybe that was actually beneficial for them to not be 100% locked in that moment and just be able to reset for Game 3.
Decompress.
Yeah. Well, KCP, what do they got for Game 4? Certainly was difficult. They withstood a BDS comeback who scored 2 unanswered on them to tie the game and then ended up winning that overtime. Do they have a little bit more in the tank to give BDS?
And BDS have been taking a very patient approach to the challenges in general. I mean, they're very comfortable to see what Pioneers try and set up before they really go and try and take the ball away from them. And curious to see if they keep that up despite losing the last game. Great positioning for the Pioneers, but Extra equal to the task on the goal line.
Pushed up high here by Monkey Moon. No boost for Extra as well. He's working on dimes, but he does get to the 50. Allows Monkey Moon to come in. A lot of these balls just challenges right now. Banana Head sends that one over to the corner. Feel out this BDS defense, but Extra's got control. Maybe only one to beat. Not enough speed on that one. Scrub will take the ball away. Monkey Moon next up. Marked by 8 was hoping for something, but instead they get a clear.
And BDS, they've been quite slow since the previous game.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, and you're seeing it here in the first minute. There's been a lot of balls just bouncing in the midfield that Pioneers have just had uncontested touches from. BDS very, very conservative in their approach right now.
And I think that really does speak to what they think about Pioneers' mechanical capability. I mean, if you're not worried about them taking an air dribble, getting a flip reset, and faking out 2 people and putting one into the top of the net, you're saying, yeah, go ahead, bring the ball out to us. We'll go fight for it.
Yeah, easy punish. Go back to the transition. Instead, Pioneers have been able to take advantage, push forward a little bit harder. Extra trying to move his self forward. What a fake, and puts it in the top of the net. How many times have we seen Extra do it?
And look at the face can, unfazed by that one there for BDS. Look at that fake from Extra, just getting the man to go. And Super Lucky, surely not getting back to that one. BDS. It took them almost 2 minutes here in Game 4, but they're able to break through.
Kickoff. We'll go right back to Super Lucky's corner. Monkey Moon's the one with the full tank. Drops straight back down, looking for a bump onto Scrub. Banana Head demoing Extra out of the way, and now it's a 2-on-1. Super Lucky, light flick. That's not going to get it done, but he made the 50 happen. Scrub's shot way weak, and Monkey Moon diving forward.
That's got to be on target. It has to be. I mean, you get the demo right there. You give him the uncontested look. You got to drill that one into the net.
You got to punch it, and Scrub did neither. Not on target, not enough power. And BDS now threatening as that one almost squeaked in. Super Lucky, able to stretch out and get it away.
All of a sudden, KCP looking a little awkward. Banana Head got chipped on Mark by 8's exit. And a nice pass to Extra, who goes for the low 50 again. Unfortunately, doesn't work for him.
Again, BDS patience approach. Pioneers have been very eager to go. Here's a tough bounce as it comes in front of the net. An easy touch away by the last man of BDS.
Super Lucky, no boost, can only flip it up to the corner. KCP hanging on to that midfield. Monkey Moon swings around, but again, challenged by Super Lucky. Extra putting it back over to the corner. KCP swarming on this corner. Banana Head can't really get anything going, but Super Lucky comes back, and Banana Head follows suit. Super Lucky chasing this down. He's got Scrub on the wing. Flips it up close. Makes Monkey Moon flip backwards for it. Scrub gonna make it awkward as well. Here comes KCP, still firing. Super Lucky has to pull off on that bounce. That's gonna be tough. Monkey Moon gets it out.
The speed from Pioneers again coming to bear out of the midfield, trying to put as much pressure as possible on BDS. It outpaces them there.
My goodness.
It's down in front of the net. Monkey Moon! Oh, so close, but Super Lucky gonna make sure to get it there.
What a dunk from Banana Head. Getting that one up and over, and Monkey Moon tries to deal with that one as best he could, but I'm sure his camera is going every which way above him, and it's tough to get the read. Pioneers able to tie it up.
I think he's feeling a little dizzy after that one. A minute 38 left to go. KCP chosen for a game 5. That one punched out to the side. They're already back on offense. Extra, nice catch and flick out. But KCP holding midfield, marked by 8, but he's cut off by Scrub. Scrub might have a chance at it. Flips off the ball, but Monkey Moon ends up losing control. Here's Super Lucky again. Plays it low. Pass to Scrub. Off the back wall. Oh, there's Banana Head.
Yes.
Oh, he got it. KCP have the lead.
They're all over them. Pioneers putting BDS into the blender, and 2 go on the double commit. Banana Head slots it to the left side, and Pioneers in the lead.
They needed a little placement, a little power. They got both here. A late lead to potentially force game 5. Can you hold on to it?
You can't let the excitement get to you. You gotta hold for another minute. Pushed up, 2 demos. Scrub taking out Monkey Moon. And Banana Head forcing the 50, squeezes it tight. Taking the midfield boost as well. That's gonna force Mark by 8 bat. He's got no boost now. Allows the challenge to come forth for KCP. Light touch though, and Extra gets the clear.
Kind of awkward here from BDS. Scratching your head a little bit. Thinking, why are we losing all the challenges now all of a sudden? At least they were fairly neutral in the previous couple of minutes, but another gear reached for Pioneers, it would seem.
Another dump down. Roll around the corner for Mark by 8. Banana Head's there, and he follows up the touch. Banana Head has come up with a lot of clutch touches, and Scrub takes that ball away again from BDS. A demo from Super Lucky on the Monkey Moon.
Yes.
Off the post with the shot.
Yes.
Goal again, Super Lucky. He's feeling game 5.
Banana Head making him look silly here on the back line. Mark by 8 will dive in, and he's not able to get the post, but Super Lucky there to confirm. Pioneers, the dagger here in game 4.
22 seconds left for BDS to try to tie this one up, but the momentum has flipped on its head. Up high is Mark by 8, knocked out of the way. Extra tries to dive in front, but he fails. He comes right back in to take that ball away. Here's one more chance. No, it's taken away by Super Lucky, and time is running out in game 4. Banana Head across the pitch. And Mark by 8's got the catch. That's gonna do it.
Wow.
Game 5 is on the docket for KCP and BDS.
Something to be said for the back against the wall. You gotta love Pioneers coming out, really starting to ramp up even further in that final 2 minutes. What a big push from them. I believe this is the first game of the series where they actually outshoot BDS and look pretty solid doing it.
5-14. 14 in favor of Pioneers, and they deserve that kind of stat because it has been insane on offense coming out from the Pioneers. And just a fun little fact here, BDS, they've lost 3 of their last 4 Game 5s.
Whoa. That is that's not the ice you expect from a team like BDS. And look at the elation on this side.
They're looking over.
Super Lucky looked like he was sleeping at the start of this series, and now he's fully awake. And that's gotta feel great. We've talked about energy being such a key factor in these series, and BDS
really could feel the tension.
Very, very quiet over there on the BDS side. Nobody is saying anything. And Mark by 8 there just staring at a screen, and I think I'd have the same type of...
Are we really about to lose the Pioneers?
Yeah, that's what's going through the head. And Pioneers are saying, are we really about to beat BDS?
You got 5 minutes to get there. It's no freebies either way.
We might see. We might see KCP do it. They've got the momentum in their favor. It looked like it was all over, but this is it. We're here again. It is classic in Rocket League. There is nothing like Game 5 on Champions Field presented by Lamborghini. Kansas City Pioneers, can they get it done? Complete the reverse sweep against Team BDS.
This would be one of the biggest upsets I've ever seen here in the modern era of Rocket League. And KCP look poised to do it if they can pull it out.
Pushed up again. KCP have been aggressive when it comes to offense, sending the house to try to get by these challenges on BDS. But Monkey Moon, he's been able to put the pin in that momentum at times for KCP. They're going to need him again as he pitches that out to the side from Extra.
Okay.
By Mark by 8, that's going off, and he just can't find the mark. Extra misses on the post. Monkey Moon dives forward, but Banana Head takes it away.
And Pioneers really just bailed out there as the defense weren't able to get the touches.
Banana Head had a flip there. Good fake under the first man, but not able to beat the next.
BDS tested off their own back wall here. Extra will calmly bring this one down and try and find a way out.
Monkey Moon, shot denied.
Really see BDS starting to try and ramp up the pace as well. They're thinking, you know what, maybe we shouldn't let Pioneers be the ones pushing as it's across the goal line, and BDS thinking, cool, no one's there, we'll just let it go.
Losing that corner boost. They're a little slow to the next 50. Here's Super Lucky, just gonna dive forward. He wins the next touch. Extra and Mark by 8 both commit on the play. I think Mark by 8 did win that corner boost, and Extra's gonna pop that one up. But BDS really slumping here as Monkey Moon just misses the ball. Scrub's got it in front. Extra squares up on 150 and gets some help behind him.
Little too high there for Banana Head on the challenge.
BDS were able to sneak it under as it bails them out. Extra having to reverse into this one. You can see how fast the challenges are coming up from Pioneers. Maybe a little too fast there from Scrub as he goes flying under the ball. BDS trying to take advantage of the whiff there in the challenge as Pioneers there to stabilize.
Lucky trying to dive in front, or Banana Head trying to dive in front. He gets there before he gets deleted. Another push by Scrub. Maybe slow coming. He sees Extra, not going to fully commit. And now Extra's got one more chance at it. Goes underneath and almost got it off the post. Mark by 8 flying in.
Wow.
Saved by Super Lucky.
Big read from Super Lucky. Could have put that just about anywhere, and he decided to get as big as he could and just enough to get a car linked on it.
It was a risk. He put himself in no man's land there on the shot, and he read it perfectly as Mark by 8 throws one back towards the net. Where were the Pioneers?
Completely gone. Nobody was in this half of the field. Banana Head turned around when Mark by 8
the
behind
boost
the
is
ball.
in the corner. What are you doing? That was ugly. There's no way to say it. That was ugly. Oh, man. That's tough.
That's a huge gaff. When you got the momentum in your favor, you can't let something like that just possibly decide your fate.
For BDS, a welcomed goal here. Halftime upon us.
Pass out in front, but Monkey Moon is there. Super Lucky will get that back pass over to Scrub. Maybe dangerous as he gets taken out of the field, but Super Lucky with control. Try to go under Mark by 8 on the 50. Scrub and Banana Head both back. Catch from Extra. Scrub immediately there for the challenge.
That had to be some type of communication mistake. I can't think of it. any other way why that would happen. And they're going to score a second one. Oh, no.
BDS coming back into it and coming back alive. This time Scrub's clear, just not good enough. Monkey Moon has the poise, the wherewithal to bring that one down, and it comes out to Extra, who puts it on target. You can see BDS there in their face cams. They're feeling a lot better here in Game 5.
And this is why you can't make mistakes like that against BDS. If you give them one little wedge, they will rip a hole open in your defense and your chances at making the final 2 days of the tournament. Mark by 8 coming across. Pioneers have to come back on 2 goals as they push the ball downfield. In traffic, Mark by 8 stays next to the ball, keeps it away. Banana Head. Touch up off the ceiling, and Super Lucky was there. Scrub's next up. He's got the catch back, but Mark by 8 there to stuff it. And BDS start to look like they're in control now on these 50s. Scrub gonna push the ball downfield. Super Lucky's only got 14, but he's gonna go downfield anyway, and Extra gets the clear.
And now Pioneers really starting to get put through the ringer. They're thinking we have to try and spread as much of the field as possible and a little more space to operate with BDS, starting to find each other and keep the ball away from Pioneers.
Yeah, you can really start to feel the pendulum swing back into BDS's favor. 1 minute and 5 left on the clock as Scrub takes to the sky. Pioneers, they need something in this final minute.
Mark by 8 steals that corner boost away. Extra will keep the push going. Time the worst enemy of the Pioneers. And that goal that might do it. Mark by 8 puts it in the right side. BDS have a comfortable lead.
Way to go get it, Monkey Moon. And, you know, Scrub, to be honest, excellent effort. For how close he got to that one, that's a tough pass to handle. And BDS, way to realize there's something to that one. Put it on ice.
Pushed it out. You're in miracle territory if you're the Pioneers. A valiant effort so far, but they need to start the comeback clock now. Bounce off the ramp. Nobody's there to pick it up. Monkey Moon gets a free ball. Scrub gonna wait for that 50, but every touch into a blue car is more time off the clock. There's Extra, that chews off 3 more seconds. They're just gonna hang in the corner. 26 seconds left. Monkey Moon, they're in front, and every single progression forward is just met with resistance. Underneath, Mark by 8. Can he get the clear? Oh, he missed that one, and Monkey Moon's gonna protect it.
That's so awkward for BDS, but they're not too worried about it. They're more than happy to be like, you know what, we're going to miss everything, and Pioneers just won't be able to do anything about it. We'll waste 8 seconds off the clock and close her out.
Pioneers were oh so close to the reverse sweep, but it's the 4th failed reverse sweep in this event. BDS able to turn away KCP with a big scare.
And BDS have not been the best in Game 5s lately, Corelli. You said it earlier. They lost 3 out of their last 4 Game 5s. This time they get to add a W to that column. And BDS now, for the first time in this team's history, get to play in front of a crowd. KCP gutted, obviously knowing that they had a real shot at taking down the Giants.
You know, the adrenaline was at an all-time high there for KCP, taking down, or getting 2 games off a team like BDS. No one gave them any credit on the desk. We talked about it a little bit, that they've given some teams minor scares. This was a big one, considering that NRG was just taken down as well. It could have been BDS here against KCP at the same time, but BDS able to pull it out here in Game 5.
You did love to see the ramp up from the Pioneers there as that series started to close out. You'd like to see the ability to put the pressure on and really try and squeeze the defense out, and sighs of relief for the BDS roster, and they get their good chance now, Jorby, as you were talking about. All the way from online to a studio, and up next, perhaps the hardest one, the North American crowd.
The North American
No one wants any of them.
I mean, especially now that NRG are out of it, you know, there were probably a lot of NRG fans that are going to attend, and they're going to pick a new NA team and probably root against the European team. I'm sure the crowds are much better nowadays. I'm sure it's not that bad, right? Yeah. But I hope to see Pioneers here again. I thought they looked really good. I thought OCE came out and really performed well. I don't think there's a single team that came to this major out of any region and like massively underperformed or just got wiped out of the tournament. Everybody stepped up.
Everyone looked quite good.
Yeah, that's it. BDS there for the interview with Turtle.
Thank you so much, Jorby. I'm here with Coach Kale from BDS. You just gave all your fans a heart attack. How are you feeling right now after an intense series?
I have no word to describe how I'm feeling right now. You know, it's incredible. To be honest, we didn't expect them to be playing that well. You know, it was like we were really comfortable on how we were playing on the last day. So we were really confident on ourselves to play this series and win on an easy way. You know, but it was a really difficult series because they were playing really good and it was super impressive for us.
Yeah, and you've had a bit of a difficulty in Game 5s. You lost the last 3 out of 4 Game 5s, but today you had the ice. What was the difference going into that Game 5 compared to other games?
Basically, I told my players that we have to win this game because we deserve to go to the YouTube theater. We couldn't do nothing else than win this series, so that's what's the makes different to win today than other days, you know.
Right, so much motivation on the line, and you bring up the YouTube theater. And how excited are you to play in front of your first ever RLCS crowd with the team?
Yeah, as you know, we are super excited to be playing with a crowd in the YouTube theater. It's our first time playing with a crowd in a long event. Before we couldn't demonstrate how we were playing good in a long event with a crowd because the COVID thing, you know. Yeah. So as I told you, we're really impatient to be playing with the crowd in front of all the people. So that's all I have to say.
Are we going to get any more pop-offs? There was some emotion here from all the players. Can we expect even more emotion out of them whenever we get to the stage?
Of course, yeah.
Absolutely, and that's great. And I wanted to ask you, you guys have been in LA, enjoying the city. We've seen Dignitas even go to the beach and have some fun. What do you guys do whenever you're trying to relax and alleviate some of the pressure from being here?
I don't know how to explain because absolutely we just need to work hard to be patient, to be calm down when we need to do it. So basically we're working hard for the last day to get this happening, you know, and that's all we have to do.
Absolutely, and to all the fans out there, the BDS fans are going to be coming in tomorrow for the first crowd. What are you going to say to the hundreds, if not thousands, of BDS fans attending?
Basically, I can't wait to see you soon, guys, in the YouTube theater, and I hope to be there with you, and I hope you to be supporting us all the time.
Thank you so much, Coach Kale. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations on your win. We've got Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses coming up next. Go get a snack, but don't go anywhere after that because you're not going to want to miss it.
Blueberry short stack? Got any games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work with nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you
One more match before we are done with day 3, and we are off to the YouTube theater to be in person with the crowd for the first time in over 2 years. Gibbs, we said before we went to the game, imagine if BDS lost, and we almost didn't have to imagine. That was so close.
Yeah, I started feeling a spirit bomb coming. I was like, uh-oh, watch out, coming all the way from OCE. But the Pioneers, they put up a fight.
Man.
And that was great to see. BDS, you could see it. It took everything from them. Extra sitting there with his head in his hands after that series. It took every ounce of effort to take down Pioneers. Well done for them, but BDS will play in front of that North American crowd.
It's so exciting. This is not even a result I would have been mad about. How could anybody be upset about this? It was so awesome to see them coming back, and to hope for the reverse sweep to come through is a real thing. Man, they were just not able to get that game 5. The energy was awesome though. Look at the reactions from Pioneers in the face cams every single time that they score a goal. Brilliant to see that from all the teams. I can only imagine that the teams that are going to the YouTube theater are going to amplify that. We're going to see even more of that in front of the crowd.
And I feel that there's like an evolution in Pioneers. I haven't seen them so offensive as they have been here in LAN, because when they were playing in the regional and OCE, they were not scoring as much. But now here, I feel like they're scoring a lot. They are attacking very, very well.
And then Monkey Moon, I feel like he's one of the best players in the world because of what he can do on the field by himself. It felt like he was carrying BDS throughout that series. Huge game 2 overtime redirect. Those plays are the reason why they win in 5 and don't lose in 5.
We're still learning about BDS on LAN. We've seen them one time at the Winter Major. They got the win there. It seemed like, okay, cool. BDS on LAN is the same as BDS online, but we've seen so many teams show up, win one event, and then struggle tremendously at the following event. So far, that's not been exactly the story for them, but we have seen more chinks in the armor from BDS this time around, but they do qualify for tomorrow. We will see them at the YouTube theater. So our bracket has continued on. We have one more match to go today before we hit out all 8 teams that will play at YouTube Theater. Dignitas versus EG. Only one can remain. That is our next match here. Evil Geniuses trying to take down an early favorite who has been struggling, similar to how they struggled in the fall.
Yeah, Dignitas did not look great in their reverse sweep loss to Space Station, and I had a chance to chat to them about that, and they look back and they feel like they've learned a lot from that loss, but they also they do consider it a throw. They're like, oh yeah, we tossed that one. What were we thinking? So yeah, definitely not their proudest moment, but now they've got to do it the hard way, and EG is not a team that anyone at this event is underestimating. Dignitas will definitely not be underestimating them, and neither should anyone back home.
But does EG has an arsenal that will go crazy and just score like 17 goals in 3 games, Because that I think that's the reason why Dignitas didn't perform. They were not able to win that series. It was Arsenal. So I cannot blame Dignitas too much for having an exploding Arsenal doing crazy stuff on that series.
Sure, and we'll see. Do Evil Geniuses have the tools to take them down? While we were leading into this game, Subi Smash had a secret he said he wanted to share with us.
All right, so we all know Dignitas didn't quite live up to the expectations in the fall major. Didn't get to make it to the playoffs, and I don't think too much is going to be different during the winter major either. Unfortunately, I think they're going to be joining a lot of us in the stands watching on Saturday and Sunday from the live audience. Yeah, it's going to happen.
All right, so Stumpy predicting them to lose?
He better watch out. He better watch out. There's a lot of fans of Dignitas. I think it is completely different from 2.5 years ago when a lot of people hated Dignitas in North America because they were so good. Nowadays, lovable Dignitas. And I think the NA fans will get behind this team if they make it to the crowd. But they got to get through their regional counterpart in EG. And EG's defenses look good. Top 4 defense out of all the teams here. So, if Dignitas can't score, those nerves are going to pile up. We'll see what happens.
I'm trying to find a tweet that Dignitas put out just a second
They
ago.
tweet so much.
They
There's
do.
so
They
many-
tweet
so
so
many
many
tweets.
times.
Was there a beach one?
No,
Because if there was, they might have a
it
chance.
was
Okay,
something
okay.
about they have tickets available if you want to get them and come to the event. And also, if you're struggling to find tickets, maybe check out NRG. They might have a lot of tickets available for you. After
You
this.
didn't even make it yet, Dave.
Imagine if Dignitas also doesn't make it. It was something like that.
Yeah, they
Check
might
their
want to
own
keep
Twitter
some of those tickets so they can still go to the event. Do they let teams in who are eliminated? I'm actually not sure.
They want to for sure. Let's get over to the booth. Let's see Evil Geniuses here as they are preparing for the matches. This man, RizX45, has been popping off for their team. He's been more and more in my radar. I became aware of RizX first through Pro Drops, the trading card game, the free program that was, because I would get so many of his cards. I was like, who is this guy? Now here he is.
And he was
trying
on
to
like
play.
5 different teams at that point, and he was always changing rosters. He's finally found a home. He goes to his first major. It's great to see Evil Geniuses. They barely got here, but they did it on their own merits. They've looked good through RLCS X, throughout that spring split where they really came alive, German Amigos, and now they're here.
The return of German Rocket League. Germany used to have so many world-class top-tier players back in the Pashy days. Any team Pashy's on is full German powerhouse. Then they kind of fell off for a little bit. It was the Netherlands, France, and UK, and then even Spain and RLCS Season X who were dominating. But EG just one of those German, mostly German teams. Ivan is Austrian, but they come in German, they speak in German. So it's great to see that scene, which has got such a great history in Rocket League, now getting back into the limelight.
While their opponents on the other side of the pitch, Dignitas. Disappointing results in the fall major, looking to improve it here in winter.
And you want to talk about flair? It's all about Dignitas. Every time we see top plays, you're gonna see 2 or 3 because of the squad. They know what they can do with their mechanics. Normally, it works out pretty well. Their offense clicks. Comes down to their defensive rotations. At times can look a little sketchy. But when we're here at LANs, we've talked about apparently Jack and nerves. It seems like he's been nervous a lot throughout both of these LANs he's been at. He's got to overcome that.
Yeah, Jack's very nervous in the playoffs in the fall major. He looked pretty nervous when Space Station were coming back against him and beating them. So this is the main thing for me is how's Jack going to look in this match? How are Dignitas vibes going to look? Because they've said that they're going to try and get more energetic. Every team is pretty much on this now, as it's worked so well for other teams who are in the upper bracket. That's what you're going to look out for. Are Dignitas active? Are they making a lot of noise? And does Jack look like he doesn't even need to pop off. He just needs to hit the ball. He just needs to be consistent.
Play his game.
Whenever he just hits the ball, whenever he just doesn't miss, His baseline is so high, he doesn't have to pop off. He just shows up and he's amazing.
Barring a complete choke, apparently Jack should be what Dignitas need here.
Yeah.
But interesting stats here, given especially that these teams came from the same region. You can see the strength of Dignitas there just from the stat line. 62% win rate here in the winter split. Super high, especially coming from the dominant region of the fall major there. So I don't know. Dignitas is going to have their hands full. Let's see what chat thinks. With the Verizon fan vote there, hashtag EG, hashtag DIG, depending on which side you're following. Let us know your thoughts at home. Gibbs, Dignitas or Evil Geniuses?
I got a lot of friends at Dignitas. I do their day one streams. So that's why I'm picking Evil Geniuses.
Wow.
I'm picking them for the upset win. I'm going EG. Sorry, Dig.
Are you picking Evil Geniuses?
I'm not. No comment. I'm just no.
This is a classic Gibbs. Gibbs gets it wrong, so predicts against himself.
I'm just picking EG. That's all I'm saying.
He's picking Evil Genius.
I plead the fifth for everything else.
All right. Well, let's go back down here. Jamako.
I feel bad because I don't think we have seen the best of Evil Geniuses so far, but I don't know if we will. So I'm going with Dignitas.
Dignitas. Yeah. Okay. 1-1.
Well, of course, I'm going Dignitas. We did our brackets at the start of the day. Stumpy and I had Dignitas advancing. Gibbs and Wavepunk didn't. Gibbs is doing the very smart thing here, predicting now for EG. And earlier on in the day, he predicted Dignitas.
Wow.
He's got both. You can say you're never wrong.
You can say either one.
But at the same time, you're guaranteed to be wrong as well. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. Dignitas for the win.
I think our bracket did have EG on it. I think I pressured Wave.
Wait, did it actually?
Yeah,
I think you pressured him.
But I pressured Wave.
I'm so sorry.
Dignitas. Give me Dignitas.
Wow.
I've been perfect so far today, and I'm literally jinxing it right now. We're going to go with Dignitas on this one. So let's see what chat thought at home. A close one? No, not even. Dignitas, clear fan favorites, Evil Geniuses, looking to upset the desk and the fan vote and make it to the YouTube theater. Let's get over for the final game of the day. A best of 5. First to win 3 plays in front of the crowd for the first time in 2 years. Evil Geniuses on one side, Dignitas on the other. Turtle and Stumpy are in the Verizon Skybox.
Down in the lower bracket, EU teams are now fighting to battle-harden each other just for the honor of taking on any North American side that drops down as well. I am Stumpy, joined by the man who has been all over this broadcast with his beautiful songs. Isaac at Mr. Turtle. How are you doing, man?
I'm nervous for both teams here. I mean, this is such a tough matchup, a familiar one, rather. I mean, of course, they're used to playing each other throughout their regional events. And if we're going to talk about the regional events, the most recent matchup, we had Dignitas taking the win, having a little bit of confidence coming out here. But if we even look at the history of the tournament, EG, I'd say a much more difficult bracket. They, of course, had to fight it out against BDS, G2, then edge out a win against Team Secret. Dignitas, they've struggled the whole time.
Chance though for Dignitas to prove to the desk that apparently Jack doesn't have those nerves, where we've looked at him through the fall major doing so well at the start, and then it comes down to fighting off against Semper in that quarterfinals, wasn't able to pull it away, but opening the scoring is Jack, receiving that pass from Scrub Killer, something that they're going to hope continues through the series.
This connection has got to stay strong every single game if they want to take this series win against EG. It's a lovely dish out from Scrub Killer. Very routine play up the sidewall. EG doesn't have a defender up in the air in time. And I mean, we're talking about Abject, and you think back to the interview that we saw ever since day one, Stumpy, where he was mentioning how difficult it was to deal with that loss in the playoffs against Semper. They had such a difficult Game 7 loss, and Abject, he was feeling it. But that was the last of their run. He's been able to get that out of the way here. He's taken difficult losses, and he still has a chance. I think that's huge to the mental game for Dignitas, and especially Abject.
The mentality is something that Dignitas have always boasted that they can do well. Apparently Jack, a natural born competitor, Scrub Killer, a world champion, and Jory is absolute ice in the veins with the 1v1 prowess that he has been showing. Now it's time to give that over to the 3v3 scene, rather, over in the RLCS. But Catalysm sending it high over to Ivan with a drop down. He can go up for the double, but isn't able to receive that touch from himself. Demo from Scrub will be shutting down that attack until Rizex catches the ball. And that man has been hanging out by the pool every single night. Like, we've been hanging out, I've been playing some volleyball with Arsenal, with everybody who's been there. Rizex and Vatira, they've been people that have been hanging out, they're so competitive, even in the smallest settings.
Absolutely.
That when it comes to this, their livelihood, they are so laser focused.
And I think that's so important too, for them to get some type of downtime outside of the game, relax a little bit, unwind. This is such a stressful series for both teams, even in the group stage. But now your tournament life is on the line, Stumpy. You want to make it to the YouTube theater and have that RLCS crowd in front of you.
Issue is, whoever wins this plays Queso. So you do not
another
have
EU.
But at least you will be having that crowd there. Maybe you'll be lucky enough for them to be supporting you. Halfway through this game, and it's attack time again for Dignitas. Rizex on the backcourt with half boost. Sees Jorius trying to remove him from the pitch, and great touches by Rizex. Jack up solo at the back, finds Jorius, but instead Catalysm wants to sniff on that ball, with Jorius in a nice position, stops Rizex dead in his tracks, and goes for an air dribble over the top. His mechanics have been wondrous throughout this entire event so far. We've seen him go for some beautiful plays. One of our favourites was going from the ceiling onto the double tap from the backboard with the reset. He has got so much in his locker. EG need to be very, very wary of him.
Yeah, within the first 3 minutes, I've noticed this ball staying awfully close to the ground. Very dribble-based gameplay so far, and obviously has popped up a bit here. And with 0 boost, we can see Jorius going for a long clear. And maybe the dribble game, the solo play is something Dignitas, want to implement slightly more here up against EG. They're more comfortable. They know how to play against them. And you'll notice this ball, 1 flick, 2 flicks over an opponent, and you've got so much space to work with.
Jorius on that right wall forces 2 players from EG to commit onto it, and in the skies, he enters into a dogfight and removes Rizex.
Oh my goodness!
Scrub Killer on the ground, the infantry removed for EG. Chance to go high on the backboard, Ivan to clear it away. Another demo from Jack. The demo's so big against EG where they want to slow it down a little bit in defense. And I've always said, if it's a 3v3, make it a 2v3.
And Stumpy, we have to realize that Dignitas, they're the #1 team in demos from their region in Europe. And EG, the last time they played Evil Geniuses, I think they got 3 demos in total compared to Dignitas, who were just deleting them left and right. You need to get more physical, or Abjack's just going to keep taking you out, and it's a free net. Dignitas bullying Evil Geniuses.
Apparently Jack going left and right after getting that demo.
Oh my word.
Destroying the hands of Joris and Scrub either side of him as well. I am sure that man is just too tall. Manages to get that goal. Dignitas 2-0 up. Evil Geniuses not yet able to score. 50 seconds remaining in the game. They need something as soon as possible. As it goes high towards that backboard, Ivan drops it low with apparently Jack lurking. He can go for another bump. That is something he does so incredibly well in that Dignitas away decal as well, something that I love seeing these players use, where he'll go for 1 pass and then he's not done with the play. He'll continue through, he'll barrel away, try and get a demo, try and get a bump. At absolute worst, he's going to be getting a boost steal, even just a pad to influence the game.
And while that's so effective, Stumpy, you still have to be careful with that backward or with that rotation going back. If you're a little bit too slow, maybe a second or 2, you're going to get caught off guard with the counterattack. So the timing, it's got to be flawless. It has been in game #1 from Dignitas, up 2-0. Maybe one here for the road from EG. Could get back into it, but it's saved by Jorius. Scrub Killer, the whiff in the corner, but it's going to delay so much time. And with that one, this ball, whether or not it hits the ground, it's going to be a Dignitas win.
2-0. Great start for Dignitas as they're going to be able to open up the series, going very much their way. Evil Geniuses with not too much going in their favour. A few shots, in fairness to them, managing to rack up 5, but with 6 saves, they had everything going against them. That's on 9 shots as well. So everything going against Evil Geniuses there, and being penned back into their own half so frequently. In the sky, on the ground, they couldn't get too far away, and they're going to need to really get something else going.
And it was a very versatile offense too. We didn't see the demos at the beginning. It was only the first 2 minutes where they were going for midfield passes. Then slowly, as they started to realize EG were caught off guard, and in the middle of nowhere, they were just getting demos. So being able to mix it up, throw multiple different play styles at EG, that's important and fundamental for getting this win.
Something as well that I want to congratulate you on, Turtle. You're the first person I've casted without a box.
Oh my! I'm barely qualified. Barely tall enough, barely.
You've done it.
You still look like a giant to me.
There was the threat. There was the threat of a box, and they were like, no, you don't need it. It's great.
I don't know if that's a compliment or... It's not necessarily an insult, but it's still nothing to be proud of.
Well, no, but Jorby was a 2-boxer.
Whoa,
I'm just saying, that man needed to double up.
Nobody even saw that. You don't have to call him out. Nobody saw that. And you had to call him out. Okay.
Jorby's just not as tall as apparently Jack and the rest of the guys on Dignitas. They looked brilliant. They were.
And there's a reason why.
Yeah, they were playing that game where they finally managed to get the game style we've seen from them on regionals, where they are able to control the pace, control where the ball goes, and make it their own. Evil Geniuses, they got to disrupt that.
And they're the ones who have to answer. In game number 2, they've got to switch things up, adjust their own tactics moving forward. It's been stale. It's been flat. Nothing working for EG. Couldn't even get a goal. That's got to change coming into game 2.
First 30 seconds of the match is played entirely in the blue half as well. The nice touch coming in, though. That leaves Jack a little bit slow to the ball. Catalysm was able to air dribble it away. Not too much seen from him so far, nor from anybody really on EG. The triple man pinch is going to fly wide of that goal and denting the backside of Forbidden Temple. With Ivan catching it to the left-hand side of the pitch as well. It falls to Rizex to send it high. Caught by Ivan onto the power ball with Catalysm. He's on the ground. Didn't get the memo.
And it's huge for Ivan to be so far down in the field. This man has had 70% involvement for all of EG's goals. This dude has been a beast, and the only reason they found success, in my opinion, he needs to keep doing work, keep putting in work, and taking some corner boosts, allowing himself to move forward on rotation, because with how flat they've looked, how stale it has been, somebody's got to mix things up.
Rizex trying to mix things up by sending Scrub Killer to the blade, sends him off the pitch, but he's able to keep it away from that backboard. Ivan sending it to the midfield towards Rizex, but too far back means that the ball has momentum towards that blue side. Gets punted as far as it wants to go for Catalysm. Scrub calling Jack off that ball, who wants to go for the back pass and then bows out of it. Something that the comms from Dignitas have to be perfect in moments like that, where any miscommunication, it's a pinch and maybe a goal for EG. But up for the double is Catalysm. Scrub Killer does intercept very well. With Rizex, though, he will continue this attack. Jory is slowing it down, wants to get a little bit more ground play, somewhere where he excels wonderfully. Ivan over 1 and 2, but Scrub just waiting behind Jack, making sure that he's able to attack that ball as and when, rather than rushing things and giving a nice pinch.
Got so much boost.
Yeah,
oh my goodness, and the bump from Ivan.
That's the thing we're seeing from Dig as well. They're controlling the boost really nicely. With that amount of control, it then shuts down EG in so many of their attacks.
And the thing about a LAN situation, a LAN environment, you're much more pressured to use that boost and fly towards every single ball. You have all this stress to deal with. You're not as comfortable as you are in your own home, and using that boost, it's a bad habit a lot of players fall into. So seeing Dignitas be much more composed with their boost, keeping those pads, even if they can't get their own corner, they're not wasting any boost that they have left.
Something that is so impressive about Dignitas, we all know their 1v1 background. With that, you learn boost management.
Absolutely.
And you also learn when boosts are going to spawn back in. Jack has said by his own admission, he can't quite get every boost perfectly, where he won't necessarily know when all of them are going to respawn, but he will know it so much more than any other player who hasn't played 1v1. He is so proficient in that way. All of them are, and it makes those boost steals so much easier for Dignitas when you've just got this mental map of when boosts are going to be popping back in.
Oh, and what a save from Jory as Dignitas. The defense has been tested far more in game number 2 than game number 1, but they've still held on strong. 0 goals all across. And we've got a Dignitas counterattack that leads into Ivan on a big clear. This could maybe lead up to something for EG. It's a battle back and forth. Big clears, nobody getting a chance, Thumpy.
Yeah, not just yet, but in the midfield, the battle continues to rage on. Jack with a great catch and a backflip.
Oh, I love that touch,
Killer
though.
sending it wide just because he knew he couldn't get the shot. It gives Dignitas that continued possession, but Catalan able to steal that ball away with 2 boosts, though. He will get beaten to it. Rizex onto the sidewall, can get that double touch. Apparently Jack removing Ivan from the pitch as well. And look at Jack try and barrel into Catalysm, who now has no one to pass to in the midfield. Scrub rotating via that mid boost, can then continue this play. Tries to pinch it around, will be going high, but Catalysm is already on that path.
Dignitas, they're forcing these 1v1 plays up against EG. We just saw it there. Abjack on the sidewall, getting the boost, wave dashing, keeping possession. Now, again, up for the 50-50, doesn't connect, which leaves Ivan to do a little bit of damage, work some magic. He doesn't find anything, but this is far better. Game 1, this is where you make a move if you're EG.
Oh, what a play from Jack. Takes it to the skies and delivers a bomb on the defense of EG with the 1 flip reset. Takes it low underneath Catalysm and then is there for the dunk on Ivan. Dignitas, 3 unanswered goals, which doesn't sound too impressive until you realise EG have scored none so far. And there are 30 seconds left, and they have to be getting one soon. Big 30 seconds remaining pops up in the middle of the screen. Chance for Catalysm to set up one of his teammates, but Scrub Killer a little bit too fast. And Ivan very much on the back foot. 45 boost sends it high towards Rizex, who is now low with 30. Apparently Jack on the right wall with Catalysm. Extended to the midfield, but with nobody waiting, it just falls yet again to the pushed up first man.
Ivan.
Good pinch coming in from Jack with the backspin, though. It is going to be keeping it away from that net. As soon as this ball touches the ground, we go to game 5, and EG, they do not want to be going down with a whisper.
Doesn't even look like Dignitas are breaking a sweat out there. While it was a close game, a 1-goal game, I didn't really lose faith in Dignitas that entire time, Stumpy. While they had a couple of rough moments on the goal line, nothing too threatening out of EG. They were forcing a lot of 1v1 plays and making sure EG were uncomfortable. Dignitas, this is what you wanted to see if you're a fan of them. They have found that rhythm, found their groove, and my goodness, is it working.
I think it felt like actually quite an even game for a lot of that, where nobody necessarily had a chance. Like, they were going for a couple of shots here and there. Jack in the middle, so animated. Immediately, you see him every now and then, he gets really cool and composed, and they're going to be like, yeah, let's go. Yeah. He shouted. That was screaming so loud. He screamed. He looked at Scrub, opened just a portal of rage, and was like, yeah, let's go.
Which is, it's important. Think back to FaZe Clan, how quiet they were on the first day. You saw what version 1 were doing with Calm in the middle, and you are replicating that same style.
I want to see, and I've said this about every single team so far that starts to lose, just get up. Look at the opposition right now.
Did we get Endpoint standing up yet? I mean, before they got...
They've not been stretching
unfortunately.
Yet. Yeah, why'd you have to bring that up with me?
I'm sorry, man. Europe, it happens,
Come
okay?
on, man. Yeah, well, you've not got any NRG anymore, so...
That's true, that's true. I did unfortunately pick them, but now you've got to watch somebody from Europe get taken out. It might be EG. We're on match point.
Wow. I did not think this would happen so quickly, but Dignitas, with sheer control of this game, Scrub Killer, fortunately missing that shot, but great defense coming in from EG. Jack onto the left wall with the ceiling, sees Jory's midfield. Ball, though, has different plans, sees Catalysm.
What a read, getting up on that pre-jump, making sure he finds that lane. Dignitas, so much more intelligent, I'd say, in this series alone than we've seen throughout the entire tournament. They're going for a smarter play, slowing things down when they need to. And right here, take for example, Joreus. He's so much slower, keeping control, and it allows Abjack to get in that rotation smoother. One touch, Scrub Killer, again, keeping it within his own reach. This is crucial to the success of Dig.
Because it not only keeps the ball close to Dignitas, and therefore they can make these great plays, but it also means that EG, they'll need to stretch to get to that ball.
But why are they giving him so much space? That's my question. EG, they're pushed so far back.
2 players on the goal line, and yet Dignitas still have all the control in the world. But now it's down to Ivan to clear it away. Jack, though, completely misreading that one. Jory's up 4-1 onto the back ball. Can he go for the double? Attempts the dunk, but instead saved away by Rizex. A punt long is a good idea, because then it means that Dignitas have to be forced back a little bit and be wary of those long shots, and any overcommits will be completely punished. Jory is up awkwardly in the center, but with Scrub able to clear it to the side. It's just yet again Dignitas with control, Dignitas with a shot, Ivan with a save.
And it's very questionable as to why Dignitas have so much time to even have Scrub rotate in and save Joreus on a miss.
Demo.
Nobody's there to punish, but speaking of punishment, here is EG with their first of the series.
Absolutely crucial demo as Catalysm goes high, Rizex finds Joreus, takes them away from the pitch. Jack has to just look at that ball, smack it hard, see if he can get it out. Isn't able to. EG with their first goal in this series on what is match point.
And Stumpy, you were elaborating earlier on about the rotations being perfect with the timing of the boost and how important that is for these 1v1 players on Dignitas. If you delete them off the field and take them out, that timing completely ruined.
Yeah, it messes up everything in your head, because suddenly you forget the timing. You might, on LAN, which is something that I love, players will look at other people's monitors and then be like, okay, you literally see them lean over in the cam to see what's going on, because you can't rotate the camera when you're demoed. Rizex up, going for the pass from Catalysm, able to sink it over the top of a defender from Dignitas, but Joreus missing that as well.
That's the second mistake Joreus has made off the backboard, and in the corner especially, can't get the follow-up. Catalysm on the pass. EG up 2-0. They flipped the script. I'm not sure how they did it. There was so much space given to Dig, but if they didn't want to punish, EG will rightfully take it.
So Rizek's trying to go for the third instead. Does get caught out by Joris, who may well want to be proving himself at this point. Does not want to be the player on the team that throws this victory away. We've seen when two players are playing well, that doesn't always win a series. Even if the other team isn't perfect, one player missing can just lead to that goal that goes against you. Apparently Jack goes to that ceiling pinch. Up is Catalysm. On for the double, but with 0 boost. Has to rotate out with Scrubkiller missing that back right as well. It leaves it open.
Bomb.
Another bomb on Joris. Catalysm to drop it low. Apparently Jack saving it away. The physicality now from EG is shutting Dig down.
Oh my goodness, the worst bounce I've ever seen off a crossbar. I mean, what are you going to do if you're EG? That one going out of your hands, and you've just got to look to get that third goal some other way.
But the theory's there. Yep. That's what they need. They now know
set up.
As a working theory, it's just the crossbar did them in. Scrubkiller moving Ivan and Rizek's trading for apparently Jack and Catalysm off the post.
Catalysm on fire with the offensive striking, and he started this one all the way in his own half to dunk on Joris. And this is where we question Joris' mentality. He has been the center of all 3 mistakes, I'd say, for Dignitas.
It's a time where Jack, the man in the middle, the team captain, the fish and chip fueled death machine, is going to need to get something going. He just has so much fish and chips. It's great. Great fake from Rizek as we're speaking about that. Nothing fishy about that attempt as Joris tries to go in for another challenge, but the ball does end up going nowhere. Not detrimental, but not the best in the world. He looks fine in the other matches. Don't know what's happened in between, but Ivan up for one with the dunk as well from the crossbar. It's still 3-0, but you really think it could be 5.
Absolutely. Joris on the carry out. Doesn't find his own teammates, and EG, they're just going to keep hammering this one off the backboard, off the sidewall, wasting time. 1 minute and 15 seconds. It's not much, but it's possible if Dignitas find one lapse in the defensive side, one mistake, one gap, and Rizek, he's going to make sure that's not even possible.
The crossbar bounce this time being very fortuitous to the Evil Geniuses team as it bounces down.
He knew it didn't like him, so that's why he predicted it that way.
Straight into Rizek means as well that with apparently Jack getting demoed, they need to be looking left and right. They need to install some wing mirrors on their Octanes, on their Fennecs, so they can see left and right. Do the cars have wing mirrors? No, they don't. Wow, I never knew that.
Winged mirrors.
Wing mirrors.
Okay.
What do you call them?
I honestly...
Can you drive? Are you old enough to drive?
Next year.
Next year. That's awesome, man. I hope you can. I hope you pass.
Appreciate you.
Final 50 seconds. EG 4-0 up. A huge turnaround. As Dignitas looking at the start of this, they were going to be winning it. Ivan with a goal steal. It's suddenly 5.
Oh, this is painful. They're adding insult to injury. A wide open net. 3 players in the midfield for EG. And you don't blame Dignitas for throwing and sending the whole house forward. You just got to look to the next game.
There's 40 seconds left. Like, you're either losing 4-0 or 5-0. And at that point, it literally doesn't matter. You're fine. It's a bracket. We're not looking at goal differential, boys. Get 13. It's still 1 loss. 35 seconds remaining. Dignitas at this point trying to stop the bleeding so then they can begin to recover in game number 4. But you have to just consider the change that Evil Geniuses have had. It has been night and day. They've looked so aggressive, so confident. We said that demos were going to be vital. We said that there was going to be make it a 2v3 instead of 3v3. EG, they seem to just have the stream on.
And they're actually pushing forward. In the first 2 games, there were frequently 2 players in net waiting. You cannot do that against a team like Dignitas, who loves to play aggressive and get in your face and will use the space. And what a shot from Rizek. They're clipping on him.
I hope that was Rizek that got that touch as well. I thought it was Ivan going upside down and getting it. Rizek instead, though, manages to get his goal. 36 miles an hour. 6-0. By far the biggest goal differential that we have seen. And Dignitas losing their first in this lower bracket round 1. It's scary. That's a really big loss.
They got smacked back down. Scrubkiller, he left the game. Do we get a card change? That's the question. That's how you literally a clear indicator that they're in their heads a little bit tilted. Obviously, you don't want to count your eggs before they hatch, but Dignitas, changes have to be made here. And Joris, that's the player I'm worried about. He had several mistakes at the beginning. That's what started the EG momentum. Man, he has to look better.
Yeah, crucial errors for Joris, stuff to learn from. But Rizek was playing just wonderfully in that match, where he managed to work his way around the pitch, where he was being a nuisance on Dignitas. He was going for shots, he was going for bumps. Ivan getting some bumps as well. The crossbar playing as that Dignitas 4th man.
Enemy.
And looking at the car change for Scrubkiller, what do you expect to see? He was currently in an Octane. Does he go to the best car in the game? The Dominus.
What kind of opinion is this?
What do you mean?
The Dominus.
The Dominus.
Bro, he's going Fennec. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. Fennec all
these
the way.
boys only play Fennec.
That's
or
what I'm
Octane.
talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, European Rocket League, you just see Fennecs everywhere.
That's
So
all it
I
is.
won't be. It's the same when you go to EU. It's just.
Everyone's got a hatchback.
Hatchbacks. I couldn't think of the word. Hatchbacks everywhere I see, man.
You look me in the eyes, we both said hatchback at the same time.
Where's the trucks? Okay, no.
More trucks,
We're not gonna go there.
more Ford F-150.
We're not going to go there.
If we have a Ford F-150 in this, it would be amazing.
It would be lovely.
We see them bring it up. Instead, though, we're going to be seeing Scrubkiller remain in the Octane.
What?
Really
The decal
expecting-
change.
No, I think he was in that before.
No, what?
I think so. He's not rocking team colours, which I do not respect him for whatsoever, firstly.
Shout out to production on the camera. Zoom in. Catalysm. Hello.
What a start in game number 4 on Utopia, and they must be feeling euphoric. The perfect start for them as Catalysm over the top of Jorias and Scrubkiller, and then it bouncing off Jack's roof. Outstanding play, EG 101.
Stumpy, I was questioning why you highlighted Rizex, because for me it was Catalysm. Catalysm was the main man behind every play, it seemed like, in the previous game. So important as that glue keeping them together with the assist and that dribble he even kept from his own defensive end. EG, they got ice flowing through their veins.
Only 30 seconds gone, but EG already stamping on the dreams of Dignitas. Are they going to be able to keep them away? Will Utopia be the map that sends them over to Champions Field? Questions will be answered in about 4.5 minutes or so, give or take. Apparently Jack up, wanted to face off against Ivan, but he is just a little bit quicker. Rizex with a great bump onto the crossbar. No chance for the goal, however. Scrub rotating via the boost that did not spawn in. He stays on 3, actually stops, forgoes the ball, takes the boost, sets up camp for a long play.
Oh, man. It's all going to be up to Scrubkiller on the demos, the aggression. You remember what happened when they were going for demo Stumpy? EG could not recover, bring back a bit of that physical play. You might find yourself with a tying goal.
Oh, that is the one challenge you do not go for as Jorias, where Rizex is poised to shoot at the net so perfectly. Jorias just gave him the pinch. That is not the position you need to be in. We've seen goals go in like that at this very major.
Yeah.
It's such a rookie error. Jorias, you've got to get your thinking brain on.
And we're going to see if he has what it takes. Certainly has the mechanics. I mean, we've seen highlight plays from him, clips all around. And Dignitas, they're struggling with the consistency. Will we find it now? Or are we going to see more and more shots from EG? This time it's Ivan behind the ball.
Yet again, the physicality on that Dignitas goal line. Jory's missing one touch. Jack gets it central. Catalysm,
There it is.
your main man. Sees Scrub sitting pretty and knocks him for 2.
They had only 3 demos last time they played. EG didn't want to get physical. They lost that series against Dignitas. Things have changed, and it's working out.
Just under 2 minutes have elapsed.
Another
and
one.
Open net
What is
for
going
Ivan
on?
to shoot on. Was that apparently Jack who just touched
man.
it down really awkwardly? No, Scrub straight down to Ivan, who read that with precision, with perfection, with every single ounce of brilliance that he had to give EG the 3-0 lead.
And Dignitas, they're positioning themselves for the most ideal touch, Stumpy. They're not giving any of their teammates room to breathe, any room to make mistakes. Jorias in that situation, he was positioned as if Scrub was going to get the best hit of his life. Didn't want to think about rotating back. A poor touch does come out, and nobody's there to have his back.
A long shot from Catalysm.
Another one?
It's gonna nearly find its way in. Scrub was on the back foot and is able to get there. Jorias, though, picks up the 100, goes with 40 onto the shot. Ivan, though, tapping it high onto the second. Brilliant play from him. He has looked absolutely world-breaking towards the latter end of this series. And they're still down, and yet they're still doing so well. Scrub finding Jack, needing a golden goal soon enough. Isn't able to find it just yet, however. Scrub launches over the top of any defender on EG and steals their back boost. Maybe not the play, as
Good
now
bump.
Jorias is bumped.
Another bump.
Ivan bumps Jack as well. But nobody from EG pushing up. They're 3-0 ahead.
Right.
They don't need to commit everything
Absolutely.
just yet.
I think that's a smart play, and if anything, it's tilting Dignitas even more. Scrubkiller, he's getting aggressive. He needs to battle back, and Catalysm's chasing down Abjack. A crash in the net. It doesn't connect with a player from EG getting in front of the shot. Rizex looking to move downfield every single touch, wasting valuable seconds off the clock for EG to force a Game 5.
Jack, lovely air dribble over the top. Scrub, though, missing the mid boost again. Only has 17 now. Won't be able to get any demos with that. Catalysm left wing, sees Jack, sees the whites of his eyes, goes to 50, it stops dead, but Jack to pick it up, 30 boost, and just drops it.
Look at the 50s!
Rizex just standing still, avoiding the bump from Jorias and waiting.
I think we've seen 6 50-50s in the last 20 seconds, all going in favor of EG, wasting so much time. Dignitas, they're going back to the drawing board. What do they need to change, Stumpy? It seems so flat, which originally started out with all the firepower they had.
It's been so turned around.
Oh, man.
EG are just doing to Dig what Dig did to EG at the start of this series, and they've held a mirror up to them and shown the errors and shown the issues with that gameplay. The final minute is going to see EG with a lead of 3-0, and Dignitas did not expect they'd be going to Game 5, I'm sure. They need to get more physical, do what EG were doing, and also what Dig were doing earlier on. The double miss, Catalysm to shoot, Catalysm to get the fourth.
And he's been on fire. It looks like we're going to get sent into Game 5. Ivan has been aggressive. And Stumpy, when we talk about what Dignitas can incorporate, it sounds a bit old-fashioned, a bit like the old meta where you're sending one player to be a bit more aggressive instead of all three. That's what we're seeing out of Ivan, though. He has been characteristically more aggressive than all of his other teammates, and Dignitas need one player to step up. Before, it's been all three of them, and that's why they get caught so far forward as a unit. Just send one player to do some damage and let the other two do some work.
That comes down to Scrub or Jack, who are so good at that physical play. Like we mentioned earlier, Jack going for wonderful rotations around the defense. That's going to be yet another one. 5-0. That is now 11 unanswered goals in a row. Do you remember when I bragged about there being 3 unanswered goals in a row? And I was like, now what do EG do to come back in this? Apparently it's to score 11.
What on earth happened? They didn't score a single goal in the first 2 games, and then they're like, you know what, we got 11 goals that we've been waiting on. Let's just put them all in. And if you're an EG fan, you're hoping they didn't waste all their energy on these games, because Game 5 is when you need to bring even more.
The last game was only the 3rd time Dignitas have allowed more than 6 goals in the season, and they're doing 5 again. Will it be 6? They better hope it isn't. It's Dignitas just falling apart where they had their nerves during the full major. They had their issues and they fell out of the competition. This time, Evil Geniuses give them flashbacks. The deja vu sets in here in Los Angeles at the Winter Major. Can they prevent history from repeating itself?
And Dignitas, I said it earlier, they faced so many difficult obstacles, so many difficult losses that they already took, so I expected more coming into this matchup. We got that in the first 2 games, but we can't say the same afterwards. It has been all Evil Geniuses. Look at the hype. Look at the energy they're bringing. Catalysm, he has been a star player in my eyes, being the glue, setting this team up for success. Ivan, of course, the physical plays. Rizex bringing the mechanical ability with that shooting. It's all connecting. Dignitas, they've got to answer in Game 5.
They need an answer because there are so many questions being thrown towards them. Jack and Scrub, get physical in whatever way you can. Jorias,
but you can't send the whole house. You can't send everybody.
I don't even know too much of what is being changed with EG. It just seems like they've had this massive rush of confidence. Like, oh no, we are as good as Dignitas. We can do this. We had not the group play that we needed, but now this is playoffs. This is now do or die, and these fellas are defying death.
And as a player, that rush of emotion that you get when you score your first goal, that is all it takes to get back into the game and to find the energy you were missing, Stumpy. Just one goal, breaking the curse that couldn't be broken before.
It comes down to Champions Field, where Dignitas want to be death-defying, where Evil Geniuses want to topple the Kings of Europe. Game 5, brought to you by Lamborghini at the Winter Major. Who takes it home? Who progresses to fight against Queso?
Let's get into it. Dignitas, they're winning the first 50-50, and they're applying pressure right away. Ivan, is he going to get as physical as we saw in the past 2 games? He's going to need to bring it. Or maybe they swap things up and throw Dignitas for a whirl. Anything is possible with how this series is gone.
Champions Field is where so many dreams are made and broken. Jorias gets the pass off to Scrub, gets the shot off to the goal line. Jack to send it on, but halfway in,
1v1.
Rizex and Catalysm, they save it away. The counter-attack begins to form. Evil Geniuses, they use one of their 9 lives.
The intensity within the first 30 seconds, Stumpy. It's all we could ever want. out of a Game 5 between these two teams, familiar with each other from the European region. That's a big clear downfield, and this time it seems Dignitas, they're playing safer. They have a player, a third man back, waiting. This is the safety net they needed to establish before they get aggressive like they did in Game 1 and Game 2.
1 minute gone without incident somehow. Don't quite understand
and a demo
how.
from Scrub. Is he the player they send forward, Stumpy?
That physicality is going to be the answer. Rizex goes up high, but Jorius to shoot. Catalysm on the goal line. Able to send it onto that right corner. Apparently Jack shying away from the challenge, and Jorius relinquishing complete control. He's Catalysm in the midfield, but nobody to bump apparently Jack. Therefore can send it away onto the side. Rizex with no boost whatsoever. Nearly finds Ivan. Catalysm to shoot. Catalysm passes to Ivan, and Ivan scores.
And Ivan did so much work waiting for Rizex, patient, and then faking out 2 players. 2 of them bit from Dignitas. You can't be making mistakes like that. You've got to be organized on defense, or else they're going to make you pay.
Smiles and concentration on the side of EG. Dignitas beginning to pale and the light fading. They need some electricity, they need some fire, they need to get into the age of evil geniuses. Great tap over the top, the pass coming in from Jack is going to be shut down. Ivan going central, 30 boost, tries to find Rizex, but intercepted by Jack. The boost going pretty well in favor of Dignitas here, and so they're able to hold out at least for a minute. Catalysm up high, gets a couple of awkward touches. Scrub Killer enters into the melee. Rizex, can he tap it down? Does not opt to. Instead, Jack. Just so much attack coming onto that orange wall. Played almost entirely on the backboard as well. Catalysm, 40 boost, a man central, 1 faked, 2 50'd. But the third is going to be able to save.
EG, they're running laps in the Dignitas half, and this is why you have an advantage coming in as that team who has won the last 2 games, Stumpy. You can just feel it, the confidence from Evil Geniuses. Their aggression has spread like wildfire here on the pitch, going for so many demos, winning challenges. Abjack, he's winning a challenge himself, but it's saved by Rizex, and he's going to throw it back into the corner to organize his defense.
It's suddenly Dignitas able to challenge on EG. The blue side, having blues, goes on target. Scrub Killer stems the bleeding for now. It's like they've lost both their legs and they've only just found a tourniquet. The blood has stopped. I believe that was 12 unanswered goals for Evil Geniuses and 1 for Dignitas. So right now in game number 5, we are level.
And that's all that matters. Focus on the now. Stay present. Scrub Killer, the target man, finishing it off after some hard work from Abjack, but still stuck in defense. And the fake coming out again, the second one that almost resulted in another goal for EG.
Such a good time for a fake as well. And let's see them when they're fully choreographed by the other team. Make sure that you can get rid of a player in the air. The burn boost, they don't even get a goal for it. Rizex on target. They're quite soft, and so Jack can save it away. But Scrub Killer, Jack and Jory is all on the goal line. Jack does have 40 boost, but with Jorius and Scrub low, it just falls some bumps on the goalkeeper. And EG, when they get physical, they just send mortars down range.
And it looks like the pressure is doing damage, as you can see everyone from Dignitas scrambling, looking to get in position, but they can't find the hit that they need to stay level.
Jorius has to pre-jump that as Ivan drives dead underneath him, tries to send him away, but does the job without contact being made. Evil Geniuses leading yet again. This 50 is utterly important. Scrub Killer removing Rizex, but on a kickoff, that's pretty inconsequential. Jory is high with 30 boost, but just such an early challenge from EG every time. They do not want Jory to have his confidence back.
And they're organized, and as I say that, we actually have a double commit. Speaking about organization, as soon as you double commit or have 2 players in the same spot, it might be over for your defense, as Catalysm and Rizex, they find each other within inches.
Jory is receiving that ball high. The Dutchman is dreaming of a Dignitas win on Champions Field. Going forward through this lower bracket may well be the start of something to fit in the RLCS history books for either of these teams. Jory is receiving the pass from Jack. Onto the right wall, Joris will continue, but Catalysm will bump the man away. Rizex to slow it down. They are fine with a slower game. It's worked so far. Jory is shooting, but too light and dead central of the net means Catalysm able to receive 1-2 play between Jack and Scrub.
Jack down yet again. It's just Dignitas offense now, but we've seen counter-attack goals fly in for EG.
And it needs to be stated, everyone, this is Game 5. Both teams, their tournament lives are on the line. If you lose this game, you're getting sent home.
It's a long flight back as well. Plenty of time to think, about 12 hours or so, depending where you are in Catalysm. Shooting against apparently Jack, that brick wall though. There are a couple of holes appearing in it. This ball just not slotting through it this time. However, final 15. Jack on the back line. Gets removed. Scrub Killer removing Ivan. Rizix removing Jack. It falls to a 2v2. Final 10 seconds. Rizix on the left. Scrub Killer goes high, but
There's
nobody
so
there to
what
receive.
A dunk!
Amazing dunk though from Scrub. Both Jorias and Ivan challenging each other. Overtime is looming. Rizix to touch it down. That's exactly where this game is ending.
And that final dunk symbolizes that Dignitas, they have stabilized. They found exactly what was going wrong. That speed is there, but Rizix, he hits the game-winning shot.
Dignitas are dead! They will not be going through this bracket. Instead, the evil geniuses with 400 IQ plays send them through the lower bracket. That is one of the best teams in Europe out of our competition. Today's utter chaos bracket continues to reign. Devastation for Dignitas. The emotions are always so high on that side. The elation on evil geniuses. It's Rizix immediately going over. These guys are friends. These guys are such fierce competitors with each other. It's everything to them.
Reverse sweep to end things out here before we get to see the lovely crowd and all the beautiful faces attending the YouTube theater. And unfortunately for Dignitas, they won't be able to compete in front of everybody. But Evil Geniuses, they will go on, and they do it in a very stylish fashion. That was one for the books, Stumpy. I mean, really, look at what an adjustment that Evil Geniuses were able to make. They got aggressive. They were scoreless. They couldn't get a single goal behind the net. And then all of a sudden, boom, 11 goals out of nowhere going into Game 5, and they still continue to slot them.
It's something that you don't expect to see on one day, where before we see the crowds, before we get to see everybody's, quite frankly, beautiful faces over in the YouTube theater, and before we get to see their hype, you don't expect to see Dignitas go alongside NRG with losing out today and nearly BDS joining them.
What is happening today?
Evil Geniuses will be playing in front of a crowd. That's right, I'm definitely alluding to a video that's playing at the end of the stream. But before we see that, before we see everything kick off on the video production side of things, let's go see what the desk have to say.
What a match. What a way to conclude things. A reverse sweep. Dignitas, yet again, knocked out before things really even get started.
They played 3 series this weekend, and 2 of them were reverse sweep losses.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
And Subi was right, though.
What was you right about?
Subi, about his
True.
beating.
Oh, he was right.
Confession. I forgot
I literally
about
thought you meant
that.
Stumpy, and I was like, no. Dignitas is dead. Like,
Yeah, he was actually right, though. That series is so crazy, I totally forgot about that. But
No,
he
he nailed it.
Yeah.
The reverse sweep, 12 goals in a row for EG in games 3 and 4. What happened, Dignitas? And then they finally woke back up, but it's too late.
Yep.
Because at that point, it's a coin flip, and you just don't know. And it was just one overtime, one kickoff. Don't leave it to a coin flip. Wake up in one of those games. You lose 6-0, and then 6-0 again. It was, man, Dignitas, they have a lot to learn when they go to LANs. They'll probably be at Spring Major, maybe. And then they'll probably be at World Championships, but oof, they have a lot to learn. But Evil Geniuses on the other side, the EU #5 seed, they're still alive. They pulled off big moments like that. Rizix, we talked about him. He's been roster hopping forever. He's found a new home.
Like, he kept getting actually kicked from rosters. This is the crazy thing for Rizix. It wasn't just his choice. He's like, nah, this team's not good enough for me. So many teams thought Rizix not good enough for them, and now look where he is. He's top 8. He's going to be playing in front of the first crowd that we've had for over 2 years.
His biggest goal ever, too.
Yeah, all of his other teams he played on, they're not even in the conversation.
And just a heartbreak for Dignitas twice twice again. I mean, and that overtime, you're watching the two players side by side into the corner. If they can get the demo on that,
Or
it completely
bump
changes
anything,
everything. But
yeah.
no, they lock bumpers, get the pass out of the corner, make the shot. You were bringing it up right before we came to the desk here. Team Queso, as well as Evil Geniuses, full rookies. Every single one of those players has not been to a LAN before. They'll be playing in front of the crowd here. The other players,
crazy.
just for note, Beast Mode and Com and Daniel from Space Station and then version 1 respectively. They are going to be
I think
LAN
Jan,
rookies here.
Jan as
Yanks,
well.
maybe?
Yeah,
Yanks for
Yanks
Furia?
from Furia. He's definitely.
He would be a crowd rookie, right? But he's not.
I don't think he's a LAN rookie. I think he's a LAN rookie
He played
as well.
he was at the Winter Major.
Oh yeah,
fall
we're
major.
counting the the crowd rookie.
Yeah, so, man, crazy, insane events here. We have our 8 teams moving forward to play in front of the crowd who have been as big a part of the RLCS as anything else.
The thing about crowds is that Rocket League isn't the same esport without them.
When you see the crowd, you realize everyone wants you to succeed and everyone's cheering for you. I could have made it, in a sense, at that point.
You know, you're in this crazy, intense environment when you're doing well, and then the game's over, the ball drops, and you step outside your computer and you're just in your room. And when you're at a LAN, it's completely different.
You really like feel the arena shaking and like the vibrations of everybody yelling.
You're used to in the game hearing the crowd, but then it's like a real crowd. The sound of the alpha boost is incredible.
It takes you to a whole nother place. It's an entirely different way to view Rocket League.
Carried it over. They can put it in. So many questions left. You know, when a shot like that off the backboard.
But then there's still like a respect, right? We are all under the umbrella of Rocket League. So we are all a family, but brothers butt heads. You got to. Like, that's what makes it exciting.
It is so difficult to watch the person that you love compete because there's nothing that you can do to change the outcome of what they're playing.
I used to work in the furniture industry. Then this game comes out, Rocket League, car soccer. And before you know it, we're having this, what was to me a massive LAN. Now looking back on it, it was a small nightclub.
You know, everyone there was super excited to be there.
Yeah, I remember Cloudfield having to break down like 12 PCs and chairs and tables and move them out of the way. And then in the morning, everything would have to get set up again.
People were still cheering at season 1. A couple of people would jump out of their seats, but it was definitely isolated and people felt reserved. They're like, can I be doing this?
They had screens set up on the side of the wall, and like every time there was a goal, there would be goal on the side of the screens, and you'd have the pictures of all the players. And I was thinking, we made it. This is tier 1 esports.
I think that most of the crowd and most of the audience were behind Kurnovi and behind IBP Cosmic.
Even if you were a North American fan at the time, you knew who Flipside was, and they were the big bad team walking into that tournament.
Able to drop it back into the box. Mike's up for this one to try and drop it in front, and there's 4-0.
I was getting teary-eyed about Crow actually win this because they weren't supposed to do anything at that LAN.
Power, not things you usually talk about at the same time. He's carrying it. Kurnovi, they can put it in!
So him to come out and put on that performance, it was just magical.
It truly was a special event. Still, to me, the most special Rocket League event that I've ever been to, just because it was the first one and how many people were a part of it.
Season 2 was a great setup, unless you were sitting in the very front seats. That was, your neck was definitely doing one of these the whole time.
We had a stage at the bottom, and then it's just a ramp up of crowd. So it was like a wall of a crowd. So I think that was pretty hard for a lot of the NA teams.
There was an interview that I did that I wasn't quite ready for, and it was kind of embarrassing.
I think when we
set our mind to things. And the problem was when I talked, I could hear single thing I was saying, and then it threw me off.
Do you feel that now that you have won a game?
So my very first appearance didn't work out very well. Thankfully, nobody was talking about my commentary because everybody was talking about my hands. Yet the crew around me, both talent, production-wise, and even the crowd when we finally got over to Amsterdam, made me feel so comfortable.
I thought it was going to be a couple of mates laughing at some Rocket League. You know, it'd get out of my system, then I'd never go to one again. But it was unbelievable.
Season 2, there was loads of chance for Flipside. But probably the first one would have been Marky's.
It was by Gregan and Doomsy. They were a few rows ahead. They were the cool kids sitting with Snasky. And they ended up chanting, "We love you, Marky. We do da." That was the mother chant. That is what started everything off.
It's so dumb.
It was very tense because, you know, all the fans and all the people wanting to see Flipside do well. You're watching them in the lower bracket. It's scary.
Rolls himself in. Off the back line.
We already knew. We were just waiting for the moment.
Season 2 absolutely felt like the first of many. As soon as I was inside that room with Rocket League lovers, with casters, with the loud booming sound every time a car hit the ball, and I just felt like I was in my element, I knew that one way or another, this would not be the only RLCS LAN that I would attend.
It was a small place, Season 3. The Wiltern Theater. It was only 3,000, 3,500 people. I don't remember. But I've never seen a theater that's that big, actually be filled with people.
That theater was awesome.
Just being there and the energy was so dope, and it was all new and fresh. I've never been to a LAN.
Yeah, definitely in Season 3, it was an NA biased crowd.
The NRG win over Flipside had a massive crowd reaction because the Garrett G double mind game was just such a sick play.
Garrett G moves up, the screen plays. The demolition! It's a 3-goal game!
As the event went on and NA teams started falling out, it definitely, was, clear that, the crowd didn't know who to root for anymore.
That's when we see OCE come out, so we start getting those underdog stories as well.
People root for OCE teams because they're bad.
6-0, and this is over.
And when Yummy did the whole thing with the drink the brisk and the crowd went nuts.
There's that chase, there it goes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yummy did not feel better afterwards, so I'll tell you that much.
Alpha Sydney were suddenly Alpha Los Angeles because they were definitely the fan favorites. I think it was mostly because James Bond said he would have a pie dumped on his face if Alpha Sydney got a single win.
I was so convinced that they would not win anything in Los Angeles that I straight up said, if they do it, you can pie me in the face. And, well, sure enough. Oh, that's funny.
It was a mix of people wanting OCE teams to do well, also a mix of wanting to see James get pied in the face. I would do that any day of the week, by the way. I just want that to be very obvious.
I could barely hear myself sitting in the crowd and everyone just going wild whenever NRG would take the stage.
We wanted it to last forever. We wanted more games. Just more games. Just put on anything. Put on any Rocket League games. We don't care. High school. Do high school Rocket League games live for us right now. We'll get into it.
Once you got to Season 4 and the stadium size doubled, then it was much harder for the crowd to stand out. That's where the Americans, the audiences are the best too. They always have these great props. They're dressed up. They have signs. They're a funny bunch.
Yeah, my first RLCS LAN at Season 4, it was a crazy experience. When you walk up on the stage, it's so much different than any other LAN you've been to. You can feel the crowd. You don't just see it, you don't just hear it, you feel the crowd.
NA crowd started to get a little bit more invested into their own side, especially because Europe had won the last two.
That was the LAN where Squishy hit his ceiling shot.
Oh, yes. Squishy's goal was insane.
Cloud9. Unable to take it, but Squishy now with a ceiling shot! He puts it through!
It felt like we had gone up a level in gameplay.
I think that was a huge moment for a lot of those fans because it was an opportunity to be like, yo, we're awesome. You know what I mean?
People still come into my Twitch chat every day and tell me how did you feel when Squishy scored that amazing ceiling shot against you in Season 4? I'm like, Yeah, we said it was a nice shot. We felt the crowd, everyone went crazy, and then we won the game, and then we won the series. So it didn't really affect us anymore at that point.
I remember watching that final and being like, wow, at the time, players are really getting good at playing Rocket League.
This was the season I actually heard one of the staff members audibly cheer. As I'm walking past, I hear the crowd go, "Hey!" And then I hear the guy behind me, I'm walking past, just go, "Yes!" And I look around, he just goes, like, mate, I heard you. You're allowed to do that. There was a moment in the green room that I turned around and just went, guys, you're not ready. You don't understand what a London crowd is going to be like.
The crowd, more than any other LAN at that point, became a living organism.
I don't think there's been anything more exciting in my life than hearing a chant ripple around a crowd and then going back and watching it and chat. They're reacting to the chants.
You'd get up with everyone, you'd chant something for 30 seconds, you'd sit back down, wait 2 or 3 seconds, and then you'd have the most intense splitting headache of your life, and then suddenly Devo would score a worldie.
Nobody from NRG was taking the bait. Devo up high. That is going to drop down 5, but it will not be there!
And you're like, right, fine, back to it then.
RLCS Season 5 was, for me, the first time OC had a home crowd.
I've just got one last thing to say to this crowd. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Everybody could hear a clap, an Icelandic clap, and get involved, and everybody did.
A great day. So much celebration of OC right now.
I don't know, I just love the British humor. So my favorite chant was the Squishy Malphys one, where it was, we sell you at Greg's, we sell you at Greg's. Squishy Muffins, we sell you at Greg's.
I'm assuming it's some kind of grocery store. I could put 2 and 2 together.
It like overwhelms you pretty much.
I was about to interview, but it got so loud that I legitimately started to not be able to hear myself. And I'm like, well, at this point, I don't have control of the show. The audience has control.
It's such a good memory to think about afterhand, but in the moment it felt like so overwhelming, a little bit surreal,
The Pirates theme for freaking the Corrupted G was amazing.
You can see Twitch chat from the live feed just going, what is that? What is that? Oh, it's Pirates of the Caribbean! It's Captain Jack!
You're almost working together to make this atmosphere, to bring the gameplay to the highest level possible. And sometimes that's humor.
Devo into the corner. You can hear the crowd. Big fans of this announcer in the game.
Something about 0 seconds in Rocket League is really special. When you go to the LANs, everyone does the oh.
It just makes it 10 times more exciting. And then when something really hype happens,
and you knew what was coming. Everybody did, and the fact that it was on 0 seconds and all the other factors going in, it just made it an insanely special one.
Bounces into the corner! Just an end there for the shot!
I remember looking on Twitter and being like, what's this? This is Rocket League. Because in the stands, there was no hearing anything. Like, it was just pandemonium.
We were all excited. But then after they got scored on, I jumped out my chair, slapped my chair. I was mad. I've watched a lot of esports at home, but nothing's ever gotten that much of an emotional reaction out of me. And it's just like that type of energy from the crowd brings in any viewer, whether you're watching at home or you're there.
Once the grand finals was done, Shomom pulled me to the side. I think we managed to find the one quiet spot entire venue. It was like underneath some stairs, pulled me into a hug and just started weeping at that time. I was like, yes, this is like actually as cool as I ever wanted my life to be.
If you were in the right spot, you could totally see the vibe change.
First of all, you're in NA, and second of all, you're in Vegas, and people are just like, oh yeah? You want to see energy? And like, they just go off.
A lot of people give flack to the American crowds, but once you have somebody out front leading the chants, they're just as good, if not better, than a lot of the EU crowds as well.
There were storylines when it came to the actual teams that started to change the audience.
When Cloud9 started to get all the momentum, then people were like, yeah, they're going for this. But even they had like a rough beginning.
Looking for the clear at this point. Is Cloud9's going to be suffocated. Ignite will finish it. Gimmick, the rare miss on the wall, and We Dem Girls takes the victory.
So when C9 started to make that run through the lower bracket, I feel like it was kicked off by an NA bias, for sure.
I think it was a buildup of all like those emotions and all that angst. I don't even know if angst is the word, but it just exploded.
North Americans were very, very eager for a win, and Cloud9 was a very easy team to get behind if you're a North American fan. Even if you hadn't liked Cloud9 before that point, you could see their run and be like, oh my gosh, this is it. They're my team now.
But when it got to the grand final, that just didn't seem real because the way that they were beating Dignitas, it's something that we'd never seen before.
I was kind of just watching it. I was like, yeah, sure, you styled on people in this semifinal round, but like Dignitas is just going to crush you because you're not going to have that space. And whew, wrong.
All they knew was saying Cloud9, they were saying Cloud9 where people outside the stadium could hear them. I'll say that much.
I was super excited that we were going to a hockey arena because I have always most closely associated Rocket League with hockey.
Like, I personally love hockey, and I feel like it was a hockey atmosphere there.
Fans are so fun because it's like when you meet fans are biased, right? Fans have favorite players. And so it's fun to hear them be like, oh man, I really hate G2. Like, I can't stand them. As an NRG fan, they disgust me. That kind of stuff cracks me up.
There were more kids at NA, which brought its own level of excitement because they're going to be a little less restrained.
I think it was a lot of fun for me personally, seeing the family atmosphere as well as that crowd just going crazy. Like, you know, we see players going out there like, I want to beat Squishy or whatever, and like tons of meet and greets. And I think that's what was really special about that one.
I really do think that these LANs, you know, letting parents bring their kids, a lot of times they like watching Rocket League just as much as the kid does.
You know, they did the wave for like 20 minutes. You know, you don't just get, you know, lame fans to do that.
Oh, I remember the wave. That should have been a record. That should have been an official record.
I mean, I've been to a lot of sporting events that it was nothing like that. I mean, this was a crazy fan event, let alone an esport event.
If anyone's crazy and willing to dedicate enough time for something as asinine as the longest Mexican wave at a live event, it's going to be Rocket League, people.
We did it! Woo!
And then we get to that grand final. And it's G2, the North American fan favorite, going up against Vitality, the EU powerhouse.
People did see us winning, but they did see us as the underdogs as well going into that because Vitality had just won so much anyway.
I'm not okay. My heart's going crazy. I want them to do well, and I'm just in a manic state.
The underdog story of like, oh my god, they might actually do it or something was just huge for people to be able to root for.
And it wasn't up until the point where I believe Scrub scored a game to tie it up.
He's under one. Very peak. Carrying this to get it up. Into the back wall. Scrub killer scores. 0 seconds. Unbelievable.
Do you remember the 0-second goal that Vitality got versus G2?
No, I tried to, etch that all out of my memory.
And I think that's hard for a team in NA when you have an NA crowd behind you to feel that crowd energy just deflate. Because you have to try and not deflate as well.
If that was me, I'd be crying. I'd be on the floor, emotional. But with him, he's very honest with himself in the sense where if you don't play your best, you didn't play your best.
I think occasionally Scrub would hear the crowd and that would almost like motivate him a bit more. But yeah, they were so focused. I don't think anything was going to stop him that day.
Season 8 was just an absolute party.
We all got the lower seats, we sat in the pit, and we just went mental for a weekend.
That's where all the hardcore fans that go to every single LAN and all know each other. You see people mingling, shaking hands, what's up, hugging each other.
Myself and Cole, we led a yoga class at one point, a very impromptu one. We also held a dance party where we were then doing some ballroom dancing and some people started break dancing right in front of the stage, which was awesome.
There was Spanish casting in the venue. I just really enjoyed just listening to Spanish casting. I just think it's awesome.
Favorite crowd moments, probably the long overtime in the semi-finals between Dignitas and Vitality at Season 8.
I think a ball like popped up in front of Dignitas's net in overtime, and it was K-Dop who went up for a shot. And K-Dop doesn't really miss.
There was even the moment where they just randomly started cheering when there was no significant moment in the game. They were just cheering for good Rocket League, and it gave me so many goosebumps at the time. And just thinking about it, I'm getting goosebumps.
I mean, when you get a Vitality NRG final, you really can't complain.
We go across and we hug out NRG, and I think Garrett G was the first one, and just seeing how overwhelmed he was. I think both me and Ferry Peak were like his biggest supporter at the time. We're like, we're so proud of you, Garrett.
Everybody in the crowd was so elated for him because the esport benefited from him winning. That is so unique.
That's kind of what the takeaway of this is for me, is that I think the best crowds are the ones that just respect all the teams and respect all the players.
It feels kind of like a dream, almost like this, just having the crowd behind you and the players there and have this amazing event, and it just feels like surreal almost.
You have a quiet crowd, or even boos or cheers because your region lost. You know, it definitely would have completely changed how that event would have been remembered. So kudos to the crowd. We were selling out that Dallas thing in just hours, and the esport as a whole was gaining momentum, and this felt like a real punch in the leg that knocked us over, tripped us, and we landed on our face.
Yeah, the one thing I guess that the community is always saying in regards to Season 9 Season 9 LAN being cancelled is that that's the one that got away from G2. That's the one that got away from Rizzo.
Especially because we had the really good run in Season 7. Season 8, we absolutely flopped. And it was kind of like our comeback tour. Like, we were ready to go to that LAN and just absolutely take over.
You know, we all know that that's not the case. It's obviously just, copium from the NA fans once again.
You know, you're at home. It just doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same being able to be together with people, watching Rocket League, getting excited, having fun, and it just leads to like a lot of like fun, memorable experiences. And you know, that's key for a lot of us, because a lot of us, like I said, you know, a lot of us are kind of like family to each other, and that's big.
It doesn't feel like the same as RLCS Worlds or something, because there isn't a crowd, or there isn't the same atmosphere.
Now that we're back with crowds for the Winter Major, it means that Rocket League's got its soul back.
It's gonna be amazing. I might cry. I might cry.
I think it'd be actually pretty cool if BDS manages to win this one too, because I like a good dynasty.
Can I just say one thing about the USA chants? Please, let's avoid the USA chants. We all know your favorite player is Squishy, okay? And he's Canadian.
Yes, I'm going to the Winter Major. I'm here, guys. Hello. I'm sitting right there. I'll be wearing this same hoodie.
There's a real possibility that an EU team wins again, and if that happens, you know, you could go down two routes. You could just be wallowing in despair, or you could just try and look at the Rocket League and try and enjoy it.
All right, so favorite chants that I want to hear is Gibbs is beautiful. No.
And if 2 years of lockdown has taught me anything, it's to make the most of these opportunities when they come along.
We will never be a crowd. We will never be the soul of this esport. We can never do that. And now that we have got that back, it cannot be understated just how important this is. There's so many variables that are going to play out at this live event, and it is all because of one thing. It's because we've got a crowd back.
Just let yourself go and have the time of your life, because it's what it's all about. And honestly, it goes by so quick that you're just like, whoa, so live it up, make it the best time possible for yourself.
The return of the crowd means the return of the soul of our community. We've been doing this for many seasons, but the thing that's been missing is you. Everyone here has moved on to YouTube Theater. It's time for me to go too. We'll see you guys there. It's time for the family to get back together.
games on your phone?
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
Just turned 18, so